you so much. Well, as they say in Mumbai, and if I may ask all of you, Kasakai Mumbai, right? For all the Mumbaikars in the house. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Exchange for Media Group welcomes you all to the India Brand Conclave 2025. Presenting partner, Air Media, India's #1 influencer marketing agency. Powered by partner, Star Sports and Disney Hotstar, the home of ICC Champions Trophy in India. Gold partner, Lemma, omni-channel platform for emerging media, and the gifting partner being Digitop, Power to Evolve. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bhavna Bhatia. It's indeed my honor to be your host for today. Get ready to embark on an extraordinary brand journey at the India Brand Conclave 2025, where we are focusing on building and redefining brand strategy and customer engagement, and we are about to unleash the spark of inspiration that will make your brands soar to heights. Before we get the ball rolling, I would like to inform that just like any other event, we have a hashtag for today. Hashtag India Brand Conclave as one word. We'd urge all of you to kindly use that hashtag on LinkedIn, Twitter, which is of course now X, Insta, or any other social media platforms you've been using. Also, we have the social media contest which is live right now. All you have to do is visit the Exchange for Media Instagram page. Once you hit the button follow, you can look for the pinned post in that page. There's going to be a question in that, and any guesses which are right, we're going to be giving them some fantastic gift hampers. So we thought that let's make it a little more engaging for all the viewers in the audience who's present here and get them to engage on the same. And of course, who would not like to win a gift hamper? Also, during the course of the day, we have something which is going to get a couple of you lucky, which is going to be the lucky draw, for which I will tell you the details during the course of the day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the theme today is redefining brand strategy and customer engagement in an omni-channel era. In today's interconnected world, the lines between the online and offline have been blurred, giving rise to an omni-channel era where the brands must deliver seamless, consistent, they engage. It's about meeting the customers where they are, online, in-store, or social media. Today, we're here to once again welcome all of you, and before we get the event started, allow me an opportunity to once again acknowledge our partners. Presenting partner, Air Media, India's #1 influencer marketing agency, powered by partners Star Sports and Disney Hotstar, the home of ICC Champions Trophy in India. Gold partner, Lemma, omni-channel platform for emerging media, and gifting partner, Digitop, Power to Evolve. Can we have the partner presentations on the screen? Ladies and gentlemen, we've taken a couple of minutes to have a look at our partners. I think they deserve a bigger round of applause for their support in creating this edition towards achieving its height. And come on, Mumbai, I think we've always known for our energy. Let's give a bigger round of applause and bring in a little more energy in the room. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now to set the ball rolling, we have with us a serial entrepreneur, a media mogul, journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. For his opening remarks, let's welcome on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World and Exchange for Media. Let's give our leader a warm round of applause as we welcome him.
Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be at the India Brand Summit, and in the evening we have the Indian Marketing Award. I'm primarily here because Mr. Harit Nagpal is going to do the keynote. And I must tell you, when we started Exchange for Media 24 years back and 21 plus years back on 6th October 2004, we had the first Indian Marketing Awards. Mr. Harit Nagpal was the Director of Marketing at Vodafone. That evening, he was the Marketer of the Year, and it was a glittering ceremony, and that has led us to the path that we are here. So thank you, Mr. Nagpal, for being there then and for being there today. Mr. Nagpal has worked in consumer domain, he's worked in technology domain, he's worked in broadcast domain. So he understands the changes over the last 3+ decades. He's a great guy to talk to you about what is happening in business and marketing. He's also a very prolific writer. He's an author. And dare I say, he's provocative in what he writes in real. So really, I look forward to listening to him. Please give Mr. Harit Nagpal a big round of applause. Bigger round of applause, yeah. Clapping is good for your heart muscle. You're doing it for yourself. So it is also a very auspicious day. So it's a morning Amavasya. We should be quiet. We have to speak to her in our bread. Do that. You know, they say a picture says 1,000 words. So I really have only 6 pictures to make. And I'll make it quick because we are, want to keep time and really have. Now, what is this picture? Traffic. कार तो दिखी नहीं है. हाँ, फायर तो है. कहाँ पे? Where? LA. These are the couple of weeks back there were wildfires in LA, and LA is densely populated area, very wealthy area, celebrities live in mansions and homes, living spaces are among the costliest, real estate with lots of memories. This is what happened. Of course, the massive effort to rebuild it, and then we also ran out of water in LA. We were able to douse the fires because of this spread fast, because of the kind of environment we live in. And I've been talking about sustainability in almost all our conferences. That as a business leader, most of your business leaders, marketing happens to be something you can do, but your job is to be able to grow the business and to be able to contribute to the society. So I'll come to this why I'm showing you. Of course, this is an event that most of us, I watched it, I came home, I still watch TV, and Mr. Nagpal will talk about why the TV is not yet as connected TV and so on and so forth. And I watched this, and before that, an American president passed away, so I watched Jimmy Carter. Remembrance. It was a huge event. A lot of millionaires, billionaires paid money. Billionaires paid $1 million each to attend it. Some paid more than $200 million. You can figure out which one. But most to the Donald Trump president inauguration. But it was a big event. And, watched almost all media. Of course, I was watching the event. There is reason I'm showing. Only 6. As we speak, this is happening. I don't think there is a bigger event in terms of numbers or the faith. The marketing by the UP government is so much that everybody wants to be in Banaras. Everybody wants to be taking the holy dip, which is okay. I am very, very religious, so all for it. Yesterday also there was a minor incident, or a major incident happened. A friend of mine posted yesterday, he's a top religion journalist for the last 50 years. He's been there for the last 15 days. That Mahakumbh, VIP Mahakumbh ban gaya hai. He wrote a long post. And he explained why walking. But the fact is, it's the biggest event. It's the marketing of the event, Has anyone not noticed what the Mahakumbh organizers have kind of the outreach they've done through newspapers, earned media, through digital, through influencers. Though Mr. Nagpal said that we will not talk about it, but in my view, I will talk about these things.
Are they genuine? Because it's coming from China and we don't know enough, right? It may be genuine for all we know, but we don't know enough. But yes, at least the last 4 days in Indian media and last 5 days in global media,
there are articles and leaders in India posting about deep seek, and it is the power of innovation. It is the power of frugality. It is the power of disruption. Truly, if it's true, I must build a qualifier. How many of you went to this event? You're marketers, some of us, you must be sponsoring us. How many of you went to the Coldplay concert? 1, 2, 3, 3, 4 people, okay. Now, there was a Karan Aujla that happened, there is a Ed Sheeran that happened, there's Brian Adams that happened, events, and the Prime Minister yesterday talked about the gig economy, as in the events economy. And somewhere there is also the ongoing series, 2 matches done. India won. I watched the first match, which was a cakewalk for India, so to say. So, there is so much happening in the world which is seeking our attention. And I don't have answers. I keep thinking about where is the world headed, what should I do, what should our organizations do, what should we focus on. But the 3 questions I want to raise in 3 trends I want to outline is, in the rise of digital, events of every nature are growing. We want more physical experiences. People are going to the Kumbh. People are going to a Coldplay concert. There are friends of mine who flew from India for Donald Trump inauguration. They were invited. There is cricket matches people are going to watch in stadiums. The more digital grows, the value of physical touch, of being in the room, grows. So India is not an either-or place. Life is not either-or. Even in most product categories, there is a premium play, there is a mass play, and then there is a, let's say, affordable play, right? So India is an and market. It's not an either-or market. There are so many TGs to address. And if you look at the pricing of the passes for these standing, sitting, where they are, right from 5,000 rupees they go on to the Ed Sheeran passes are up to 1 lakh of rupees, right? So clearly there is true democratization happening through involvement. That's one way to look at it. Second is, while all this is happening, there is a rural India. Is there a slowdown in rural India? While there is a certain class that is spending on these experiences, is there a certain class which is also struggling with saving money for basic things? That's a question to ask. And last, which is what I started with, are marketeers, business leaders, and they are in some way trying to make the quality of life better. With all this happening, is the quality of our lives better? As brand owners, of course, brands have a meaningful role in everybody's life, whether it's Blue Smart or an Uber or Ola. Every brand has its own way, whether it's Tata Play, so on and so forth.
Every brand has a certain purpose and a value, but overall is the quality of experiences and lives being enhanced with what's happening around, and what can we do as business leaders, marketers, who are so influential with the communication tools they have, the budgets they have, and the brands that they have through which they can speak. Are we addressing sustainability? Is sustainability in a deep way part of our communication? Are we sensitizing more people to be able to bring sustainability practices? I was talking to a doctor 3 days back. I've had two friends, one lost his father-in-law, another lost his father-in-law, and my closest friend in Chicago lost his father to cancer in the last exactly 18 days, both died on the same day. And I was talking to the doctor, and he said, in India, of course we know that non-communicable diseases are big, diabetes is big. He said, watch for the next 2-3 years. Cancer is going to take over diabetes. It's going to be the biggest issue. Now, of course, there are many reasons why cancer happens, lifestyle, but it's the presence of microplastics in a lot of things we do, including drinking from plastic bottles. We should have, glass bottles, tushar at our events, whatever it costs, right? It's a small contributor. I don't know. It's a whole, lifestyle, the food you eat, the sleep you do. And sometimes I've talked about sleep at our conferences. Me and Mr. Nagpal were discussing that he prioritizes sleep, and he goes one day in the evening. I normally do that. Today is an exception and tomorrow is going to be another. But I prioritize my sleep over everything else. So are we, as a marketer, are we talking about these things? Because at the end of the day, brands exist to enhance the quality of life. Of course, we do talk about how is Gen AI going to change the way campaigns are being made. Today, there are no shoots, no locales, no sets being booked, no actors. AI is creating beautiful videos with tools, most of them free, some paid for. And, IPR is protected because you sourced images by paying for the images. So, of course, advertising communication is changing, and it will change more. The content business is changing. Content marketing has become a large part of what brands do. It's very, very important. And last but not the least, with the changes in algorithms of major platforms, with new platforms coming up every month, is a safe thing to say. There are new platforms to reach out. And truly we have to be omni-channels. So how are marketers in a world of D2C? We saw a young brand which came up in the last 4 years, was bought by a large MNC for top dollars, right? So it's a very interesting world. What do we do in such a world? I don't have the answers, I'm raising the questions. How are we as business leaders and marketers be able to improve the quality of life of all consumers? How are we bringing issues like health, longevity, quality of life, sleep into the daily conversations of our consumers? And last but not the least, how do we make sure that we meaningfully engage with our consumers, customers, our stakeholders in an omnichannel era? Of course, data insights help us, but is the connection meaningful or is it superficial? Is the sale a relationship or is it a transaction? And most importantly, I'll end by saying we live in an era where every week there is a disruption, every week there is an innovation, and these are game changers. These are not incremental disruptions or innovations. How do we make sure that we are ready to be able to change our tactics every week? We are able to align strategically with what's happening with the environment. These are the questions I have. I'm sure Mr. Nagpal will address some of them. In the evening, we have the Indian Marketing Awards. We had an overwhelming response, and our jury chair and our jury members were able to go through the entries in a physical jury meet in this hotel a couple of days back and decide the winners. We have almost every winner coming in, and so I look forward to an evening of celebration of the work that the brands and businesses are doing. And we also have a People Award. So the gentleman who's receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award for Marketing is also coming in the evening. Don't want to give his name, but he's built a large business. He's built a category, and that company is becoming an institution. I'll leave it at that. With this, please give Mr. Harit Nagpal a big round of applause, and I look forward to having him speak. Give him a bigger round of applause. Thank you, Manish.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Let's give our leader a bigger round of applause as we thank him for setting the context of today. And of course, we look forward to IMA, which is going to be happening in evening, recognizing excellence in the marketing domain. As you rightly said that we have with us Mr. Harit Nagpal, so allow me an opportunity to say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, as we'd like to say, grab your popcorn and settle in, because we're about to navigate the shifting sands of entertainment with a leader who has practically redefined being the binge culture in India. From your favorite shows to the blockbuster movies, this brand has ensured that every couch potato has the ultimate cinematic experience. Well, of course, without leaving the couch. Well, it is here an honor for us to welcome a visionary whose work keeps our screens alive and our weekends truly sorted. We're talking about none other than the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer at Tata Play. Let's welcome Mr. Harit Nagpal on the stage, along with Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World and Exchange for Media, for a keynote fireside chat on the convergence of media, navigating the shifting sands of entertainment. Let's give them a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our visionaries on stage. And of course, with that, over to you, Dr. Batra, to take it forward.
Mr. Nagpal, thank you for making time. Time is the most important currency. Second is attention. So thank you, the audience, for giving us your attention. Mr. Nagpal, you've been leading businesses for a long time. A lot has changed. As you said, there are changes happening every month, every week, and you have to respond to it. What are the three top changes that have happened in the last decade as a business leader? We'll funnel down to marketing. But what are the top three changes that are really becoming mainstream, which India has changed in a huge way?
Well, yeah, I've been around in this job for about 15 years now. Our office has changed once, our furniture has changed twice. I have not changed. So, a lot has changed, nothing has changed. I hear about change all the time. And people rubbish what was there in the past and say, "Wo to sab badal gaya." Abhi. But what we need to realize is that the core needs of human beings have not changed. The core stimuli that they respond to have not changed. Dopamine, oxytocin still drive us. And people who've learned to tame these hormones are surviving. Yeah. The opportunities have changed, the options have changed, the choices have changed for the marketer. So, I mean, let's go back to an example. Say, you and I, when we were young, many decades ago, we used to go to Goa. The reason to go to Goa was beaches, the weather, the food, and friends. Today also, when we go to Goa, the reasons are exactly the same. No new reasons to go to Goa have added. When we went to Goa 40 years ago as students, or 45 years ago, there was one road, the old Goa road, via Chiplun, which you could take 2 days to get to Goa. You had to sleep at Chiplun in the night. There used to be 1 or 2 flights in a day, which we couldn't afford. They were so expensive. Today, if you want to go to Goa, the options are you can take a flight now, an hour later, 2 hours later, 3 hours later, at multiple prices and multiple classes through multiple airlines. You can drive on the expressway, or you can drive the old Goa highway, which has now become the new highway. I've driven on that twice in the last 3 months. It's pretty good in most patches. You could Also, you also have a cruise liner that takes you there, I'm told. There's a cruise liner that goes to Lakshadweep. It actually takes you to Goa first and then there. So the reason for going to Goa is the same. The means of going to Goa are many. And that's exactly what has changed in our lives. The reason that a brand has, specifically talking from the perspective that we are discussing today, the reason that a brand is created and the reasons that customers have to buy your brands and products and the reasons that you have for doing things to keep that momentum of business alive and growing are the same. The tools have increased.
So, in fact, I read this book 4 months back called Same as Ever by Morgan Housel. It beautifully said the same thing. It said that, the needs are the same. Nothing has changed. It's the tools that have changed, options are more. And beautiful storytelling. And, Mr. Nagpal is echoing the same. But let me say the top 3 things that have changed. One is, as he rightly said, the availability. Almost, whether it's quick commerce or it's content, you have much wider to choose from. Second, the access is so much easier, faster, better, cheaper. So, and the last is the meaning of certain things has also changed. While they have, the experiences we still seek, but the meaning or the connotation, while the fundamental reasons say, the meaning has changed. And I'll come to that in a while, but let me ask Mr. Nagpal. Now, we all know that TV is changing, right? TV consumption habits are changing. It is certainly, in my view, not dying, right? And I know that you are a big proponent on the growth of TV. What do you have to say? What's happening with the screen? How are people interacting with that screen that they used to? We know that we have multiple screens. We all are screenagers.
Yeah, sure. As I said, things have been changing, things will change. So are viewing habits. So let me try and answer your question by giving you bits of data. A car is used to travel from point A to point B. Last year, India sold about 4.5 million cars. An automated two-wheeler, be it a motorcycle or a scooter, is also used for the same purpose. Last year, India sold about 16 million two-wheelers, automated two-wheelers. So is a cycle used for the bicycle used for going from point A to point B. And I'm not talking about the bicycles that we use to exercise in the morning on the worldly cheapest. I'm talking about bicycles used by a common man from one place, go from one place to the other. How many bicycles, according to you, would have got sold in the last 1 year? Take a guess. Sorry? 10 million. This is the known number. Unknown number is on top of that. So, just because a car has been invented, scooters will not go out of fashion. Just because a scooter or a motorcycle has been invented, bicycles are not going to go out of fashion. And by the way, whichever city I go to, be it large, medium or small, I'm seeing a metro either already there or under construction. Many more than the number of people who are using the car, the motorcycle or the cycle are actually taking public transport. Now you would say that, अब तो कार invent होगी, अब साइकिल पे कौन जाएगा और मेट्रो क्यों बना रहे हैं? So there are needs and there are fulfillment devices for each need. Just because I have started watching, and I'd be honest, I haven't watched live television for a very long time because I can afford high-speed broadband in my house and I can afford a subscription to all the apps that are there. Can everybody do that? There are still, of the 300 odd million homes in this country, there are still about 120 million homes who are yet to buy their first television, a product that costs 6,000 rupees. 120 out of 300 million homes have not bought their first TV. They haven't got 6,000 rupees on the table to buy a TV. They've got other things on priority. So, yeah, there is the hierarchy of goods. So there is a bunch of people at the bottom who don't have the first TV. There are others who bought the TV but don't have the money to subscribe to the television, so they're watching free to air. Then there are people above that who bought the TV and they can only watch that. And then on top of that are people who have both TV and OTT. This is small today, this is growing, so is this. And from revenue perspective, just to substantiate the numbers, the approximate turnover, including subscription revenue and advertising revenue of pay TV, is of the order of about 70,000 crores a year. 35,000 crores on distribution revenue, subscription revenue, 25,000 crores of advertising revenue. Doordarshan Direct would probably be only advertising revenue, and that's in the region of 4 to 5,000 crores.
Television is still about 32,000 crores total.
No, 70,000 crores, 35,000
No,
crores.
I'm just saying advertising revenue is 30.
Advertising revenue
between 30 and
25,000. I'd say 25, hazard at 25,000. And then you're talking about all the apps, the entire OTT. The subscription revenue of the OTT side is in the region of 5 to 6,000 crores. That's the number. Anybody has a different number, please come and tell me. The e4m, as we call it, which is the advertising revenue from free OTT. YouTube would be what, 12,000 crores, 13,000 crores, just pure YouTube, and the e4m of the other apps which are running free from the broadcasters, another 5,000 crores. So all of these other mediums put together do not even generate a fraction of what pay TV generates even today.
I agree. I mean, I'd like to disagree with him, but the fact is, I said India is it's not I didn't know what he's going to say. We just had a 5 minute. India is a
It's an and market.
It's not an either or market, and there are more examples coming. Now, let me ask you, what is the future of connected TV? Because the number
It'll grow. See, anything in this country will grow. Like I said, cars are growing, scooters are growing, motorcycles are growing, cycles are growing, metro is growing. We have such a large population. There'll be a segment for everything. Tell me something. When you discarded your CDs, or first of all, I had about 600 cassettes. When we stopped listening to cassettes, I mean, most of the audience here is young enough to not even know what a cassette is. But yeah, I had about 600 cassettes when suddenly CDs appeared. I gave it to my driver, and he was listening to all that music subsequently. Then when music went online, I had about 600 CDs, some of which I had bought at 600 rupees and 700 rupees each, some of which I had bought at 25 pounds and 20 pounds each overseas. I just handed over the boxes full to him. And there was a market, there was somebody willing to listen to them because he did not have online access. Even today, when I travel in the insides of the country, transistors sell. The good old Philips transistor, which you discarded about 25 years ago, is still selling in the market. Somebody must be listening to it, no? Jo 500-600,000 rupees kharchta hai uspe. He must be buying it to listen to it, no?
Sure.
So it's an end market. I totally agree with you.
Now let's go down to what are you doing with Tata Play. Now, Tata Play in the last, as I said, in your 15 years journey, at least you've seen 3 cycles, if not 5. Every 3 years, there is a major disruption. And
Every morning.
Every morning. Now, how have you leveraged the growth of the digital ecosystem to be able to make Tata Play relevant in an omni-channel, omni-content?
Oh, in a big way. See, first of all, you need to, it's not about disruption, it's about differentiation. So I think, the disruption is an overused word. The word that you should be using more often is differentiation. And if your thinking starts from differentiation and not disruption, then you're following the logical sequence. See, almost every business, just look at your business, whatever you're running, is a completely commoditized business today. Whatever things you have access to, every competitor of yours has access to each of the things. In my business, for example, it needs a satellite, freely available. It needs technology freely available. It needs content. Whatever content I have access to, everybody mandatorily has access to that. I cannot be given exclusive access to the channels. Can I demand a special price? No. One guy drops price is equal to the price charged by the lowest charging competitor in the marketplace. Do I have access to exclusive distribution? No. The trader who sells my product sells everybody's product. So when I expand distribution, tomorrow my competitors go and reach there. So what exclusivity do I have? Zero. If I drop prices or my competitor drops prices, all others drop prices in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Never more than that. It's all online. So you therefore need to find those differentiators in something that is process-based. So we want to be easy and simple to deal with. People call it customer centricity, we call it easy and simple to deal with. Every process of ours need to be easy and simple to deal with inside and outside. Then innovation, people say, we said no, we got to be useful and inspiring innovation. Useful, it can't be what I developed, it has to be what the customer wants, and then go back to technology and deliver that. And inspiring, every time that innovation comes in front of the customer, if he doesn't say, oh shit, why didn't somebody think of this before, it is not inspiring. So now, to deliver easy and simple to deal with every morning, a new easy and simple to deal with, to deliver a new useful and inspiring innovation every morning. And literally you have to do it every morning in small bits. You need digital. You have no choice. 6 years ago, 15% of our base used to recharge online. 85% went to a shop and said, 200 rupees ka coupon dena, 200 rupees ka recharge kar do, 100 rupees ka recharge kar do. Today, 82% of my subscribers are recharging online. On a lower base than we have today, about 135,000 to 140,000 people used to call the call center to avail of various services. Technology issue, pricing issue, pack change issue, etc., etc. Today, on a double the base of what we used to have then, against 135, 140,000 calls every morning, we get 35,000 calls every morning. Everybody else manages his affairs online. And there is no difference between digital users, digital rechargers, digital problem solvers between the so-called urban areas and the rural areas. And by the way, 65% of our subscribers are based in the 6 lakh villages of this country. Only 35% are in the cities.
Brilliant. So, while I was coming in the morning, today we know that Astro platforms are doing well. We know health platforms are doing well. Tata Play was the first ones to be able to do some of these things 10 years back, right?
More than that, yeah,
Maybe,
that's right.
I may have noticed it 10 years back. So clearly, look at it. Just to give you a sense of astrology, Indians are in organized way. Unorganized is much bigger. Are spending 500 crores every month on astrological consultation. Munish, you're one of them, huh? Right? And I am one of them, right? Not online. And almost 100 crores of puja is being done through online. It's organized through online. Of course, in terms of nutrition, health, yoga, again, all this is just exponentially growing. And Mr. Nagpal and Tata Sky started it, now Tata Play, but then Tata Sky started it at least 10 years back, I noticed. Now let me come, all that you've done has taken you to Binge. How's Binge doing? What can we expect from Binge, seeing what's happening around us and what you are noticing in your consumers? And you talked about how consumers have become digital first.
Like I said, like a person like me, a person like you have not watched live TV. Our proportion of watching live TV has reduced over the period because we have access to broadband, we have access to apps. And we have never been, so we have to define our role. What's our role? What role do we play? We don't produce any content. We've never produced content. We only make your content subscription easy. So instead of going to multiple channels, you come to us and you can subscribe in one package all the channels. And the second bigger thing that we do is we make content discovery easy. If you want to watch something in the evening, like suppose you want to watch Tamil drama, all you need to do is guide, entertainment, Tamil, and you have the list of 8 Tamil channels which are showing drama at this point in time. So in about 4 seconds and 4 clicks, you are watching what you came to watch. So when OTT happened, and this was about 6 years ago, 5 years ago, we said the customers are going to face the same problem. And even more. Because यहाँ तो सिर्फ 8 ड्रामे चल रहे होते थे तमिल में. Here you'll have millions of pieces of content on the internet and you won't know what to watch. And even today in most homes, including mine, half the evening is spent in searching what to watch and the other half in trying to watch what we decided what we want to watch. So we said, let's solve this problem. Like we solved that in television, that's what we need to do, and Binge was an answer to that. Whatever number of apps you subscribe to, all of them are in the background. You'll get one screen on which content from all the apps that you subscribe to is in one rail. So if you like Bangla Romance, there'll be one rail which will pull out Bangla Romance from all the apps that you subscribe to, and it's all there. You click, and you click on the latest, and you start watching again in 4 seconds and 4 clicks. That was the objective. We were the first ones to come out with a product like this, an aggregated product like this. The market is not very large. The market is growing. Unlike most people who would like us to have believed that TV is dying, which people said, including my children, and TV is not dying, but OTT is growing. It has not reached the level that TV is. It will probably never reach the level in our lifetimes that what TV is, but it is growing for sure.
Yeah, and coming to, there are my children, people I know, who subscribe to 3, 4, in some cases 5 OTT apps. So is having a platform that consolidates all that and brings them the choice and the availability on one platform is what you're trying to make happen, right? Is that and collaboration the future? And you collaborated with content creators and brought all of them on your platform.
So we collaborate with the apps. For example, if a particular app is selling for, so leave alone the Netflix of the world, which are expensive, but most Indian apps are selling for 30, 40, 50 rupees each per month. Now, if an app which sells for 30, 40, 50 rupees a month is to go out and acquire subscribers, it will cost him about 100 rupees to get a subscriber. If he's very, 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 very efficient, the number is actually 600 rupees, which is why most apps are selling an annual pack and not a monthly pack. But if I consolidate 7, 8, 9, 10 apps, the monthly bill comes to about 200 rupees. And when I go out to sell a 200 rupee app, even if I spend 100 rupees, I'm break even first month itself. If I spend 500 rupees to acquire that customer, the propensity of that customer to stay for 6 months is very high because he's got content from 6 apps coming up onto his face, and therefore he's got something or the other to watch every day. So collaborate. So it's easier for an aggregator to go out into the market and acquire customers, more sustainable than the owner of the content. And content owners should concentrate on deciding whether the hero should die or he should marry the girl, and leave the dirty work to us Shudras.
You are the equivalent of a top mall for goods, same for content. Now, worldwide and in India also, content has become the glue to drive commerce. Do you think at some point, Tata Play and Binge can become commerce platforms? They are in some way already.
I'm a great believer in sticking to your knitting. It's like, do what you do. We haven't ever thought of even making content, though we sell content. We haven't even integrated one step back of making content, and I don't think we ever will. Because there are enough people who know it better than us. So I don't think we'll start doing commerce and get into retail and get into all these kinds of things.
Also you've seen the evolution of TV, you've seen the evolution of OTTs. Now, do you think right now the OTT subscription numbers are low, as you yourself talked, but they're growing. Do you think OTT subscription numbers at some stage will become bigger than TV numbers?
Not in our lifetimes. I'll give you an example. Just imagine, I don't have a screen here, so just imagine this is the size of OTT. 500 million people are watching OTT today. This box is 500 million people. 90% of them are watching for free. YouTube or AWOD or whatever. So this 500 million, take out this 90, you're left with
10.
50 million.
Yeah,
10% is 50
10%
million.
is 50 million.
Of this 50 million, half of them, which is 25 million, are watching what is given to them free by the telecom operator or their bank or whoever. They wouldn't have gone and subscribed for it if they had not been given that for free. So that leaves another 25 million. Our rough estimate tells us is that of this 25 million, about 20 plus million are subscribing to 1, 2 or 3 apps. Only that 4 to 5 million in the corner of this 500 million are currently watching and paying for more than 4 or more apps. So therefore, the entire market is the opportunity for the future. And it will take a long time to fill.
And what will happen to my friends who are DTH players and MSOs? What's happened to DTH players who have not really kept pace?
See, innovation, if you don't innovate, you perish. You don't live up to the expectations of the customer and utilize the technology and the opportunities that are available to you, you perish.
Now let me come to, as a business leader, you also interact with your audiences, with the ecosystem. And you recently posted on LinkedIn, as I said, it was both provocative and well thought. And it's, what you posted said, don't build careers, rent people. And a lot of people commented on it. Some read the first line, but possibly not the full post. What has been your reaction to the feedback? Do you think many missed the point that you were trying to make? Of course, a lot of them got it. You're seeing the current.
I'm trying to pull out that post. Yeah, I found it. Okay. So people who read the full post, about 3,000 of them liked it. Over 300,000 people read the post on LinkedIn. 3,000 of them liked it. Every newspaper that I know read the first line and wrote an article, because newspapers are normally in a hurry and they don't have the time to read the full post. So let me, for your benefit, read the full post. Don't build careers, rent people. They read only up to here and wrote a full article on that. Subsequently, it goes on to say, this isn't their first job. They won't retire here. How many of you are in your first job in this room? Just raise your hand.
How many of you are in your first job?
Raise your hand. Raise your hand.
1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6.
7 people.
7 in a room full like this. So it applies to majority. How many of you plan to retire in the job that you're in? 2. Okay. Me and you. Yet allow them to bring their beliefs and attitudes with them when they come in. Let them be and do what they couldn't where they were before. How many of you believe seriously that your companies are allowing you to do that? Allow them to bring their beliefs and attitudes with them. How many of you believe that how many of your employers are letting you be and do what they couldn't in your previous job? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 hands. Nice.
15 maybe.
15 hands. Nice. As their knowledge and confidence grows, they will learn to fly and make you soar too. Right or wrong?
Absolutely.
And when they leave, they'll encourage others like them to join you. This was the post. Now, isn't this something that we, at least 40 years of my working, isn't this something that I have aspired from my employer? Isn't this what we aspire from our employers? Now, एक वो rent people की line पढ़ के, एक word पढ़ के, and you start writing shit about it in the newspapers. You know, somebody picked up this particular post and posted it on Reddit under the heading of lunacy. I was very happy. I said, I've made it in life. I've become a bloody influencer. So, and almost everybody under that, there were 300 comments under that, we said, hey, this is not lunacy. This guy is making sense. This post doesn't belong here. One guy even said, you know, what he's saying is making sense. Maybe English is not his first language, so he's not been able to express himself well. So that's the story. But every newspaper said that the post has caused, like most newspaper headlines say, the post has caused disturbance amongst audiences. Most are saying, that why has he used the word rent? Of the 156 comments that are there, I've been through them all. I think about 4 or 5 of them said, hey, though I agree with you, you could have used a better word than rent.
I mean, he's saying temporary people evolve, their aspirations grow, they find opportunities. I mean, I read it the moment he posted. I read mostly what he posts, and I read the full piece, and I don't think anybody had, I think he put it, and I read it.
But it's fun. It's fun to figure out as to how people think and react.
Last year, you and me around, I think I met you on 4th Jan last year, and your book had come out, Adapt to Thrive, Not Just Survive.
Yeah, around this time.
Yes, and the book shares insights and stories through short stories, how to navigate through a truly VUCA world and difficult situations. I know we are running out of time, but if you want to pick up one story for the audience, which may help the audience or your favorite story to make a point.
Yeah, it's a book of 10 stories, fiction, set in 10 different countries, 10 industries. Now you're asking me to choose between my children. If I was to say, be cheesy, theek hai. So yeah, I know, but see, 3 of those stories are actually real verbatim my stories, which is actually, we are living it in my company right now. I won't tell you which ones. But I had fun writing them because each of these 3 actually I took one night to write. I normally write in the night. So, yeah, the story about where this guy in New Zealand changes the review mechanism as such. It's like, he walks into a company and nobody's talking to each other and everybody's throwing darts at each other. And so he's wondering what's the issue. And then he realizes that the reviews in that company, like happens in most of our companies, just go back to your room and think about it, is about finding out who screwed up. And how should we punish him? Isn't that true of most reviews? The purpose of a review is, galat kya hua aur kisne kara aur isko kya saza milni chahiye. That's what the review is about, and his company was no different, and therefore everybody was at loggerheads with each other. So therefore, what he does is he changes it and says, okay, first of all of us will sit down together. We will not have department-wise reviews. We have the full company review at one point in time. All functions are there. And secondly, we'll attempt to figure out what are the opportunities ahead of us, not what went wrong. Now you can say, how will you grow if you don't figure out what went wrong? But yeah, what went wrong also happens. It's not 100% of opportunities. You also discuss what went wrong, but not who did wrong, and the rest.
So I know this says your time is up, so I'm not even opening it. I'll save the time of opening. I read the book. I'd encourage you to read the book. I'd like to ask the last question to Mr. Nagpal. Mr. Nagpal, business is marketing and marketing is business, right? The brands are such valuable assets on the balance sheet of companies, right? What is your advice to business leaders and marketers in this room? I can see some of them. What is your advice keeping where we are headed and what you've seen in the past?
There's only one advice that I've always had. Listen to the customer, that's it, and keep listening. And he will give you the answers. If you don't, and you listen to yourself, there's no solution.
Give Mr. Nagpal a big round of applause. We could take one question, not taking a question from audience, One quick question. Anybody has a one? Peshwa, Munish?
Check. Can we get a mic quickly passed if you don't mind? One mic. Apologies. Just we would want to get that in the camera feed as well.
Thank you, Ashish, for doing that.
Ashish, that's very kind of you. It's okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Just a very quick question. So, just with the manner in which youth's consumption on digital is growing in terms of gaming, and their attention spans are, of course, I mean, I want to say this including mine, but aren't as much as maybe the older generation. That's one. Two is AR VR. I mean, there was a lot of talk of AR VR influencing digital consumption in terms of entertainment. But on both those points,
and gaming is growing. If I may add, gaming is becoming mainstream.
Absolutely, yeah.
Individuals are spending disproportionate time on gaming. So what is your advice there?
Gaming is growing, so that's one of the changes. See, our attention spans are smaller because there is so much of content available in short format. We got so used to tell your story in 30 seconds. In fact, people are saying book sales are declining, and I'm saying book sales are not declining. The writers have not adapted to the reader's attention span. The writers need to adapt to, there is an app called Pratilipi. I don't know how many of you have seen it.
Yes.
People don't write a full story there. They write it in installments, and people come there every morning to read the next part of the story. Didn't we do that with the comic that used to appear in the newspaper when we were growing up? The Tarzans and the Phantoms used to appear in 3 frames only every day, and you would open the newspaper straight on that, aaj Phantom ne kya kiya. So I think we need to adapt to it. Gaming is growing, AR, VR is growing, everything is growing. That's an opportunity. I see that as an opportunity, not a threat.
Content needs to be in today's formats for today's viewers or readers or listeners because it's available. And the thumb rule with books is, if you're writing a book, it should be Instagrammable. That's the thumb rule. It doesn't mean that it shouldn't have text, it should only be, but it should be Instagrammable in some format. With this, give Mr. Harit Nagpal a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for both our leadership, and maybe request Mr. Nagpal to please stay back as allow us an opportunity to give a token of appreciation, and Dr. Batra, if you can do us the honor of the same. A fantastic conversation this has been. I think once again, let's give our leadership a big round of applause to encourage them on the same. Well, it's all happening at the India Brand Conclave, and we're right now on the 8th edition, and now it is time for us to go to our next spotlight session. Ladies and gentlemen, is anybody in the room craving a mid-meal snack or a post-breakfast dessert? If yes, do not worry. Brace your taste buds as we are about to take you on a journey with a brand that believes in snacking made right. Be it chocolates, biscuits, baked snacks, beverages, or candies, this brand has it all. Get ready to explore the multifaceted universe of Mondelez India, where every brand is a story waiting to be savored and celebrated. Please put your hands together as I welcome on stage Mr. Nitin Saini, Vice President Marketing for Mondelez India Foods, to understand how they're blending flavor, emotion, as well as innovation to elevate consumer experiences. Let's give our leader a warmer round of applause as we welcome him on the stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Saini, for joining us today and giving us your valuable time. How are you, sir? Very good morning. So this, I believe, is for you. Yeah? Would you be comfortable with the podium? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you to e4m for inviting me. Previously, I've come to this podium and talked about topics such as creative excellence, data, digital excellence, artificial intelligence. Today, it's a very different topic that I'm talking about, which is about elevating consumer experience in an omni-channel era. And what that really means is I'm going to share with you some examples of how we have taken some of our brand activations beyond the traditional media channels to commerce platforms, and what we have seen as a result of that. So that's really the kind of the emphasis of what I'm going to talk today. And firstly, why is that important? In today's world, the consumer and the shopper journeys from 10 years back is no longer relevant. I mean, if you look at 10, 15, 20 years back, it was pretty linear in a way that you would watch an advert on a TV, mostly TV, and then you're going to go and purchase from your traditional kirana store, neighborhood store. And that used to be really the consumer and the shopper journey, which is no longer the case today. It's far more sort of webbed and far more complex than that, with the advent of course, digital platforms, OTT as we just heard, but also in-store and e-commerce have become very, very important platforms. So it's no longer that you would only be made aware of a new brand on television. You could actually notice a new brand when you are browsing to purchase from a quick-com website. And even as we have done a lot of our analysis and we look at what's the source of awareness whenever we introduce a new brand, it's pretty amazing on how it has shifted over the last 15-20 years. It is no longer television now, but you could actually be made aware of a new brand when you are in the store, or when you are actually, as I was saying, when you are purchasing something on e-commerce. And hence it's very important for us to be aware of that and then plan our brand activations in that context and in that light. And once we do that, the results can be fantastic, because then the brand is showing up in a very consistent way. It is ubiquitous, so you're no longer noticing the brand only when you're, let's say, on an outdoor or on television, but you're noticing the brand in different places, and that does give the brand a larger scale, makes it even more iconic. So if you are able to crack omni-channel in a good way, your brand can be in a position to benefit both from a ubiquity, consistency, and also insights. I think what we are also realizing is that when we activate our brands and don't just look at commerce platforms as channels to sell, but when we look at commerce platforms as an important source of not just creating awareness for the brand, but also to get some real-time insights. What are people liking? Are people liking this flavor or not? We do a lot of flavor extensions, as you know, right? Like even on dairy milk, you got new flavors coming in every year. A lot of the insights on what people are actually liking is coming through on the real sales data that we see on some of these channels, because you get that insight in a very real-time way. And because we have our own first-party data program that we run, we are able to actually even talk to some of those people and understand, okay, what's working with them. And that then goes into our flavor program for the subsequent years. So I think we can get real-time data insights as well when we do this well. And I think if you look at this whole concept of omni-channel, over the years, for sure, people are not just advertising on TV, right? Like digital has come up in a big way. And then of late, e-commerce and in-store have also come in a big way. So when you go and shop in a Reliance or a D-Mart, you would see that they're actually point of buying material that are also helping create awareness and driving you to purchase. And even on e-commerce, and all of you are, I'm sure, are e-commerce and quick-com customers as well, you would see that happen on those channels too. And we do that too. I think one of the things that we have done maybe differently over the last 2-3 years is, how do we look at these commerce platforms, not just as avenues to sell our products and sell chocolates and sell biscuits, but how can we even take our brand activation that you would usually do, that you would usually won't do on a commerce platform, to these platforms. And those are the examples I wanted to share with you today. Starting with our Valentine Day campaign from last year, and let me just show you the video first, because that will encapsulate the idea that we went in. This is the Valentine's Day campaign from 2024.
Close your eyes and miss me. Whoa, kiss me. Close your eyes and miss me.
It's small moments like these that make love meaningful. This Valentine's Day, scan the silk bag. Share such moments with me, and I will craft your love story, powered by AI, to gift your Valentine.
In your eyes, kissing me. Close your eyes, you're missing me.
So this is our campaign from last year, and Silk, is a chocolate brand that for us which is positioned on romance. And what the idea here was that you could actually create a personalized Valentine Day video. All you have to go is to go to a website and put in answer some of the questions around where did you first meet him or her, what did you do, and then you could create a video out of it. So this was really the campaign idea which went on all the usual media platforms, but then we took it beyond the media platforms to commerce platforms as well. And this slide kind of tries to capture that. I mean, if you see, starting with our campaign on TV and media, TV and digital, and we also took it to OTT and music apps. There was a significant outdoor campaign as well around it. But the one that I want to talk about is that we also made it really big in-store and quick commerce. And even on our direct-to-commerce platform, we have a direct-to-commerce platform that's called Cadbury Joy Deliveries, and we also activated over there. And let me share a couple of examples there on how we did it. So this was done on a few of the commerce platforms, and what it did was it allowed people to actually create that Valentine Day video once you're on the platform, and then there is a seamless journey for you to go from there to create your video, and from there you can go and actually buy a Silk Valentine Day pack. And we saw tremendous results. Like when we looked at ROI on our different investments across different channels, this was actually one that gave us the maximum ROI. And if you see here, it is not just putting a Valentine Day pack, giving it at some discount, but it is more than that. It is actually taking the idea, the campaign idea of creating that personalized Valentine Day video beyond the media channels to a commerce platform. One of the highest ROI activation that we did last year actually. And we also replicated this on our own DTC, which let me show to you. So this is our own DTC, and what happened over here is that, let's say when you create that personalized Valentine Day video, you could actually take a screen grab of one of the portions of that Valentine Day video, and then if you give in on this our DTC platform, you could actually print out that screen grab, convert it into a sleeve, and actually gift a personalized silk pack as well to your Valentine. And I mean, nothing more special. I think our insight really was that, all people want to have a great Valentine Day is, to share a personalized memory. And then chocolate, of course, right? So, and we also, what we saw was that this particularly did very well around the 13th and the 14th of Feb, because the other insight was that there is a lot of last minute shopping of Valentine Day gifts that happen. So all in all, as bringing this activation onto the e-commerce platform really worked well for us. And the other example that I want to share with you is again from last year, Rakhi. And let us see the video first to understand what the idea behind the campaign was.
दी देख के मेरे बाल खराब हो जाएंगे।
वरना दूं ये खींच के।
दीदी यार। दीदी तुझे वो दिन याद है जब तूने यही लाइन स्कूल में उन सीनियर्स को बोली थी जो मुझे तंग कर रहे थे?
याद है। मेरा गिफ्ट?
वो तो भूल गया। हैप्पी राखी दी।
ये तो वही है जो तो। पर ये फोटो ली किसने?
किसी ने ली नहीं थी, इसलिए मैंने बना दी।
एक डोर से बंधे दो किनारे।
यार देख बाल खराब हो जाएंगे।
एक दूजे के सहारे हैप्पी इस बार कैडबरी क्रिएटिंग मेमोरीज.com पे उन यादों की फोटो बनाओ जिसकी आज तक कोई फोटो नहीं, और ये रक्षाबंधन अपनी बहन के लिए स्पेशल बनाओ। कैडबरी सेलिब्रेशंस, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
So again, our Rakhi campaign from last year, and really, we do a lot of work around personalization, leveraging technologies is another example of that. And the insight really was that when it is Rakhi, on that day, besides the celebrations pack, you want to share a personal memory from the yesteryears, and many of those are not captured. So what you could do is, using this platform, you could go and recreate that personalized memory in the form of a visual, and then you could share that picture with your brother or sister, or you could even print it out and gift it, as a sleeve. So that was really the idea, and again, as an example of how did we take it beyond the traditional media to actually the commerce platforms as well, which is what I want to bring your attention to, which is in-store and quick com. So we did two things in some of the big modern trade stores. We actually set up a kiosk where somebody could come in and give in their responses, and you would get a personalized Rakhi sleeve right over there, and somebody would actually even sleeve it out, along with the celebrations pack. And then the other thing was again on our DTC platform, which is the Cadbury Joy Deliveries, where you could actually give in the inputs, and we would create that personalized sleeve and ship it to you. So a lot of people actually did this. More than 500,000 personalized memories were created and shared, and a lot of personalized sleeves were generated as well, that were again shared as well. And again, going back to what I started with, which is our experience of having done this has been absolutely amazing. We have seen some of our best engagement when we do these activations on commerce platform, whether it is the modern trade stores or whether it is e-commerce or quick commerce. We have seen great results. We have seen great ROI. We have seen great return on investment, because you are really close to the moment when somebody could buy your product or brand. And hence, the invitation to all of you as marketeers is to not only look at these sales channels as avenues to sell and only look at things like display and search, and promotion, but to see how can we take our brand activations that we do, which usually go to only traditional media channels, to these commerce platforms as well, because we have seen really good success out of it. So thank you very much. I'll close there, and maybe we'll take a couple of questions if there are. Thank you.
Do we have any audience questions? If yes, we'd request you to please raise your hand. Let's give it to the gentleman at the back, please. So if you can just stand up, if you don't mind, it'll help the team identify you. Thank you. Firstly, let's give Mr. Seni a big round of applause. What a fantastic, innovative marketing strategy you have incorporated in all the channels. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, how difficult is it to actually communicate the engagement mechanics, or if it is difficult, then how do you solve for it?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. And what we have seen is that some of these platforms are actually rapidly evolving for you to allow to do that. Let's say 1 year back it was not as easy, but when you go now and browse through some of those e-commerce platforms, they have rapidly evolved to be able to support these activations going over there. Now, of course, when it comes to an offline store, it's a bit more limiting in that sense. But when you do things like set up a kiosk over there, which can print out a personalized sleeve, there are ways you can go around. It's not easy, which is why, as one is sitting with your creative and the media partners, you have to push that a little bit extra to say, okay, how can we bring this activation to life? The answers may not be obvious, but in the end, the results are great.
Thank you so much. One final question to the lady out here. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. I'm so happy that I came to this conference and heard you, because it was really impressive to see these videos and the campaigns that you've done. The only thing that I wanted to see more was the exact ROI in terms of in how many numbers have increased the number of sale, and which were the platform from which, in which percentage the platforms were more productive to you. So just the result part of it which I was just expecting, and I just want you, if you can give me a glance of it.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and of course, because of time, I couldn't share some of those details. But purely from an ROI, we definitely saw a higher ROI. When we do this versus some of the other initiatives we did as part of the same campaign, I would say 30-40% higher ROI. And in terms of engagement, when we look at how many people interacted with the campaign, in terms of how many people actually clicked on our URL and went there, again it was higher. Then, and I think I'm not surprised, because this is where you are closest to completing the shopper journey in terms of your buying behavior. I think the challenge is always like the question that was asked earlier, how do you bring alive the activation in an engaging way? And once you are able to do that, you are so close to actually making that conversion, and which is why the ROI is higher.
And I remember that.
Apologies. Any further cross question?
No question.
Okay,
I just
your
want
comment.
to
Yeah.
appreciate that. Also during the Diwali, you have so many promotions where entrepreneurs are joining in on your platform. That is also a complete good way. I just wanted to check which of the campaigns of your.
Ma'am, that's again a question. Apologies. We'll have to cut you on that. Mr. Seni, thank you so much for your valuable time. Let's give him a warmer round of applause on the same. And of course, allow us an opportunity, Mr. Seni, for you to stay back. And if I could have the Chief Marketing Officer, Shimaru Entertainment, Anuja Trivedi, to please join us and help us with a felicitation and a token of appreciation for Mr. Seni. Let's give Anuja a warmer round of applause as we welcome her on the stage. And thank you so much, Mr. Seni. Definitely, omni-channel search is redefining marketing and media strategies, and I think Mondelez has done a fantastic job in integrating all of that. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Seni. Apologies if we have to cut a couple of you short because of the time constraints, so we would have to be on a hard stop on the same. But before we go ahead, we'd like to acknowledge our gifting partner, Digita Power to Evolve, who have graced us with their gifting throughout the event. Also, allow me an opportunity to talk a little bit about our presenting partner, Air Media, India's #1 influencer marketing agency. Why don't we have a look at the partner presentation to know more? A big thank you to Air Media for being the presenting partner. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go ahead to our next panel, we'd just like to remind you once again on the social media contest. Well, a lot of you have already commented, and a couple of you are going to be winning the gifting hampers today. So we'd urge all of you to participate in the same. All you got to do is visit the Exchange for Media page on Instagram. There's going to be a pinned post out there which will have a question, and of course we look forward to your expertise in the answers in the comments. The team's going to be picking out shortly the winners of the same, so we would want all of you to visit Exchange for Media social media page on Instagram. Look out for the pinned post which has the question, reply your answer, and we'll announce the winners shortly. Well, with that being said, let's get geared up as the stage is set for our upcoming Fireside Chat, the champion stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a country where cricket is not just a sport, it's an emotion. And when you pair it with powerful brands and innovative digital solutions, it's a match made for marketing success. In this session, we'll be diving into how the ICC events powered by JioStar are creating the winning strategies for brands, businesses, and cricket fans alike. With three powerhouses on stage, the conversation promises to be a masterclass in turning passion into ROI. Let's welcome our panelists to discuss maximizing brand and business success with ICC events across screens on JioStar. Starting with a big round of applause, Abhijit Shah, Group Head Marketing Digital Customer Experience and Technology, ICICI Prudential AMC. We'd also like to invite Jahid Ahmed, SVP and Head of Digital Marketing, HDFC Bank. Sonam Pradhan, Head Media and Digital Marketing, South Asia, Kellanova. Let's give it a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Vineet Karnik, Managing Director, Content, Entertainment and Sports Group M, South Asia. Vineet, a very warm welcome. And leading this exciting discussion, please welcome Ms. Neeta Nair, Editor, Impact, who's going to be moderating this conversation. Thank you so much for all of you for joining us. And thank you, Neeta, for curating this conversation, and we look forward to your expertise on the same.
A very good morning. Before we start the discussion, I want to tell our audience about this very interesting and popular section that we have at Impact. Now, it's called the Impact Archives. You know, being the only 2-decade-old magazine in the country, in the A&M world, we have access to some of the oldest pictures, stories from the A&M industry, which obviously is a delight to watch, because at the end of the day, blast from the past or nostalgia is a very strong emotion, right? Now combine that with another popular emotion, or should I call it religion? Cricket. Now Champions Trophy is coming back after 8 long years. Starting 19th February 2025, top 8 teams from the cricketing world will face each other, and knockout matches are going to come back into the center stage. So now this is really the kind of blast from the past that I am looking forward to. So joining me on this panel are some cricketing enthusiasts, I believe. Let me start with you, Mr. Shah. We've seen your ICICI Prudential ads with Surya Kumar Yadav. I want to understand from you, apart from the hope that India will reclaim the trophy from Pakistan, which is the reigning champion, what else are you really looking forward to in this season?
Yeah, I think what you said is very important. I mean, of course, it's very clear that what cricket is to India, especially after the T20 victory that we had, and that halo, if I may say, is still continuing. Of course, there was a little dampener in the Test series and the performance of stars in the Ranji Trophy right now. But I would say, from an audience point of view, and I'm a cricketing fan in me, is this is definitely a big opportunity for Team India to bounce back. There's already a huge thing saying the last dance of Rocco, or how the middle order is going to come and get us, or the revenge of 2023 against Australia. So there are a lot of moments are happening on the side, and if Champions Trophy is a huge story, there are many plots unfolding. Of course, there is the crescendo that will come on Feb 23 with India against Pakistan, and that is something that each of us always looks forward to. So how do these various plots unfold, and what's in it for marketers like us to tag along? Because end of the day, the nation is going to be watching cricket, and the challenge also is to how do you position your brand, how do you use assets, how do you partner with publishers, most importantly, how does the creative lend to the medium, rather than just going on saying mutual fund sahi hai, or buy ICICI mutual fund. How do you kind of integrate with it, and how do you make use of various assets? And today, we just saw the presentation earlier, the kind of opportunities that are available to deeply integrate and carry on the conversation. So I'd say it's opportunity brands to really ensure that one gets the best out of Champions Trophy.
I'd like to come to Vineet next. Now, you are a voice which the industry trusts when it comes to sports. What would be your advice on how should the marketers on this panel and also those in the audience, how should they go about integrating with Star Sports and Disney Hotstar for Champions Trophy?
So look, from a marketeer's perspective, I think the objective that a brand would possibly want to bring from a cricketing standpoint would be different for different platforms. Okay, so there's no one size fits all answer, because today with the entire digital ecosystem, deepening its whole reach and horizons, and we just heard a very interesting take from Harit in the opening session, where he gave a very good correlation of how the sales of bicycles have increased in this country, where there's so much of four-wheelers and two-wheelers. In fact, he spoke about metros also. So the similar correlation in the world of cricket as well, that TV is here to stay. I mean, TV is not going anywhere. I mean, that's a no-brainer, and we have heard and read lots about it. Having said that, there is a completely different ecosystem which is being built on the back of digital. I mean, CTV obviously is the most popular conversation and voice and point of view that most people would want to hear about. But there is a huge amount of audience watching on multiple screens. So today, more than a Champions League strategy, I think advertisers are looking at strategy for a sport or a league from a screen perspective. Depending upon what do they want to do, how do they want to engage their audience, who's the audience and where it is, and there are different cohorts, and therefore there is no one answer to your question. It all depends upon what your objectives are, what your engagement plan is, what do you want to achieve as your outcome. So audience is everywhere. Audience is there on non-live, audience is there on mobile, audience is there on TV, on CTV, everywhere. So it all depends upon what do you want to land.
So as Vineet said, there are a bunch of objectives for marketers when it comes to these big cricketing events. I'd like to come to you, Sonam, next. What is it about the Champions Trophy which is the most effective for Kellanova as a brand?
Let me just take a step back. I guess, the last week has been so busy. Have you guys noticed that someone like Chris Martin also acknowledged the power and strength of Indian cricket team? Who has forgotten the way he applauded Jasprit Bumrah? And if someone at that global level could do it, who am I as a marketeer to debate whether cricket works or does not work for me? I mean, come on. That was a different level that he spoke to. That is the power of emotion that cricket has. I think, while we all talk about efficiencies, we all talk about CPRPs, we talk about effectiveness, I think we are forgetting one of the core things that attaches cricket to an Indian, and that is the emotion. Whenever everybody watches cricket, there are certain instances when everyone says, "Arey, ye catch to main pakad leta, main agar hota to और अच्छी bowling डालता." So that kind of emotional level connection is something that only cricket has. And if my brand is present during such an emotional moment, I think it builds a different level of, a memory in his core. And that is exactly what I would want as a marketeer, to build that kind of emotional moment when my customer is receptive to taking that messaging. And therefore, having cricket or the Champions Trophy for that matter, considering the fact that there's going to be an India-Pakistan match, I think it's going to be an epic emotional moment. So I think let's all be ready for all of those moments when there'll be phones being thrown at TV screens, there'll be things being thrown around, and I think those emotions are real emotions. So I think that's the reason I'm all the more excited for the Champions Trophy to be there.
So cricket is an emotion. But if I were to narrow it down to ICC events, Mr. Ahmed, I'd like to come to you next. The Cricket World Cup in 2023 drew more than 500 million viewers both on TV and cricket, which obviously showcases that ODIs are here to stay and the reach is growing. How would you bring HTFC into this whole gamut of cricket, especially which is going to unfold in the next few months?
I think well established cricket is a passion, cricket is a religion, okay. And also well established that cricket no matter how many debate has been a part of it that cricket is being overdone or like, will the viewership fade away? Okay, but I think with every passing series, with every passing match, it's just coming here to stay that cricket is and always the mainstream that's going to make or break a brand, how you use it. It's very important, right? So I think a very important aspect from HDFC Bank point of view is how we leverage cricket. Okay, there is awareness, yes, but how are we, and it's a whole trinity that's happening, right? There is CTV, TV and mobile, right? How we use and how we make sense of the data, right? Who is watching at what screen? 70% of the viewership is happening, let's say in the first, what percentage of the matches? So how much time am I going to use it to establish my brand? After that, should I use it as a frequency builder? What creatives are going to establish my frequency builder vis-a-vis what creatives are going to establish my initial branding that I'm going to talk about, right? Which teams are going to constitute the maximum viewership? How I'm going to use them vis-a-vis the other team members, other teams where Indian viewership might not be that much. Okay, so what is the combination and what is the theory that I'm going to play over there? The last part of is active integration within the entire sports. Is it only advertisement? Or if I'm talking about a particular brand, how do I actively integrate in the entire championship trophy? Is very important for me, right? Because we have seen in the past cricketing instances that when there's an active integration, which is happening, like when you watch cricket, she rightly mentioned it's a passion. Along with passion comes food, because that's the other passion, right? So when you have something and there is something that's always happening, either you're watching it together, either you're ordering together. So what are the other things that you can correlate with along with cricket, which is also actively integrated within cricket, that gives you a maximum moment of truth of the product that you're talking about. So these things go hand in hand, and when you put all these things in totality, I think that gives us a great chance to kind of leverage cricket to its fullest.
Now from ICC matches, now I'll narrow it down even further. Now Champions Trophy is kind of coming to claim the prime time spot just before the IPL. So I want to know from you, Mr. Shah, what kind of marketing budgets are you going to dedicate to it?
Well,
I know you asked me to direct these questions, the tough questions to Jahid there, but go
yeah,
for it.
I think, but that's the biggest challenge right now, no? Because the budget is only finite, and how much to put here and how much, and I think people like Vineet help us in terms of deciding how to allocate the resources wisely. And like, he actually mentioned that it is not about just being present, but being present right. And not about just the top of the funnel, because there's so many brands competing in that space, especially for a brand like ICICI. We don't really need to use this opportunity for top of funnel awareness, etc. But how do you really get the performance bit right in terms of connecting all the dots, in terms of integrating well? And I think more Jio themselves, and now Hotstars themselves, and now it'll be very interesting to see how the whole Jio Hotstar partnership of getting everything together enables us to get more and more customers. So to your point, I think the true north for us is from a mutual fund category or from an ICICI category. The true north is increasing penetration of investors in India, and how does one really leverage the power of the medium to ensure that more and more people actually come to the category, more and more people ensure that their SIPs are continuing, more and more people are not panicking and going and redeeming. So 2 or 3 key objectives that as a asset manager or as a brand that we want to focus and drive, and accordingly allocate the budgets.
Coming to you, Vineet, and I would like to quote from your own report, which is the Group M Sporting Nation report, and it pegs, I think, it says 87% of the sports industry spends in 2023 came from cricket alone. Now, do you agree with that saying that there is nothing as too much cricket in India? And will Champions Trophy take a significant percentage of the marketing spends for 2025?
Yeah, so there is no doubt that cricket obviously takes the most of the budgets, and in the world of sport, I mean, it's a no-brainer. But talking about Champions Trophy, I think, think about it. I mean, we just concluded India-Australia in Australia. England is playing as we speak. We get into Women's Premier League. Champions Trophy thereafter, IPL thereafter, and Asia Cup. So you're packed till June, July already with cricket, okay? And we have seen enough and more times in the past that cricket is recession-free, cricket is COVID-free, got proved, and cricket is how much ever clutter we may want to talk about, because cricket is such widely reached and hugely followed and watched. It's also, the clutter is okay. I mean, people have reconciled with that because the kind of eyeballs you get on the back of cricket, no other, property on television or on digital platform, one property to give you that kind of a reach or viewership, whatever the way you would want to, and more importantly, engagement. Yeah. So therefore, it's a no-brainer that it's a tough challenge for us and for advertisers to actually allocate their budgets. And therefore I said in my first point that it all depends upon how sharply defined objectives you are able to carve out in a very competitive landscape from a marketing perspective also. It's not so easy because you need to have a yearly calendar for yourself in terms of your go-to-market strategy, your sales structures and all of that. So so the winner in this entire game is about whoever defines the objectives sharply will chase the audience in that particular direction. And today we obviously have realized that there are multiple different channels to engage your audience with. So yeah, at sharply defined objectives will deliver your results in terms of ROIs, and that's how you will allocate your budgets.
Just to add to Vinit also, from a brand's point of view, if we are clear what is the end goal, be it 6 months, be it 1 year, that we want to arrive at, we can actually get into a beautiful agreement on the entire series that's coming, one after the other. Because the not necessarily every series will be very expensive. What also it helps the brand is it builds a great affinity with sports. Like, okay, cricket, so like let's say today Stancy or Tata, you associate with marathon, right? So in that case, if my brand is getting associated over a long-term period viewership with every cricketing event that's happening, that's a great association to have, and the recall factor increases really. So if the brands have to be very clear that do we really want a long-term association, and then I think the negotiation power and the tool that both the brand and the partners and they all come together is really good. And that really helps for both the brand and the marketer's point of view. Yeah.
It shouldn't be a hit and miss, basically. Don't do it for,
Doesn't help.
superficial reasons.
Doesn't help, because then it's a spike, and then from the brand's point of view, then it's a degrowth.
Having said that, what works in the favor of Champions League compared to Champions Trophy compared to the India-England or the IPL is the hype around India-Pakistan, and the kind of aggregated audience you will get on that match, or though if you are lucky, we'll get 2 of those. That's something which is unprecedented, and that's where the entire focus will be.
And like Mrs. Shah said, this is one of those first occasions where JioStar is operating as a combined entity. Of course, we saw a little bit of that in the ongoing England tour of India. But also, this is the first time that, after a long time, after last year, where TV rights and digital rights are owned by one single entity. I want to ask you, Sonam, is that great for a marketer? Are you getting better deals, streamlining services better in this case?
In short, I don't have to go to multiple people. It's a one-stop place where I go and get all of my audience. So that's the answer that I have. Getting a little much more deeper is that it's not just all about the 30-second ad that I want to place. It's the plethora of services that will be there, right from top funnel to actually getting my conversions. Everything on CTV to mobile, getting a click to purchase happening on the spot. I think those are the things that give me much more value. All the AR, VR integrations, which are clutter breaking. As I said, a 30-seconder nowadays does not cut ice. How do I get ingrained into the consumer's mindset, mind space at such a moment where he is so invested into the property that he's watching? And these are the kind of innovations that will actually stand out. And if everything is under one place, controlled at one end, and I have got my entire audience at one expanse, I think that's a brilliant opportunity for me to be a part of.
So Neeta, actually, you mentioned India, England, and all of us opened the Jio Cinema app to watch India, England, and it said redirecting you to Hotstar, right? So basically, it's the first time that Jio is redirecting us to Hotstar and not keeping us there. So like Sonam said, it's easier for us.
Now, I'd like to go back to your past partnerships. Mr. Ahmed, I'd like to come to you. Now, HDFC has in the past partnered with Disney Hotstar in the 2023 Cricket World Cup. And this was the first party targeting of your own customers, which was a world first. Tell us a little about it and how did you go about it and what kind of results did you get?
Yeah, we were very clear, like we were coming on board with the cricketing tie-up, but the viewership is anywhere between, let's say, 300, 400 million. My number of cards penetration, we are like the highest in the country, but that's what, it might be in millions, like what, 3 to 4, right? So the whole idea is, how do I, the redundant advertisement. So while I consider that, okay, the cricket will help me in overall top funnel, let's say the awareness creation, but how do I target my so it came during what, Diwali, right? So how do I target my customers in cricket, talking about the offers that we really have and how those guys who are carded can actually go out and spend and kind of take leverage of the offers that they have. Okay. Otherwise, it becomes a very generic communication. So I think we were the first time where both the partners, we sat and discussed that how do I have a multi-objective in the same campaign. I create awareness for the cards, but I also target my own base, talking to them about the offers that they can avail in the respective geographies. Okay, so that was the first time when we had a very hashed first party integration where no data was kind of exchanged. Okay, but we had this partnership where, and I think Hotstar had this brilliant capability where they made multiple segments out of the entire audience space that were viewing the cricketing event, right? And then we could have our cohorts being targeted, which was layered on top of their, so they had a lot of segments. E-commerce segments, shopping, youth, mobile, and on top of each layer, we had our audience layered. So, and we had multiple creatives being running over there, which one was a mainstream creative, and to every cohort that were being targeted, we had different creatives. We had an apprehension that will it scale up? Okay, will it do justice to this whole thought process? Okay, much against it. It kind of did justice to the whole event, yeah.
Interesting. Mr. Shah, I think ICICI Prudential had also integrated with the T20 World Cup. What were the assets that you leveraged and what outcome did you basically get?
Yeah, so it was a combination of CTV mobile, on Hotstar, and we went as an associate entity level partnership also in terms of sponsorship. At the same time, leveraged a lot of innovations that Hotstar had to offer to us in terms of all the bands or segments, etc. And we were very, like Vineet mentioned, the objective was very clear in terms of what are the metrics that you are going to chase, and it is not only about getting your ad out there and association, etc. Because that by virtue of people watching cricket, looking at the ad in between overs or the targeting that you get is there. But what is the decoding of the campaign as the consumer understood it, or what are the flows that you get post that? So I think we really benefited. And look, I think we also got lucky because the kind of euphoria that happened as India progressed in the championship and in the end when lifted the cup. So it was a big jackpot for us from investment point of view. But having kind of normalized it, we believe that, like Zahid said, it is not only about being present in one tournament once in 4 years or once in 2 years, but have a clear calendar of how each campaign is going to partner with each event, and then build that continuum, because that really increases the affinity, that really makes space in the consumer mind and ensures that there is a continuous conversation in the mind of the consumer when it comes to, say, mutual funds and cricket, or when it comes to ICICI and cricket.
I'll just add one point on your integrated question of TV plus digital. See, what's important and what helps us is you are able to have an elevated conversation with the rights holder, in which case it's now JioStar, which is TV plus digital, because your brand KPIs also can be layered. So if your audience is in multiple different places, your KPIs need to change from that lens also. So the conversation becomes more sharper because you can work with the rights holder, which is the media rights holder, in this case JioStar, to actually derive some of those brand challenges that we have in terms of how do we solve for. Okay, it could be seasonal. Like for example, the last quarter of from a financial year standpoint is completely dedicated towards the BFSI category, right? I mean, your tax savings, insurances, and so on and so forth, right? It's going to be far more interesting to see how we as an agency with our clients and the media partners for cricket work towards arriving some sharper KPIs to deliver to our brands. I mean, that's going to be the biggest advantage in our mind when it comes to an integrated TV plus digital kind of an offer.
We talk about integration, also talk about CTV there. And all of you, I think, have your share of targeting elite customers. And when it comes to the Champions Trophy, I think you're looking at close to 120 million HT viewers, 66 million CTV households tuning into the game. Now, tell me, is that a massive opportunity? Let's start with you, Sonam.
Definitely yes. I think for Kellogg's, if I may say, our TG comprises of elite households, premium households, who are well aware as to what is a cereal category, what is a muesli category, and for them, I only need to do a reminder medium. I don't need to build my educative creatives with them, and therefore shorter formats really work well. So for example, if I have to do a muesli campaign, a reminder is good enough. Shorter the reminders, shorter creative edits are good enough as a reminder medium, and therefore investing on a platform that gives me that kind of scale, quick reach built up always works in favor. Also, for the fact is that this, as one of the panelists rightly said, it's that entire journey of a cricketing season that begins. So when I have to invest something, I don't look at it as one-off property, I'm looking at it as a strategy. And therefore, beginning from the Champions Trophy, that's where I have to look at it. If India-Pakistan is going to be the pivotal match, there are different other ad campaigns that are also surrounding it. Whether it is a social influencer campaign, whether it is surround campaigns that have been there, which have been planned for other mediums as well. So therefore, this property becomes the centerpiece, and there are multiple things that are circulating around this ecosystem. And therefore, it becomes really critical. Whenever there is cricket in the plan, it has to be the center of the plan. It cannot be just ad hoc and tactical buys. You have to think through it as a long-term strategy.
Jahid, would you like to add to that?
See, I think more than HD, what we are loving is the penetration of CTV. And I think as we grow, there's no other analog TVs getting sold. It's all smart TVs only. Right? And what CTV does is, it gives us, any idea how much time is being spent only on the first screen to decide which channel to go to? Guess? 7 minutes. Whooping 7 minutes. As much as we think that we know exactly what we're looking for. Now, it gives us great opportunity to leverage TV. Of course, now CTV is also trying to catch up to the rates of otherwise orthodox TV. But I think the impact that we were always missing in otherwise digital, which is known for its targeted communication, okay, I think that is what CTV is bringing on to us. Okay, so you have an audience layer, you have a high impact property, and you have a property which can communicate beyond, let's say, only 30 seconds, given the kind of the way I want to create and communicate. I think that's a brilliant thing that's happening with CTV shaping up. Okay, and with every TV also making it programmatic, the whole layer, which was frequency capping, is also kind of coming up with CTV. with programmatic supporting it. So I think this is a brilliant thing that's coming as an extension to my otherwise digital, which is TV becoming a part of my integrated digital panel, integrated digital campaign. I think that's something that's really wowing us. And that's where cricket will actually kind of come and help us, Andy, yeah.
Mr. Shah, you definitely want to add to that.
No, absolutely. I think, while you said the opportunity in terms of number of viewers or the audiences looking at Champions Trophy is one and one on during the match. Okay, the opportunity that, CTV offers, the opportunity that HD offers, and, how do you integrate the entire social media experience with it? Because today, it is not only about putting your ad up there and waiting for the consumer to look at it, but you can really carry on the conversations on various medium. I mean, in terms of targeting that is there on social media, you can actually know as a consumer who's watching whether to target him on a specific phone, whether to target him on a specific social media platform. And look, again, what Sonam said about the Coldplay experience, and just been trying to think about it. One is that, people saw Coldplay when at the concert, but I saw some reel which says that, इतनी रील्स आ गई है कोल्डप्ले के ऊपर, तो कॉन्सर्ट में जाने की जरूरत क्या है, सब कुछ तो रील में ही देख लिया है, राइट? सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ हाउ डू यू देन कैरी द चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी कॉन्वर्सेशन to the consumer there, and how do you get a brand fit, how do you get your communication fit there? It really amplifies the whole experience, and various things like moment marketing and all are available. So how do you really leverage on that rather than only putting your ad is the thing. To your point on specific opportunity, I think we as marketers, we also hope that India progresses well, because we also seen that it can really be a dampener if your home country doesn't progress well, and then what do you get of your investment? So that has to be some kind of course correction there also. So how do you make off I'm not saying India should not will not go, कि अगर नहीं गया तो then what do you do, and how do you ensure that your communication changes? Today I would say I'm a big fan of dynamic creatives rather than one creative which goes. So always have a plan B ready.
Plan B, interesting. But tell me, do each of you have a specific targeted campaign coming up for the Champions League on which kind of can carry you through the cricketing season?
Well, I think let's not decide right now on our media strategies. Okay, but as I told you, yes, cricket is a game changer. In like last year, we introduced PayZapp in a cluttered market, one of the last maybe wallets to come in. Okay, how we used it, okay, how much we leveraged is now a history, and it showed in our own spike. Okay, so I think it's a no-brainer that we have to be a part of it. Okay, some way or the other, and how much we take it. Okay, but yeah, it's kind of has to be there.
I think I was asking Jahid before the panel ki what's next, etc. And he started talking, and then he kind of course corrected, realizing that I am from ICICI. So, but yeah, all of us are thinking again to the point. It's about how do you execute it, because what Vineet mentioned in terms of getting the objective right, getting the creative right. How do you really align all the constituents in the ecosystem, including your creative agency, to ensure that you come with it? And I think a lot of brands do a great job at it. If you look at, and we are big fans of Dream11, right? As a brand, the kind of planning that goes into it, I think they really plan about 8 months ahead of IPL. While brands would be thinking of what to put on this IPL, I am pretty certain that a lot of brands are planning the next IPL campaign. So that strategic approach is supremely important if you are in for a long haul, rather than saying कि पहले यार वो Hotstar Jio जो deal दे दे. Depending on the deal, I will decide whether to participate, not participate, or depending on the discount that when it gets to the table, participate, not participate, and then go to the creative agencies. Gone are those days. I'd say critical planning, strategic intent is very, very, very important.
Sonam?
I am an FMCG company. I definitely have month-on-month plans. So yes, planning is definitely there. Evaluations are definitely happening. I think right now what we are evaluating is the right efficiency parameters, and I think the perfect creative and the content that would fit into it. I think that's where we are at.
One last question to you, Vineet. Now, a big advantage, I think, for ICC events is that, there's a strong dose of patriotism also involved. I remember peak currency on TV and digital during the Cricket World Cup final was 13 crore and digital 5.9 crore. And going back to the Coldplay example, when we had about 85 lakh viewers switching in, tuning in at that point. But does any other genre come even close to cricket?
The simple answer is no, yeah. The simple answer is no, because see, it's not only about it's also about the way we as a Team India has built itself, right? So leave aside one or two, series here and there, but we have been very consistently performing on all three formats of the game. Yeah, we may lose some, we may win some, but today Team India is a world beater, and today we have got big stars. I mean, we have got a Virat Kohli or a Rohit Sharma. Look at Rishabh Pant today, the way he has come out after a massive accident. Look at the way the younger generation, Surya Kumar Yadav, your Shubman Gill, coming up. So you have a massive bench strength, and so therefore it's definitely a religion, but it's something which is followed 24/7. And while this panel, we only spoke about the live, which is mainly about the World Cups, ICCs and the IPLs. There is a massive non-live ecosystem which is also there. So while Champions Trophy is going to be predominantly about those big matches, moments, and India-Pakistan, imagine India-Pakistan will have two matches, but they will have so many conversations around those matches in the non-live digital ecosystem, which is mainly social, driven by social. I think that's also something to tap and ponder upon, right? So there are multiple opportunities. The patriotism is there all over, and I think we are an emotional country also, and that emotion is going to be flowing on a very, very high scale for the next 30 days for sure.
Super. So the time's up. Let me quickly conclude. I think the Champions Trophy is considered as the World Cup of Champions by some. And going by what we heard on the panel, I think the marketers here are clearly championing it too. So thank you so much for the fabulous discussion that we had today. And yeah, we'll see what unfolds during the Champion Trophy.
Thank you so much. And with that, if I may request the panel to please stay back, allow me an opportunity to call upon the co-founder, CEO of Air Media, Mr. Atin Sharma, to please join us and help us with the felicitation of all our key panelists. Of course, with that, I'd also like to humbly thank Neeta for curating this panel, and of course, Abhijit, Jahid, Sonam and Vineet for contributing your knowledge on the same. Do we have Mr. Sharma with us? Yes, let's get him on the stage and allow us an opportunity to have him felicitate. That's Atin Sharma, the co-founder, CEO of Air Media. Can we get the token of appreciation, of course, starting with Mr. Abhijit. Abhijit and Atin in one frame. Let's get them together and get a photograph clicked. Abhijit? Along with the token, okay, first let's get a group photograph in the center. Ladies and gentlemen, a warmer round of applause. Hashtag India brand Conclave as one word. Well, we just covered up with the maximizing brand and business success with ICC events. Across screens in GeoStar, if I could request now Atin and Abhijit to come in one frame. Let's get them together. Jahid, thank you so much for joining us. Sonam, thank you so much. Thank you, Vineet. Thank you for joining us today. And Neeta, thank you so much for curating the conversation. And with that, a very warm thank you to all of you for joining in. So ladies and gentlemen, our featured hashtag for today, you'd like one with the token of the group photo is already done. Okay, one more. I think we can do the group photographs then towards the end only, so that we can get the best smiles for all of them. Thank you so much. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, our featured hashtag for today is hashtag India Brand Conclave as one word. Also a reminder of the social media contest. All of you who are on Instagram, as we'd like to popularly call it IG, all you got to do is follow Exchange for Media, check out the pinned post, comment your answer to that question, and a couple of you could be the winners of an amazing gift hamper. So stay tuned as we're going to be declaring the winners shortly. Now, when it comes to time to building a strong brand identity, one thing is clear: being everywhere your consumer is. That is truly the name of the game. Omni-channel marketing isn't just a buzzword. It's a bridge between the brand and engagement. And as we already saw in our spotlight session, how Mondelez has been incorporating omni-channel marketing in their campaigns. On this panel, we have gathered the brightest minds in marketing to decode the art and science of omni-channel strategy, where every interaction counts, every channel matters, and every customer is the king. Allow me an opportunity to now invite our eminent panelists on stage. Starting with Mr. Amit Verma, Chief Executive Officer and founder of Digitup. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Anuja Trivedi, Chief Marketing Officer, Shimaru Entertainment. Thank you, Anuja, for joining us. Chandan Bagwe, Managing Director, e4m Digital. Chandan, thank you for your valuable time. Iram Kidwai, SVP and Head of Marketing, Aegis Federal Life. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Also, we'd like to welcome Supratik Sengupta, Head of Marketing, Consumer Healthcare, Lupin Limited. Thank you, Mr. Sengupta, for joining in. And this dynamic discussion is going to be moderated by Ms. Kanchan Srivastava, Senior Editor and Group Editorial Evangelist of Exchange for Media. Let's give Ms. Kanchan a warmer round of applause as we welcome her. So with that, if I may request all of you to be kindly seated. And Kanchan, with that, over to you to take forward with your panel.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon and very warm welcome to all of you. So we have gathered the brightest minds in the industry here to solve the ultimate omni-channel puzzle. So how to engage consumers who scroll past ads faster than I swipe the Netflix right button. Okay, so jokes apart, so let's start with a quiz. Do you know which brand was the first to start the omni-channel marketing? Any guesses? So according to Google, it was a Best Buy. It's an American electronics retailer which started omnichannel marketing in 2003 to compete with Walmart. Yeah. So I think 2 decades down the line, omnichannel marketing is now essential for every category across markets, including India, where we have, very competitive market, right? So let's start the discussion. I would like to start with you, Suprati. What strategies have worked for you, in creating a unified identity for your brand across the customer touch points?
Thanks E4m for having us here. And warm good afternoon to all of you bearing with us. I think 5 marketeers sitting together is very difficult to not to get into a debate or mic snatching moments. So coming to, sorry, I am a little bit under the weather. See, if you talk about unified identity, and I understand that by identity we are meaning the look and feel of the brand, the mnemonics and everything. See, I come from the FMCG background. I think FMCG has decoded that, managed that almost 15 years back through brand guideline, brand guardrails, brand books, where you know which Pantone to use, which font to use, which weightage to give in, across media, how to take that forward. So across touch points, the uniformity is not that challenge, not that a challenge anymore in terms of FMCG, CPG industry perspective. Other industries have picked that up. I think consumer durables and everybody now is doing that. But what I would like to bring in is another dimension is it's not about how unified across you are. It is about also how long you are unique. Like I am seeing in Indian context, almost every automobile brands are changing their logos. Like last 5 years, Mahindra changed 3 times. JLR changed, and I think we all marketers shouted that, what the heck? They killed the brand, they killed the Jaguar, they killed the brand. Air India changed. So, and again, there are 1,000 examples where nothing changed. So, the main fundamental aspect is that how long also you would like to hold on to that single identity or single look and feel. I'll give one more example in the sense that it is not the identity per se in my mind, because today almost everybody is visible, and it's visible in a very ample manner. There's no dearth of visibility. The key thing is that whether you are engaging with it, and the topic as this says. See, in classical marketing style, you are not supposed to tweak with a brand or brand logo or something like that. But look at Google. It's almost every week they do a kind of contextual logo formatting. Again, in an FMCG, CPG world, it is absolute no-no. You should not touch it. But they do it, and they get away with it because they created that particular dynamics of that particular brand character into their unique characteristics of the brand. So to me, it is not just the logo, color, and the font which holds your brand unification across the channel or across the omni-channel. The key point is to hold the brand's character as a kind of unmistakable, unique thing across all channels. So you might get away with changing the logo color a little bit, tweaking something. But as long as you are honest about your brand characteristics, I think that will get you through the omni-channel challenge or omni-channel opportunities.
Very interesting perspective. So logo and color is not important, but character is. So coming to you, e4m, how do you gather insights, to craft a unified brand identity? I mean, you conduct surveys, social media polls, anything else?
Yeah, so very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for being here and giving us this opportunity to talk about something so important as, what do we do as a brand custodian in today's day and age, and how do we, use omni-channel marketing to showcase our presence. Coming back to your question, I think the importance of survey can be signified from the fact that this discussion started with a survey. So Kanchan asked everybody, a question, right? When it comes to brand marketing, or in fact marketing, 25 years ago when I started my career as a marketer, there were very limited resources with us to do surveys, and they were mostly physical. You needed to engage a big or a medium agency, like the Nielsen's of the world, or at that time BlackRock, and you need to pay through your noses. Plus, you need to take care of biases that tripped in the survey. So it was a very physical exercise for brands. Today, I don't understand, and that's what I keep telling my team as well as my management. When you have this opportunity to do quick social media surveys, why can't we integrate surveys, FGDs, finding out facts about what we intend to do, validating our course of action when we are talking about our brand strategies every quarter. And that's exactly what we need to do. Even the smallest decision that is taken at the brand level involves a lot of costs. And I have an aversion for people or brand managers and marketers who say, sir, gut feel se decision lete hain, gut feel se. There's nothing called gut feel. I mean, gut feel, okay, I'm not a proponent of, doing surveys for every other thing, but at least you should inculcate as part of your strategy. Because when you're talking about omnichannel, and as you very rightly said, sir, when you're thinking of having your brand presence throughout the journey of your customer, whether that journey is physical, online, digital, or phygital, these surveys, these finer nuances that will give you insights as to what is required for your brand to be accepted by the customer. What is the identity of your brand that the customer will accept, whether he or she is browsing, whether she is inside your store or in your office, or she's undertaking a journey of buying your product, maybe half of which is physical, half is digital. And these surveys are very, I mean, today, in today's age and world, you can actually, there's no bias, as I've already said. They are very, very cost effective. You can actually reach a more number of people. You can divide your segmented audience into further cohorts. So when you have so much of advantage on social media surveys, I don't know why marketers shun away from them. I think the importance is you cannot explain the fact that I'm going to spend X amount in reconstructing my omni-channel journey, but I cannot spend 2% of that X or 3% of X throughout the journey. I think it's the surveys and FGDs and stuff like that foolproof your end-to-end omni-channel brand journey.
Yeah, I think it is very dynamic these days, right? So Chandan, now coming to you, e4m talked about consumer journey, and I would like to understand how should one blend his website, app, social media, and all channels, seamlessly so that consumer does not get lost.
First of all, thank you, Kanchan. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panel members, for this opportunity. The most important part of this journey is the brand identity. So once you have this brand identity, you can define, how it goes across all the different channels and platforms. So how do you define brand identity? So there are three main factors. First factor is your brand pillars. Second is your brand guidelines. And third is your brand positioning. So I'll take each one by one. So first is brand pillars. So Supratik was saying that, there is a brand logo, brand vision, etc. So brand pillars are the points where, you have your company organization has your values, vision, mission, ethos. But along with that, you have USPs and unique benefit points or propositions. So USPs, everybody knows. USPs is how great your products are, you define those. But UBP is very important. So unique benefit proposition, which is what customer is looking for. So that is what you have to put forward. So that takes care of your brand pillars. The second part is the brand guidelines. This is very important, where Supratik was mentioning, whether logo is important, the colors are important. Yes, they are very important. So the brand identity comes along with your brand logo, brand color, brand symbols. Then there is a brand voice, brand tone, communication style, etc. So these are very important factors which comes as part of your brand guidelines. And the third most important, to define brand guidelines or brand communication, brand style, you have positioning. Now positioning, as you all know, as part of marketing, 4 P's of marketing: products, price, place, promotion, and segmentation, targeting. Position most important. So you have to define who is your segment, who is your target customer, for which you always have segmentation, behavioral segmentation, demographic segmentation, geographic segmentation, so on and so forth. So, and in which you have a need or the pain points of the customers, which defines, according to the pain points, you will have to define your benefits to the customer and put forward your identity to the customer. So I'll give you an example which will answer your question. I'll give an example of Forest Essential, which is a very well-known brand, which is the lifestyle or lifestyle Ayurveda. Okay. So what do? So they have websites, social media, they have packaging, they have customer service, they have their customer sales staff, they have retail outlet, and they have the brand, the partnerships. So all this defines and carries forward their ethos, their brand positioning across all the channels, including the colors. When you say the colors, they have golden rich colors. When you say their brand communication, in the brand communication they have information about Ayurveda, information about ingredients, information about how to use the product, what are the skincare routines, correct? So all this information you will see also in the packaging, you will see also on the website, also on the social media. When you talk to their customer support or sales staff, they have also this information. So if you see all this identity spread across all their websites, social media, across channels, it creates a complete impact. Also, if you know their brand partners, which is wellness, wellness spas and wellness centers. So that's what their brand partners are. So that's how the communication flows. So that's what it is.
Very crucial points you made. Now coming to you, Anuja, you represent content industry, and I think most of us are aware of the brand. I mean, I still remember in my childhood, we used to, get 3-4 video films to watch on, VCR. So the brand is stuck in everyone's mind, But now challenges are manifold. We have many platforms. So how do you position your shows and content uniquely in a cluttered environment?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here, and super question. I think at Shimaru, the first thing is that our task is to surprise and delight our consumer through every story that we tell. For us, every story is a brand. So the big piece is, what do I tell my consumer through my story? And what is that one line of the story that will make my consumer excited? And what do I then, through that one line, how do I use my marketing campaign to sort of elevate the one line of the story? The way I would think of it is, when we do our marketing campaign, let's say there is a story that we have, and how do we now take it forward with our consumer? So my marketing campaign is about taking the one line and saying, okay, first of all, there are the 3 things that I need to do through my campaign. The first is, how do I grab attention? It's a very cluttered environment. How does my promo in the first 3 seconds sort of, through a sound, through a visual, through a celebrity, get people to notice? The second part is then, how do I get my audience to see relevance and to see engagement through that promo? For example, let's say it's the story of a widowed mother finding love again. But the question we ask our consumer is, how would you feel if you were told that your child is not your child? Suddenly it becomes a problem that is relevant to a lot more people. And finally, since I'm expecting my consumer to come and spend the most precious commodity that they have, which is time, with us, the question is, how do I leave them with a hook? How do I leave my promo or my campaign or my static in such a way that they have no choice but to come and check it out when it comes to, my platform? That is how we think of any new story. And I think a lot of people have spoken about omni-channel. How do you take that one single line of messaging and portray it differently on each of the platforms, from your promo to your static to your social? So it's the same one line, but the way we communicate it will be very, very different on each, but it all sort of comes back to that one umbrella thought. I think Supratik touched upon it, Chandan touched upon it. So that is how any story or any brand for us gets built. And we keep sort of doing it like muscle memory. You succeed sometimes, and that umbrella thought comes through. And when that happens, you have a successful product.
A very interesting insight indeed. So now coming to you, Amit. How crucial is website and app optimization for omni-channel experience, and what kind of challenges you face right now?
Yeah, okay. So, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Well, firstly, I will speak a little bit about the topic and then come to the question. It's omni-channel, role of omni-channel in brand engagement and identity. The funny part for me, it's a difficult topic, I think. But then of how many companies are able to do omni-channel marketing? I think they would dream any company would dream that, oh, I wish I can be, doing omni-channel marketing. That means I can be on the roadside, I can be on the newspaper, I can be on the website, I can be on social media, I can be on the influencer and so on. And the kind of money it takes, it's only reserved for very handful of the organizations. Not every organization can do the omni-channel marketing, right? So answer is role, yes, very important role, but can you do it? So I don't think so. I'm not saying that omni-channel is not important. I'm just saying that one should know what are the avenues available for marketing and what are those omni-channel avenues and what will work for people, what will work for the brand, what will work for a particular company. We have brands like Lijjat Papad, right? I'm not sure which omni-channel marketing they had done. We have just most recent one is Minimalist, which is sold for 3,000 crores to Unilever. I'm not sure if they have done any omni-channel marketing, but they're a great brand. So it's important to set the strategy right, understand from an omni-channel perspective what would work and what would not, and of course, it's needless to say that doing the right branding and having the right efficiency is important. Even if you have the money, are you able to efficiently run an omni-channel marketing? It's a very difficult question and a very difficult thing to do efficiently. Companies are burning enormous amount of money and always asking the questions, they're not having the ROI, right? They don't have a clue, in fact. So that where the money is going, we're not having traction. So, and I agree with Arum saying that at least it gives you a platform to understand, okay, if your branding is right or wrong. Maybe at least use the marketing channel to ask the questions, is my branding spot on? Am I able to communicate what I want to communicate through these marketing channels rather than, pushing your product into the face of customer? So another thing is, you see these Shark Tank episodes where, a lot of brands are coming and you can see I would say they're choosing the right platform. Some of them just giving 0.5% of equity. Why are they giving 0.5%? The only reason to be there is doing marketing, that's all. And that is the channel it will work for. So they have picked up one channel, they know it and they're going. There are many brands who don't know that maybe I can go to the Shark Tank. So now coming to the question on websites and so on, yes, it's very important. It's only going to be more important because of the transformation, digital transformation we are having around the globe with AI and so on. Having a web presence is of critical importance now. So you will see, I'm not seeing it currently, but in India, we're going to see that B2B companies are going to ask a lot of questions as they usually ignore that part, that we are a B2B company. We don't get clients from the websites and so on. But it's no longer just your face. So there are avenues available, but then you can utilize those avenues only if you have a URL. If you don't have a URL, what are you going to do? And if that URL is not engaging properly, if it is not built properly, then it's not going to work. So even before you start using all your omni-channel avenues, you have to come back and see that URL. And I'm saying URL because that URL has content. It has your brand logo. It has everything is over there. So if you put it some off-the-shelf images and spelling mistakes and all that shit, and then expecting that other omni-channel marketings would work, I doubt. And in Shark Tank, many episodes you see the sharks are basically clearly, anytime they see that there is a brand whose logo is here and there, they're telling them immediately that, come on, fix your branding a little bit. So yeah, that's my perspective.
A very interesting perspective indeed. So now coming back to you again, Supratik, can you share an example of, your successful campaign where omni-channel marketing reinforced your brand identity?
So to me, omni-channel means fundamentally telling the same story, giving the same experience to the consumer across different touch points. Fundamentally, that is to me the omni-channel, and I think all of us are telling that. So in my last assignment, I was marketing packaged branded rice. And a big brand, number one celebrity, number one chef of the country was advertising those brands. I'll just tell the story and then that will probably answer the question which you were saying. Beautifully shot, the best food stylist coming out of Singapore, they do the styling and then somebody shot the product and everything, beautifully done. You feel like reaching out for that bowl of rice immediately, even if you're not hungry. So I'll just halt there. And now if you walk into any burger joint and on the LED board you see the burgers, the picture. And the burger which you get on the plate are pretty different. They are very distant cousins. And even if you see, there is a disclaimer under that menu board, is that the actual product may not match the image of the menu. Yeah. Okay. So the appetizing picture which is there on the menu card or on the LED board, which is not that what you get out of it when they serve it. But we felt that as a brand, we should not do that. And I'll tell you what is the genesis of that. One consumer, one lady from, I think Kanpur, yeah, she wrote back to us that, okay, your rice looks great on the pack, your rice looks great on the advertisement, but even your sales promoter who was showing that cooked rice on the mall or the Reliance Food Mart or other D-Mart or any, they can't even cook that properly, they don't even look same. Keep aside when I am cooking at my home. So the experience which you are showing in terms of the advertisement, in terms of all other social media and everything, I'm not getting that. And that triggered a lot of debate at our end that how do I standardize that experience across. And just to cut the long story in the sense, we participated with, or rather partnered with one rice cooker making company. We told them to create a particular temperature control, create a particular process of cooking that rice in a certain minutes. We trained all our sales promoters through that mechanism so that almost at a 90% case, when she is cooking at the venue or the kiosk or the promoting table, the consumers are getting not exactly equal of what they're seeing in the advertisement, but that's getting something which is brilliant, which is beyond ordinary. Because the brand tagline was, "Banega to farak dikhega." Now, if I don't give that experience back to the consumer, then I'm not doing the right thing to the consumer. So net, I think creating that same experience, telling that same story across wherever consumers are interacting with me as a brand is fundamentally, as a marketer, we'll have to drive that. And no matter what, that cannot be compromised, that cannot be sacrificed.
Very interesting case study indeed. So standardization of experience is very important. I mean, I think, Zomato, I can think of Zomato. Their tone of communication is kind of, is, very consistent, right? Witty, relatable, engaging. So, Iram, I would like to, understand how do you define your brand's voice and ensure that every team member reflects this across media?
Sorry, Kanchan. I think what you were saying, the tone of communication. See, that is the easy part. The consistency of the tone of communication can be managed. The consistency of delivering that experience on the ground is the most difficult part.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kanchan. And I think Supratik has actually highlighted the answer to the question that you asked. In fact, Chandan also referred to the same. I think everything starts when you building your brand entity, and I think Chandan pointed it out. It consists of a couple of things, right? It is the positioning, it is the brand value, the mission, the vision that you hold for the brand, and what comes out is a brand persona, right? Now that is what you need to live with. Whether it's digital, physical, phygital, omni-channel, it doesn't make any difference. Whether it's on your shop floor, on your back-end office, to the front-end customer-facing assets like websites, your digital assets like apps, it doesn't make a difference. You have to define your brand persona. And that is why what is going to separate you and give you a USP over your maybe peers and competitors also. And as Supratik said, it is not about having tonality of voice or of a brand, or having a certain way in which you showcase the logo, the color scheme, the palette. Yes, those things are the basics. Obviously, everybody does it. It is the experience that your brand is giving to the customer. Now, I'll give you an example that just came to my mind. And I think there's no harm in naming the company, because I am not pointing fingers at anybody. My daughter, when she was small, we used to frequent Malaysia, Southeast Asia a lot, because my in-laws were there. We were in Malaysia, and one of the brands, I think you're aware, Toys R Us, right? Big, huge brand, just like our Hamleys now in India. We used to shop from there. And then we went to Vietnam, and there was a small but medium-sized store, which was something like Toys R Us. I mean, you know, the board was there. And we entered, and she must be, what, 7 years old? And there were a lot of toys, and she was just going through the toys and looking at those toys. And then she said, "Papa, this is not Toys for Us." And I was shocked. And I asked the manager, "Is it Toys for Us?" And he said, "No, this is not Toys for Us. This is Toys R Us." And we got back outside. It was a sort of a, you know, one of those small mom and pop shops. They had said Toys R Us. Now, as adults, me and my wife, we just walked into the store thinking this Toys R Us. But look at the customer, which is a 6-year-old. She has had experience of the brand in other stores, which she has registered in her mind. That is what you do with your brand in an omni-channel environment that will keep you afloat and maybe give you the brownie points over your competitors. That is what we want to highlight, I think, as a panel. It is the experience that you deliver. If you're not able to deliver the experience, don't touch that. As very rightly pointed out, website is one of the many assets that you need to enhance and keep on enhancing. But if you think that the experience you are giving on the shop floor, on the office floor, is not same as on the website, please, you need to course correct that first and then move on to other things in marketing. So the uniformity of experience is what will actually, as brand managers and brand custodians, help us to deliver the goods.
Yeah, right. So I think building on Supratik and Iram's argument, Chandan, I would like you to basically explain the strategies to integrate physical and digital touch points.
Yeah, I will touch base upon few strategies that are widely used in physical to digital, marketing. So the first strategy widely uses the integrated advertising campaign. So that is the first. I will name few more. So there is a click and collect strategy. Then there is a shop and look strategy. Then you have social media contests and in-store promotions strategy. And you have loyalty programs strategy. So I'll touch base upon all these 4 or 5 strategies. So the first is the integrated campaign. So I'm talking about integrated advertising campaign, whereas you run an ad campaign digitally to send the customers to the retail outlet to avail discounts and offers. So this is direct digital to physical connect strategy. Second strategy is click and collect. Now this has been used very effectively by IKEA and also Tata Click. So they have their websites. On their websites, people can see the product. They can see all this information. They can shop for their product, and when they come at the payment gateway, they select click and collect. Now, why this is important? Because you can when the product is ready, you get the notification. Customer goes to the store. They can test the product. They can trial the product, and then they can take home the product. Most important part here is why this is important, because the shipping cost is saved as well as the rejection ratios goes down. So rejections rates on the e-commerce are rising. In European countries it's very, very high, and in India also the rejection rates are going higher and higher. So this is very important strategy which is being used. The third is a shop and look strategy, where you have a website where while looking at the product You can see how it looks on, if you're buying apparel, you can see, how it looks on the model. If you are checking some other B2B products, you can see how the case studies are. When you go to the shop, when you are looking at the actual product, there is a QR code. You click on the QR code and again see the similar, get the similar experience, which helps you to buy the product and take your decision faster. So this is shop and look, which is exactly opposite of click and collect. Third is social media contests, which generally are run on social media platforms where you go, participate in some kind of contest, upload the photos for a particular theme, then put comments on the specific hashtags, and then you won the contest. The same kind of contest, and you will have to go to the store to collect the products or get the discount coupon redeemed. But at the same time, in the shop floor or at the retail outlet, you have same contest running, which is integration of both physical and digital. So this is the fourth example, and the fifth example is the loyalty program. Again, IKEA has used this loyalty program very effectively. They have IKEA Family, in which they give very high discounts and offers and coupons for their loyal customers, as well as they give early notifications for if the sales are coming. So this is how they connect digitally as well as physically.
Nice
Thank you.
explainer indeed. So Anuja, now coming back to you, how do you see the role of AI and machine learning shaping the future of marketing? And you have to be really quick because we are running out of time.
Okay, I will try to be quick. Three things, I think. The first is, I think we have a lot of data, very granular data coming from different sources. If you look at media and entertainment, you have BARC data, there is digital data, social, Google, Facebook, but not necessarily does this data talk to each other. So the big piece that AI will hopefully help is to make sense of this data, one, quickly, and second, more effectively. That's what one would hope for from AI as point one. The second is, I don't think AI is here to replace creativity. I think thankfully there is still art and not just pure science. But yes, I think being able to render multiple creatives, being able to render creatives differently for different mediums to your TG is something that I think AI can do a lot more effectively. And I think overall, the way we used to do campaigns in the past, where you run a campaign and then wait for results to come, I think now, and I think somebody touched upon it in the previous panel as well, I think that plan A, plan B, you are much more, your results are out like on day 2 or day 3 on social media and on your digital campaigns and your performance marketing. So having those plan Bs and plan Cs and being able to course correct is something that AI and machine learning should really help with.
Yeah, plan A, B, and C. Amit, what is your perspective on AI in marketing?
Well,
just quickly, yes.
Last panel I had said that there is a lot of hype on AI, which needs to be toned down. If it is being used to accomplish a big task, usually it ends with failure. But if you're using AI and for here and there, like support roles, it's usually very successful. So wouldn't add more than that. Everybody is using AI for their smaller ask, and it's great. But if you're creating a moonshot project, it's going to be quite a difficult thing to have success out of it. But because it still depends a lot on data. Last thing is, since we're talking about a brand, and omni-channel marketing, you can use AI, you can use the technologies. But if you're selling to everyone, you're not selling to anyone. True. So your branding has to be very, very narrow, very, very precise. Then things would work for you. So,
yeah. Thank you everyone for this wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And with that, since Amit,
your company, Digitop, are the gifting partners, and of course, Power to Evolve being your tagline. If we may request you to do us the honor of felicitating all our panelists. So can we get the token of appreciation on the stage? Anuja, first can we request you to please join us in the frame with Mr. Amit Verma. Let's get one picture if you can. All right, okay. We're going to be going to Chandan, then of course, e4m. e4m, thank you so much for joining us. A big thank you to Supratik as well. Supratik, thank you so much for joining us today at the panel. And then, of course, towards the end, we have Ms. Kanchan, who has moderated this conversation. And with that, if I could request all of you, well, he's the gifting partner. He's decided to gift all of you today. All right, so can we request all of you to please step forward and let's get them in one frame. Can we have a bigger and a mightier round of applause for what a fantastic discussion it has been. Truly, after this panel, we're clear to say that the role of omni-channel marketing is very integral in building a strong identity. With that, we're going to be going ahead to our next panel, but before that, allow me an opportunity to remind you that there's going to be a lucky draw for all of you, so stay tuned. But also the social media contest is live. All you got to do is go to Instagram, check out the pinned post on Exchange for Media's IG, comment in your answer. We're going to be shortly declaring the winners of the same. With that, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seat belts because we're about to hit the marketing expressway. In a world where trends change faster than the favorite reel goes viral, agility is no longer a choice, but it is a survival skill. From shifting gears on the fly to make sharp turns with precision, this panel truly will bring the marketing leaders who have mastered the art of thinking on their feet, adapting with ease and delivering big results. With that, allow me an opportunity to invite all our eminent panelists, starting with Janani Kandaswamy, Head of Marketing, Preeti Kitchen Appliances, Varsuni. Let's give her a warm round of applause as we invite her. We also have Siddharth Dabare, the Chief Business Officer of Lemma. Siddharth, thank you for giving us your valuable time. Shweta Iyer, SVP and Head of Marketing, Kisht. Shweta, thank you for joining us. Vinay Srivastava, Vice President and B2C Head of Bangay, India. Thank you so much, Vinay, for joining us. And guiding this session to uncover the secrets of agility, it's none other than Udit Verma, co-founder and CMO of Trackia. With that, Udit, we leave it in your able hands to curate the conversation forward.
Thanks a lot. I don't want to become the barrier between you and the lunch, so I'll keep it very, very short. So I'll keep around 45 minutes, but it feels like 45 seconds to you. All right. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to host this session in front of the curious audience and with the knowledgeable industry leaders. Guys, starting from Janani, can you please introduce yourself very quickly?
Hello, I'm Janani. I'm heading marketing at Preeti Kitchen Appliances, Varsuni, India. I'm new to the consumer durable sector. I've been in Varsuni, I think, for the last 4 months. Prior to that, been a marketer across industries, FMCG, telecom, auto. So I think agile marketing is having a different definition across various industries because it's at various different stages. And I think I can bring a lot of different perspectives, therefore.
Yeah, Siddharth, please.
Hi, I'm Siddharth. I'm Chief Business Officer at Lemma. Lemma, we are into programmatic, digital out of home, and also we have a large supply around connected TV and digital media. And programmatic is all about agile. So it will be an interesting discussion for all of us to understand how agile approach can help us in marketing.
Hi, my name is Shweta Iyer. I am the SVP and Head of Marketing at Kisht. We are in consumer lending. Prior to this, I was working with, I'm a cross-category marketer. I worked across telecom, OTT, technology. I was with Z5, I was with Vodafone. I've also worked with a couple of D2C brands. And agile is a way of life now. So looking forward to a great discussion.
Hi everyone, I am Vinay. I lead the consumer business at Bungi. Bungi is one of the leading companies in oil manufacturing and selling. We have iconic brands like Dalda, Gagan, Fiona and others. Agility in marketing, I believe, with the consumer evolving so fast, and when I was given this topic, I said I need to latch on to this. I believe there's no other way to survive and do well in business today without having a very agile marketing.
And I am Udit, your host and those not ghost. So, yes, guys, what do you think about agile marketing and how do you implement agile marketing into your marketing strategies?
Should I start?
Yeah, please.
What marketers are generally used to in traditional industries is the whole broadcast approach, right? Which is the conventional waterfall approach where there is a single messaging and it is one-way communication to the audience. I think where agile marketing has come into picture is it's made this broadcast approach into a conversational approach. It's no longer single, it's an interactive, and it's also more experiential. And because of this, there is a unified or a holistic view of the consumer, which the marketer starts getting to know. It's no longer just purchase-led, but it's a complete behavior plus transactional-led consumer view that's becoming more and more important in agile marketing. So for me, I think that's what defines the transition from traditional to agile.
So, Siddharth, what about you? Like, what do you think about agile marketing, and how are you implementing the agile marketing in your marketing strategies?
Yeah, so Lemma is a leader in programmatic digital out of home, and out of home is a traditionally an impact medium. It's a great medium to generate awareness about your brand, or if you're doing a new launch and so on and so forth. What we have done is we have connected out of home and collecting the audiences who are getting impacted by out of home and getting them into digital full funnel, where we are able to also help brands with conversions and ROI. So that's where it's a very innovative solution. Traditionally with out of home, it is not exactly connected to digital full funnel, but with this solution you are able to drive performance also out of the impact properties. And as Janani was saying, you also get to understand what in real time is happening with your campaign, and you can tweak your messaging also. And programmatic digital out of home also allows you to change your creatives, connect your creatives with any macro trends which are happening, for example, weather or sports score and so on and so forth. So the whole element of digital and programmatic brings that element of agility in a very strong way, and that's where you are able to tweak your campaign in real time as well.
All right. Shweta, what about you?
So in our industry, in fintech, or any other industry for that matter, I think agile marketing has two manifestations. One is how agile you are internally as a marketing team, and speed to market, which is how fast you are reaching the customer, and both are interrelated. Internal agility depends a lot on collaboration, a lot on having in-house teams creating all the marketing collaterals, defining the marketing strategy, and external go-to-market depends a lot on market factors, compliance guidelines, regulation that keeps getting announced, especially in the fintech sector. There is a lot of regulation that keeps coming almost overnight. So for us, it's very important to be agile. Like I said, it's a way of life. Anything that comes in requires almost an overnight reaction. And external go-to-market, speed to market depends a lot on internal agility. And one of the ways we've done it, and sorry to all my agency colleagues in the audience, what we've done for internal agility is completely eliminated partners, completely eliminated an agency factor, because at some point or the other we saw that as a factor that kind of limits our speed. For some elements we do have, for some streams we do have agency partners, but most of our work happens in-house. And especially as a fintech product company, it's important for us to collaborate more with product teams, technology teams. So this is how agile marketing comes to life. Quick reaction, in-house teams, better collaboration.
You make most of the audiences sad because you guys are not onboarding agencies.
Yeah, that's why I apologized in advance.
All
Because
right.
I come from an agency background, so I also know how important it is to have a partner.
Agreed, agreed. And like, so you guys are having regulations, they're very cutthroat regulations. How do you, able to implement agile marketing with these or with all these regulations?
Yeah, so for us, because there is increased RBI scrutiny, we cannot afford to have a longer reaction time. Everything, be it our product, our app, our website, our social media, everything requires quick action. RBI does not allow for, I mean, usually they have a cutoff, but it's important for us to start educating the customer immediately. The other factor that impacts fintech industry is the amount of scams and frauds that happen during online transactions. So on a daily basis, there could be somebody who has misused an OTP, somebody who has been scammed. We keep seeing in the news about all these online scams that keep happening. So these two factors, RBI regulation and scams, especially scams, requires us to go to market immediately and educate our customers. So almost on the fly, we create content. Content creation happens in a very agile fashion with our in-house teams. Sometimes our own employees pose as models. I think that is something that all marketing teams do. We get our own employees, our own teams to create content. There is quick scripting, there is quick execution, shot on a mobile phone. It goes online almost within a few hours.
Perfect. So Vinay, coming back to you.
Yeah. So adding to what my fellow speakers have said, the way I look at agility in marketing, it's more need of the hour today than a choice. It has become now a necessity actually. It's like roti, kapda or makan. If you have to build a strong, vibrant business which is growing fast, I believe there is agility in marketing is one of the key ingredients into it. And just citing some examples of what we are doing at Bungie, especially, so let me just give you a couple of examples. The first one is we're doing now real-time consumer insighting. So we're using social listening in a big way. We have also moved away from very large market researches, be it quant, quanti, we're trying to move away from that. And we're using consumer immersions in a big way, right? And we're getting the brand teams to, and they are a part of consumer immersion, so they learn from the consumer and then that's the first piece of information they are getting. Third, what we are trying to do to drive agility is we are empowering teams. Rather than every decision making, every member of the team is a part of every decision, I believe there are clear levels being put down in terms of who decides what. Rather than every decision coming till the top, not required. I believe people can be empowered within a particular, so what we call internally is a decision-making framework. Who can take decision up to what this thing? I believe that is something really empowering teams and driving it.
And talking about the consumers, so Janani, my next question is to you. How do you see agile marketing helping brands to adapt to changing the mindset of the consumer needs?
So let me take an example of the consumer durable industry itself, which I'm operating out of right now. So in a home appliance sector, It's as much a B2B marketing or a retail marketing as much as it is B2C, right? While we can create a lot of desire at the consumer level, there is a leaky funnel that operates at the store, either because of a retailer relationship or your availability, and that takes a huge beating in terms of your funnel becoming very, very leaky towards the end, your top funnel reducing to a bottom funnel. Now, how can one solve for it? You would need to predispose your consumers to your brand, and not just through a traditional TV broadcast approach or a TV plus digital broadcast approach, but you would need to target them wherever they are in the consumer decision journey. And for this, getting a unified view or a single view of your consumer, irrespective of where they are, becomes critical. So in my company, how we achieve this is we do get consumer data through our promoters inside the store. We get a lot of consumer data, almost 50K monthly visits to our service centers. We have a huge service network in India. Preeti is in fact known for its service quality. And we also have a D2C website which gets website visits, purchases, etc. Now, how do I get a unified view of this? That's critical, right? All this first party data that I have helps me predispose the consumer even before they get into a store and get converted by another brand's promoter or another brand's dealer. And I think that is important. And the quicker I can do this, understanding my consumer with the first party data that I have, the better ROI I will get, as well as I would be able to convert them faster than any other competition. So I think that's critical. And in this industry, it becomes all the more critical because you have the data. You just need to get it all in one place and see it in the right manner.
And which all are the tools that you use to, get all these consumer data?
So it's an omni-channel route, which is what I was explaining, that one of the route is the promoter. I have a huge network of promoter, and this is across all consumer durable appliance industries. They have promoters inside the store who collect data through inquiries, through sales, etc. And then we have other parts of the journey, which is a website which tackles the information stage, which happens at the initial stages of search and discovery. We also have data which happens post usage, which is at the service center. Okay. So the way we collect all this through a CDP, which is where we get a single or a unified view of the consumer. And then targeting them is again basis us, consumer targeting, segmentation, all depends on what they have bought with us, how long have they stayed with us, and so on.
May I ask which CDP?
Sorry?
May I ask the name of the CDP?
CDP?
Yes.
That we use.
That you guys are using.
So we are currently using a third party for
okay.
this. And I wouldn't be able to quote this because we're still in the process of evaluating how to make it better.
So, and what about the agencies who are looking for the business here? Are you guys open to onboard the agencies?
Okay. So taking from her, I don't think that we will remove agencies as quoted by Shweta, but I do agree with her that the more agency network that you have, it does impede a little bit of agility. So what does happen is the nimbler you are, whether it's a creative agency or a digital agency, I think that's what we're looking at.
So guys, there is a chance to onboard Preeti Appliances. All right. So that's the story of B2C. Now moving on to the B2B side. So, Siddharth, what's your biggest challenge you see for B2B company in adopting the agile marketing? Let's talk about the challenge, because I have seen that you have many data points.
Yeah, I think B2B is a business model where you rely a lot on focusing on events or focusing on LinkedIn. Those are the marketing channels which you focus on. In fact, our marketing head is here, Merlin. She can answer this question much better than me, but I will still try. I think we are both a marketing and a sales-driven organization. Luckily for us, we are one of the largest out-of-home company in India, and even globally also we have a large footprint. And we are the only company in India who are connected with the programmatic ecosystem, for example, with Google's DV360 or Trade Desk and so on. So from that perspective, our business model is very strong in terms of having deep connections with these industry giants. And many times our marketing is done because Google is recommending us as well. So I think that is very, very helpful. And from an agile perspective, I think it is, if I just go a couple of levels down, it all depends on your business model, right? And as, for example, Shweta was talking about, or Vinay was talking about, what are your business model strength? According to that, you have to figure out what is the agility which you want to leverage on. For us, LinkedIn is a big medium. Events like these is also a big medium. And there is a real-time focus on how do we kind of collect information from our sales channels, from our marketing channels, bring a singular view, and then keep focusing on the B2B sales pipeline, as we call it, right? Every B2B company depends a lot on that. So the focus is how do we keep having that unified view of consumer clients from all the channels, and especially how do we respond to the changing needs of the market from that perspective. That's where we focus a lot.
So, and do you guys also work with the G2 and Capterra?
Sorry?
G2 and Capterra, these the reviews platforms, G2 and Capterra, do you guys use them?
Right. No. Actually, it's not reviews platform, but what we do is after every campaign we are done with our client, we basically go back to the client and ask them that, what was the experience with us. And also, as I was explaining, we have this solution where not only we are able to create the impact from an out-of-home campaign, we are also able to drive revenue or ROI for the clients.
I'm asking this because I'm also from B2B side. Right. So that will be beneficial for me to learn from you. And so what all are the critical data key point you see while implementing the agile marketing into your strategies?
So I think the challenge remains that we are a large organization and with a very active marketing team as well as very active sales team. So how do you keep bringing the data in a consolidated manner and then drive your next quarter's sales and marketing strategies? Absolutely. So thanks to obviously digitization and AI, we are able to bring all these things together very quickly now. But that remains a challenge not only for us but for all the organizations who are large and have a lot of sources of data.
Wow. All right. So my next question is to, if we talk about the data, running a B2C food brands is very, very critical. So Vinay, what challenges have you faced bringing the agile marketing into your strategies, into B2C segment of food brand?
So agile marketing, if I put this, is independent of any category as such, right? Some of the things, if we are looking at, which are like ingredients for agile marketing, one would be definitely clarity of thought. Second would be empowered teams. And third would be continued progression. And let me elaborate on each one of them. The first one I said is clarity of thought, right? Say for example, if you're just wanting to take some decisions on brand or creative and stuff, the more clearer and well detailed is your brand book, right? So that every facet of brand is clearly laid out. There's no subjectivity in discussions then. It is very, very objective. Similarly, if you have empowered teams or a decision-making framework, it allows for people, not everything keeps getting collected and it's very, very centralized. It allows for people to take decisions at every level. And not every decision needs to come to, say, the head of marketing or the marketing manager. Third is continuous improvisation, right? It's very important that in this today's age, right, there's so much things happening. Everything is getting evolved so fast. And therefore, it's important that you keep evolving yourself or the brand continues to progress on an everyday basis rather than looking at, say, we have done a 1 quarter plan and now we need to look at it. So you need to be very agile in these things. I believe, according to me, these three are the key ingredients to run agile marketing.
All right. So Shweta, you are from the product side, so you are heading the Kisht. So how do you align agile marketing with the product development?
So, one way to do this, like I said, is to have a greater deal of collaboration with the product and technology teams. So, we talk on a daily basis. I think sometimes processes also become a limiting factor. So, we don't rely entirely on emails. I think larger companies run this risk of sending an email and waiting for a response. Most of our conversation, official communication happens on Slack, right? We speak as much as possible. That's one way of collaborating. We have stand-ups. One thing that I requested the product and technology teams to do is involve marketing in their daily stand-ups. It's very common for a product and technology team to run their daily sprints, have those stand-ups. But as a marketing team who constantly iterates, it's important for us to be involved at every stage. Whenever there is an update, whenever there is something, some change, some tweaking in the product, we need to update the app store, for example. We need to update the website. There is customer communication that has to go out. There is in-app communication that needs to go out. So all of this requires a greater collaboration, like I said. And second thing is, I think the point that Vinay made is very, very pertinent. For leaders not to become a bottleneck in the decision-making process, right? So the teams are fully empowered to make decisions on their own, whether somebody is there or not. I could be busy in something else, but the teams are also agile in terms of making decisions on the fly. The third thing is not being obsessed. Now this is, could probably be an unpopular opinion, but not be obsessed with perfection, because perfection also is very subjective, right? You wait for the right creative, you wait for that perfect social media post, you wait for that perfect in-app notification, right? Creative people get kind of, pulled back on some of these factors where they don't want to release something unless it meets a certain standard. Creative has to look like this, design has to look like this, content has to be a certain way. One way of becoming agile is to say, hey, in 2 hours, this is what I could make. Right? As long as it checks my boxes of being user-centric, right? Never compromise on user-centricity. But if it is a matter of, clever copy, fantastic headlines, amazing-looking creatives, some of those things, I think, we'll have to kind of say, hey, this is it is okay. We need speed to market. Therefore, what I can do in 1 hour, you iterate for an hour, you make multiple versions of a creative or a copy, and we say, hey, this is what we are going ahead with, rather than taking, an entire day to build that perfect piece of communication. So we, kind of use that approach: quick iteration, speed to market, greater collaboration, being involved with the product and technology team, and not just at the leadership level, but also the hands and feet on ground are completely in sync with all product updates, rather than waiting for any information to come. The third thing, or the fourth thing that I mentioned, is being informed, right? Some of these factors around compliance, some of these topical elements that come in, some of these announcements that RBI and other organizations make, it's important for a marketing team to be well read. I think that continual learning and being up to date on what's happening in the market is very, very important. For example, there is a fluctuation in the gold rate. That's got very little to do with a fintech organization directly, right? But it helps us devise a certain kind of communication for, some of our products. Recently, there was an article where they said, parents are not able to afford school fees, right? Again, that was an insight for us to build our communication a certain way. So it's important for marketers also. So I tell my teams, you come in, first 1 hour, just scan the news. And it's very, very important for marketers, especially in the fintech sector, to be extremely aware of what's happening. So I tell them, first come and read up, that first 1 hour, spend time on what's happening on social media, what's happening in the market, read the news. So these are some things that we do to remain agile and keep creating fresh content almost in real time.
Yeah, I think like being consumer centric is very important in the agile marketing, and we talk about the team, aggressively. When I talk about the team, Shweta talk about the team. Generally, like my next question is to you: how does your team handle the balance between the rapid experimentation and maintaining the brand consistency?
One of the important things is to never forget that marketing fundamentals do not change, even when we have moved on to agile advertising, right? As a marketer, we still have to continue to build memory structures for a brand, and that happens only with consistency. But where should the consistency be, and where are we open to experiment is the question. So for instance, a product design, if it's an asset for us, there is no harm in maintaining that asset and only building on the same asset over a period of time. By product design, let me take an example. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of Preeti Blue Leaf. It's one of the mixer grinders which is very famous in South India. It has an asset which is a blue leaf, and it's clearly recognized on the shelf or anywhere, whether it's portrayed on an e-commerce page or on the shelf in store, that it's clearly a Preeti appliance, and that's what a design asset stands for. Now, would we rapidly iterate and experiment on that? Maybe not. Maybe we will experiment on a communication asset, like for example, Nang Guarantee, Preeti Ki Nang Guarantee is a very strong Tamil tagline which is adapted across South Indian languages. That's a brand asset again, and we know that. Why would we experiment on that? But where would we experiment? The way we communicate that on digital, the way we would communicate that to a particular consumer segment who is looking for a different thing. I think that's where we need to differentiate what is within a guardrail and what is outside a guardrail. So my team clearly has the freedom to operate within a set of brand guardrails, which could be the memory structures that we want to retain, which has helped to build our brand equity. At the same time, the consumer is evolving. Where do you reach the consumer? With what messaging do you reach? With what pricing do you reach? All of these are intangibles, they are not tangibles, and they can certainly be experimented with. And that's where I think tools like AI, tools like dynamic creatives, programmatic advertising, all of this helps us to ensure that we iterate while we stay within some guardrails. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, very appropriate. So like, Siddharth, like my next question is to you, like can you provide the insights on how Lemma has used agility to address emerging trends in digital advertising space? Because you're from the programmatic side and you know it very well.
Yeah, so let me explain this with a case study. So we did a campaign with Amazon where they had launched a modern love story, right, as a content. So obviously, content is getting released, so it's you have to be quite quick in terms of creating the buzz around that. And so what we did was, the campaign was going on, and then consumers were encouraged to talk about their take on their modern love story on Twitter. So in real time, we connected with Twitter and we displayed Twitter feed with people posting about their take on modern love story on digital billboards. Right, and this was covered in various locations, right locations like airports or malls, where there's a lot of people who would be interested in this kind of content. So it was a real-time engagement from the consumers, which was also brought physical through the digital out-of-home media, and so there was a lot of buzz from that perspective as well. And that's the advantage of out-of-home media, right? It creates that level of impact. And there is a strong physical presence to it. And then more recently, when Chandu Champion was released on Amazon Prime. We, we again did out-of-home campaign for them. That was very impactful. But then we also collected those audiences and retargeted those audiences on laptops and mobile and so on. And that increased the engagement 3 times than the normal campaign which you would do on digital. So these are the ways by which you're not only able to capture what is happening in real time, capture the consumer engagement, but you're also able to amplify the impact in a very strong way.
Perfect. So I'm a very curious guy since childhood, and I'm hearing the growling of stomachs. So guys, we have to be very quick, and it's a random question. It's just you have to answer it very quickly. So what is the role of AI in your strategies, in your marketing strategies? Because I want to implement the AI in my company. So how do you, what suggestion you can give me, and like what suggestion you have for the audience?
You
Yeah,
want a
starting for
one-word
Janani,
answer?
then yeah.
It's a rapid fire one-word
Rapid
answer.
fire, or maybe like it's up to you.
AI is equal to personalization for me. The more I can personalize my messaging, my communication, my pricing to the consumer, I think that's how more relevant and contextual I can get. And that's where AI helps me.
For you, Siddharth.
So I think in marketing, AI will help a lot in audience planning, right? Because that's where we have now a tool where we have mapped locations in India, for example, with what is the characteristics of the audiences, what are the attributes. So in this tool, you can put in like what you do in ChatGPT, you put in, this is my marketing brief, and then it gives you a complete planning of which are the right locations for you basis the keywords of your audiences, basically. So those are some of the innovations where I think this is very, very helpful. I think AI will impact all the processes of marketing, but it will definitely bring a lot of sophistication on the planning side. And planning is where you really need to have more and more strong technological inputs, because if your planning is strong, 50% of your marketing campaign, the battle is won.
And what about you, Shweta?
For me, AI is speed. I think it helps us do things a lot faster, especially around customer segmentation. So we use AI for customer segmentation. Second is in terms of content creation. As long as we get the base content from AI and then we build on it, content creation becomes a lot faster. As long as people are aware that you can't blindly take something from AI, you are able to acknowledge that there is a layer of human intervention that's needed. I think AI can be a great asset to every team. Something that my boss used to say, when I was starting off in marketing is marketers have to do everything. Marketers have to write, marketers need to code, marketers need to be comfortable with data, you need to be a data scientist. So marketers typically wear multiple hats in the organization. So AI helps with that. I don't have writers on my team. The social media manager writes her own content, customer retention manager writes his own content. So it helps, and that is because of AI. People can write, people can create content through AI, and then there is a layer of human intervention. So speed and being able to wear multiple hats, that is something that AI makes it possible.
Good to see that you are going on a lean model. Like, what's your point of view?
The way I look at it is, this is the era of personalization, right? And AI can really help in personalizing our offering to the consumer, be it pricing, be it messaging, be it contextualizing or making it more relevant for the consumer. I believe that becomes a very, very critical role. And it also allows for getting those things quite fast. I believe I'll agree with what Shweta is saying as well. The speed of execution improves with that. Yeah.
And that's it, guys. And thanks a lot, guys, for changing the topic from need for a mindset to mindset has already been changed. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Udit, for curating this conversation for us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's give our panel a warmer round of applause. And if I may request Mr. Chandan Magwe, the Managing Director of e4m Digital, to please join us on the stage and help us with the felicitation of all our panelists. Let's give Chandan a warmer round of applause. He was a panelist in our previous session, and thank you so much for doing us the honors. Of course, starting with Janani, thank you so much for joining us. Siddharth, thank you for your valuable time, and key takeaways from your session, of course, will go a long way. Shweta, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us and sharing your wisdom as well. We're going to be shortly felicitating Vinay. Vinay, thank you for your valuable time. And of course, our moderator, Mr. Udit. Udit, thank you for joining us, and a small token of appreciation from the gifting partner. May we urge all of you to please step forward, allow the team an opportunity to capture you all in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, the great discussion which happened on adopting agile marketing, I think let's give them a bigger and a mightier round of applause to acknowledge all their key takeaways on the same. On the other side, let me remind you, we have the lunch break and networking break till 2:20 p.m. IST. Now, the moment you come back in, we have the lucky draw. So remember that, be here on time, because that's the moment wherein we're going to be taking a few feedbacks from all of you. We're going to be taking the names, and the lucky draw announcement will happen. So stay tuned, as a lot is happening on the 8th edition of the India Brand Conclave right here in Mumbai on behalf of Exchange for Media. 2:20 IST, Indian Standard Time, not India stretchable time. Thank you.
नरेश. रजा, कड़क को बुलाना. ही लाईन पूर्ण. परफेक्ट चौथा पूरा ये काफी प्रॉब्लम है इसमें. सोडी तिकडेच आहे. इकडे पॅकिंग नाही टाकलेलं. पॅकिंग नाही टाकलेलं. आज दोन वेळा मला करायला लागले. का ते आपलं ह्याचं फ्लोर अनिवन आहे का आपलं रायझर अनिवन आहे? आपलं रायझर अनिवन आहे. फ्लोरिंग अनिवन आहे. आधी कधी असं झालं नाही. मला वाटतं त्याच्यावरती लावली ना झालंय की काय.
What you should ask yourself is, everything is much too much. 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 We dedicated our lives to the sand. We dedicated our lives to the sand. Just tell them. Just tell them. About what you should ask yourself is about the underground.
Where you been before? Just put 'em high, put 'em high. Make the best of it, just a little bit. Just put 'em high and put 'em high.
audio. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Bhavna Bhatia and we're excited to re-welcome you back to the 8th edition of the India Brand Conclave. We'd urge all of you to hashtag India Brand Conclave as one word. Also, our team is shortly going to be giving out certain chits. Remember those chits? We'd request you to please write your names, and towards the end of it, we're going to be having a lucky draw. So that is something we thought that we'll do something special for all of you who are attending for us. Also, it's indeed an honor to acknowledge our partners. Presenting partner Air Media, India's #1 influencer marketing agency. Powered by partner Star Sports and Disney Hotstar, the home of ICC Champions Trophy in India. And the gold partner being Lemma, omni-channel platform for emerging media. Can we have the partner presentations on the screen? Teams that you can take lightly.
What a catch!
So well, with that, a big thank you to all our partners for giving us their valuable support and of course making the 8th edition of India Brand Conclave such a huge success. Ladies and gentlemen, who said that insurance marketing can't have its blockbuster moments? Well, from making us laugh with Munna Bhai and circuits comradeship all over again to tugging at our hearts with the father and daughter duo of Sara Ali Khan and Saif Ali Khan. Well, this brand has proven that insurance doesn't have to be all about numbers and no fun. We have with us a leader at the top of these unforgettable campaigns, who with his incredible team is turning the world of insurance marketing on its head and building a brand that is bold, relatable, and let's just say, oh so memorable. Let's put our hands together as we invite none other than Mr. Ashish Mishra, Chief Marketing Officer of ACO, in conversation with Tasmai Laha Roy, Editor, Exchange for Media. Let's give them both a big, big round of applause as they talk about breaking the mold, how ACO changed the approach to building an insurance brand. With that, Ms. Roy, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashish, for joining us. We have the big job of keeping people awake.
The graveyard session, right?
Post-lunch session.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would skip right to the questions. Congratulations on your big win at the
Thank you.
FEs, and you also won the Grand FE.
Thank you, thank you. Just to give people some context, I have two childhood friends in the audience who have decided to heckle me throughout the whole session. Okay, so please be ready. Yeah.
So, we were talking about your recent win at the FEs. So you must be doing something right, that, there are so many awards that have lined up. Walk us through the journey, what it took for the brand to reach this stage.
So, it's a culmination of 5 years of hard work. But I think it all started with, as she was introducing, she said, bold work. I think what people do forget is this gentleman was bold enough to start a direct-to-consumer insurance company back in 2017, and this article captures it, right? So bold is in our DNA, and trying to break the mold of how insurance is being sold, how millions of Indians buy it, how they experience it. That was Varun's vision. Varun really felt that insurance is broken in India, and he really wanted to fix it. And as a marketer's CMO's job, my job was to make sure his vision comes to alive, and that gets translated in how the brand is perceived. I'm really happy to say that now, 5 years back when I joined, we were a 200 crore company. Now we just crossed 2,000 last year. 10 times growth. We've got like 30 lakh car and bike customers, more than 1 crore app downloads. More than 500,000 people check their challans on our app, So clearly we have been doing well. And what you see in advertising and communication, the simple truth is the product is great. When you have a great product, you got to do justice to in the promotion. And I think lot of things that we will discuss today will sound logical because it's all in hindsight. When 5 years back when we were working, it was more about growth and let's experiment, etc. So we were really happy that Munna Circuit won us the Grand FE. Personally, as a marketer, it's one of the biggest awards you can get, and the team is really pumped about it. So thank you.
Great. And of course, FEs is a proof that you're doing some great creative work, and we have also seen your brand journey through the advertisements that you have put up, the ones that we see on TV, on digital. It has been very different, least be said, from the general insurance ads that we see, right? And given that insurance is not a glamorous product that is out there in the market, you've done a very entertaining job with the advertisements. So what led you to this approach, and what drove you to pick this way of communication?
See, personally, I think advertising is intrusive by nature. Okay, so the least you can do is entertain. If you can do a 30-second commercial in which for 15 seconds you are entertaining and the rest 15 seconds you are leaving your brand's message, that's the best job you can really do. Thankfully, what happened with us was back in the day, and this is the journey I'm taking you through with me. 5 years back, we were just a car insurance brand, right? So it was a lot more easier for me to have fun with the category. In the hierarchy of insurance, travel insurance is the bottom, then you move to car, then you move to health, and then you move to life. So the serious stuff was not even there for us at that point in time. Plus we were a young brand, so we needed to have fun with it and to stand out in the clutter. So I'm going back, this is almost 5 years back, this was the campaign we did.
इंश्योरेंस के टेढ़े गेम्स में आज खेलेंगे कमीशन का अटैक तो तेरी अफोर्डेबल इंश्योरेंस की ओर लपक पड़े खिलाड़ी आधे नंगू चंगू मंगू और ये चली कमीशन की गोली और बंद कर दी सबकी बोली ओहो इन्होंने स्मार्ट बॉय यूज किया जीरो कमीशन का जेट पावर और अब बत्तीसी का प्रदर्शन करते हुए सीधे पहुंचे इंश्योरेंस के टावर कार इंश्योरेंस के टेढ़े गेम्स में मत फंसिए डायरेक्ट एको पे आइए पैसे बचाइए कार इंश्योरेंस डायरेक्ट एको.
As you can see, this was like I don't even recognize that brand anymore. That we've progressed on that journey.
The idea was to still have fun, break the clutter. This was an ode to Takeshi's Castle, that the point, which was a very big cultural reference. I think most brands do. So there is always a formula, right? There's a product message, there's an RTP, and some entertainment. We were really working on that at that point of time. Then what I also believe sometimes is sometimes you really stumble upon things that were not planned. I'll give you an example. Very few people brought their new car insurance from us. So what they would do is when they go to the dealers, they would not buy Acco insurance, but they would take it from the dealer, right? But our biggest value proposition is in the new car segment. You can actually save 60, 70,000 rupees there. So I spoke to the teams internally, and then we said, can we do something for the new car segment? The answer that I got was, yaar, log normal to kharid nahi rahe, nayi gaadi kahan se kharidenge, right? So that was the challenge for us. I said, let's take a shot at it. And again, keeping the fun element always there, this was the follow-up campaign that we did. Can you hear volume?
तुमने कार इंश्योरेंस खरीदा होगा एगो ऐप से, नहीं? आपको? नहीं? नहीं था। कोई बात नहीं मूर्ति, गलतियां होती रहती हैं। मूर्ति, कोई जरूरत नहीं है चेक करने की। नहीं मूर्ति, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना बॉस, प्लीज। कोई जरूरत नहीं।
नई कार खरीदने से पहले एगो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी चेक करे और 50,000 तक बचाए।
Now this campaign was clearly targeted at the new car segment. Sometimes that's the marketing team's job. You experiment and you actually open a new revenue stream. You won't believe this business now is almost 25% of our business, and it was less than 1% 3 years back, right? And that's a big credit, and especially when the sales started picking up, you got the company's resources, everything aligned. People start thinking about it. So yeah. These are some of the things that really pushed us, saying, and in all honesty, we were still experimenting here. We didn't have because the category was still as car insurance. I think as we move further and we talk about health and life, that's where we really sat down and started thinking about it.
Right. And Ashish, you showed us 2 ads, and we clearly see a difference in the content, the build-up, how it has changed over the years. Something else that is changing also is the medium, where you put out your ads, the kind of audience that you want to reach. So help us understand a little bit about your media strategy, because 4 years, 5 years back, it was completely different. Now we have, while digital was always there, now we have maybe more of digital, and in digital also we have handheld, we have CTV. There is a lot more to the mix right now. So can you talk us through that? What is the strategy? How do you put your ads out there? What works best for you?
See, I think most people get distracted by the tools that are available rather than still believing in the media principles of reach, frequency, audience. I think 2 years back, we were 50-50 on brand and performance. Now we are heavily on brand and less on performance. The other part, that is 2-3 years back, the requirement was to build stature for the brand, because we knew that in 3 or 4 years we are going to launch life insurance. And if somebody has to buy life insurance from us, they need to believe that Acco is going to be around for the next 25-30 years. And that's the whole point about building stature. And mass media definitely helps. Mass media definitely helps building stature about it. So what we have done is I'll be honest, we look bigger in media than we actually are. We don't spend that much, but what we have done is a good mix of marquee properties and a good mix of integration. So what we have learned over the last 2-3 years is any property that has 50-60 episodes on a weekly basis. So for example, a KBC, a Shark Tank, a Master Chef, English Premier League, which is so these properties work for us. You guys have to remember, see, insurance is once in the year, right? So I cannot time when you're going to buy it. What I need to make sure is whenever you think about buying insurance, I am the first top brand that comes to your mind. So it was very important for us to be on air all the time. What really happened was, now, after 2.5, 3 years of large-scale spending, we actually know, we have enough data to tell us when to go switch off, when to switch on. So, yeah, you'll see a lot of efficiency coming in the next year's plans, and also I will operate at lower budgets because now we know.
Right.
So, yeah. So that has been our approach to make sure that, not just for, and also, yeah, so coming to the point, because we are heavily into the top 8, 10 markets. OTT and CTV has been working really well for us. We've been on air on TV, but we have never really bought marquee property on TV. So, for example, we'll buy KBC on Sony, but we won't buy it on TV because it doesn't work for us. There's a lot of spillover and too expensive.
Right. And just a related questions, I would love to understand more about being on these marquee IPs properties. Just a related question, the shows that you mentioned, Shark Tank, KBC, and in your previous answers, you were also mentioning that how a lot of people go onto your site to check the kind of challans they have. So it makes me think that, we are also targeting the Gen Z, the new age consumers. So how exactly are you reaching them?
Internally, we have a very different description of who our target customer is. We don't define it by age. So we define it by mentality. So I have a friend, his father is 83-year-old, neurosurgeon. He has been our customer since last 4 years. Okay, he has an app first mentality. People who want to do it on their own, people who are smart enough, generally who are, I would like to be a little more efficient with my money experience, those are the guys we target. Yes, we have a lot of young crowd. So let me put it this other way. Varun has very clear direction. He says in 2030, the person who was born in 2000 will be 30 years old, right? If you as a brand are not relevant to that person, then we have not done a great job in terms of attaching ourselves to that segment. So yeah, that's the mentality we check.
Right. And like I mentioned that, you are part of a lot of marquee properties, which is very popular even on television while you're on the OTT platform. So as a property, those are very popular and you've been a part of it, like Shark Tank, like KBC. So how does that help the brand? And is there any logic that you put behind, choosing a particular property to associate with?
See, it has to make sense for us. I'll give you a real life example. Nobody in the last 25 years sponsored Lifelines. So we jumped on it. We said, Lifelines brought to you by Acco Life Insurance. Like it was such an easy integration right there in front of it, right? Now, we also wanted KBC because you wanted people to believe in a brand that, this is a brand that I can trust. So KBC is a property like that. Shark Tank India is right now, I've been having conversations this morning and people are starting their own companies, firms. I think there is a wave of entrepreneurship that's going on in India and we were lucky that we came on board in the first season itself. So our association with Shark Tank, I had gone to Guwahati for some work and when I mentioned I work for Acco, yes, we have seen you on Shark Tank. Now that's the kind of reach that can give, properties like this can give you. Also the opportunity. So we genuinely believe so our positioning is welcome change, right? Which is, we are trying to bring a change within our consumer's life when it comes to insurance. We are trying to bring, and we are trying to bring a positive change within the insurance category. Shark Tank like a property gives us opportunity to really live it up with integration. So if you see our Changemaker wall, which celebrates people who have come to Shark Tank, and mind you, it celebrates people who are bringing positive change, even if they've got funding from Shark Tank or not. So that's the whole objective of these integrations. I think, some of this, I'll be honest, some of these calls are, okay, let me take a pause here. There's no course called How to be a CMO. It's very scary. If you have to take such bold calls, and some of them you get it right, and some of them you don't get it right. I've had anxiety attacks on some of these campaigns that have got launched. Sleepless nights on, taking big media calls. one of the things is you can't hide. When you spend 100, 150, 200 crores of a company, where are you going to hide if it's not working for you? So what has really helped is, and I always say this to my team, if you work on your craft between the age of 28 to 35, you know, it's like playing Ranji matches. Then suddenly when you are called for India, you are ready to play. Otherwise, you know, you'll always play safe. You won't be bold.
Ashish, I'll just ask you a related question, picking up again from the very interesting points that you're putting forward. In one of your previous answers, you said we are not as big as we look on TV. So that is, according to me, money well spent, right? Where what you're giving out is coming up as way bigger than what you've spent. And you've also been partners with these key IPs, right? So help me understand that, you know, how much effort goes into brand building, and does it also translate into, you know, any lead generation? And what is that one point where you decide that, okay, now we've got the mileage that we needed from these IPs or from these ads, and this is where we start focusing on sales, on getting some actual leads our way. So where do you strike that balance? How does that happen?
Okay, personally, and you can kill me for this, I don't think there's any marketing that is designed to drive growth. Not designed to drive growth. Okay, everything should eventually lead to business growing in some form or the other. Some are measurable, directly measurable, some are non-directly measurable. When I joined the company, all we did was drive growth, and we still continue to do so. Only over a period of time when, you know, we started expanding into other products, like we had a life insurance, health insurance, suddenly then, you know, there was a need of having a brand positioning, a new logo, a new identity to signal maturity. So all our efforts, frankly, whether they are, see, I'll show you an example, okay? And you tell me if this is for brand building or for growth, okay?
Sure.
पल बदलती है मुंबई, हर दिल में बसती है मुंबई। Echo, celebrating change, celebrating Mumbai.
Now tell me whether this is brand building or sales, because I'll tell you there is no RTB, there is no product, there is no integration. But you know what? How this was launched? We were struggling to scale Mumbai. And instead of just trying to put more hoardings and more, we said, you know, we need to connect to the people of Mumbai, and we need to, by the way, this is one of those campaigns that gave me anxiety attacks. But we launched this on 14th of February as a love song for Mumbai. And for the next 6 months, we grew 40% year on year. Which just tells you that consumers are smart, you know, you've resonated with them, you've connected with them at a deeper emotional level. They will fall in love with your brand. And again, this can be classified as just classical brand building, but it was designed to drive growth.
Right. And before we move to the fun question segment, I have 2 more questions for you. One is, you mentioned that we are going to see a lot more Echo on air. So your focus areas for 2025, what would those be?
I think we are in a stage as a brand that most people have heard about us. Quick anecdote: I used to work for HSBC for 14 years, and then I joined ACO in Bangalore. And in my first month, I was looking for a consultant. So I called that consultant and I said, "Hi, I head marketing for ACO," and his response was, "What? Can you spell it?" And that was the time I still remember the magnitude of task of what was needed was very clear to me, because before that, if I'd call somebody and say, "I'm from HSBC," they'll say, "Yes, yeah, how can I help you?" So I thought ACO was India's best kept secret. And in the last 5 years, we've done a journey of scaling the brand up that at least now most people have heard about us. I think insurance as a category lacks apathy. People are not really interested. Nobody wakes up in the morning wants to talk about insurance. So my job now is to not just it's still a lot of awareness. It's still a lot of convincing. We fight a lot of bad mouthing for no reason from a lot of channels. So we are now sitting on a place in which most people now have heard about us. We are now actually reaching a stage in which there are a lot of customers who talk positively. So for example, Bangalore and Hyderabad, we have 10% market share. For a brand like us, which, just to give you context, that means all the cars in Bangalore, 10% are insured by us. And that gives a positive word of mouth, because next time when you're talking about buying a car insurance, you'll speak to somebody and they'll have an experience. Our car renewal rate is 75%. 3 out of 4 people renew with us. NPS is at 70. So a lot of work has gone into building the product, building customer service. We are launching our own ACO garages so that we are able to give better service, claims, etc. All this is our focus in going forward. You'll see a lot of work coming in the health sector, also in life. So yeah, as a marketing team and as a product team, primarily focus now is more about giving you proof of points, real life examples of how ACO can really bring a difference into your. See, Varun's very clear, and if you listen to his talks on YouTube, he wants to build a brand that's going to be here for 25, 30 years. And that's why he's in no rush. We took 5 years to launch health insurance because we wanted to get it right. And we wanted to understand the products, the issues with health insurance. So there's no rush to, So that's where you'll see a lot of focus in the coming months. Oh, sorry, one last point. Yeah, I do believe that there is still a lot of lack of information about insurance. Even now, my friends call me, "Yaar, ye comprehensive lena hai ki zero dep lena hai?" Now, obviously, nobody wants to pay really much attention. So you'll see a lot of play on content. I'm not sure if you have seen our series with Madhavan in trying to demystify insurance, making sure most people understand it. Our aim is that eventually you will be able to take the right decision on your own with a minimal assistance. And if that happens, then we have done a really good job.
Right. One last question before we move to the fun segment is, we are at that stage where people wouldn't have to ask you how to spell ACO, and we remember the ads, we're seeing the awards that you and your campaigns are getting. So that's a lot of things done right? So, and I'm sure there are a lot of young budding marketers here in the room who would want to take a lesson or two from that. So what is your message to young marketers out there?
Okay, let's say 3 things. One is don't chase glory too fast. I think most people want to have this campaign that goes viral on LinkedIn and that they want to talk about. That's not how brands are built. I think just focus on polishing your craft. I always tell my team who you work for, which brand do you work for, and which manager do you work for between the age of, and what kind of work you do between the age of 28 to 37 will ensure if you have a job at 45 and a senior level job at 45. So put your head down, just work on your craft, make sure, challenge everything. I got lucky at HSBC and I'm a product of that company because every 3 years they kept moving into a different role, and that's how I could polish and learn everything. And that's how, touchwood, I'm still here. I mean, recently there was an article that CMO's life is 2 years. less than 2 years now, and I'm going to complete 5, hopefully, maybe 4.5 hai. But yeah, that's one big learning. I think focus on the craft, the glory will come later. I think second is always do right by what stage of the company is in. So and I will give an example, if I had joined ACO and I'd started focusing on, hey, what's the positioning here, what's the brand purpose, that was not the need of the hour. We needed to grow. We needed to grow fast because as a young company, as you scale, you go for next round of funding, you need funds. And if you're not scaling and you're focusing on those, eventually there's a time when you can focus on other things, right? So do right by what the stage of the company you are in. And lastly, I forgot. And I think, yeah, it'll come to me. I don't just forgot. It's a big point. Yeah. See, most people, I don't know if they're the marketing function in any company can be the driving force of the company. It can unite, it can rally. I was very surprised when we did our logo reveal video at our annual event. And we had almost 1,100 people in the room. They all stood up and they started clapping. And I was just looking around like, wow. Once you realize that a brand marketing team can actually rally the company behind you and rally the force, that's your responsibility,
Right. And since I've, created too much curiosity around the fun bit, one question I can't stop myself from asking is, you got Sanjay Dutt and Arshad Varsi on screen to do an insurance ad, right? The famous Munna Bhai circuit duo. What happened there? What is the story behind it? I've heard there's something very interesting. Please tell
First,
us
let's just
about
play
it.
this too.
Sure.
देखिए, आपने इंश्योरेंस पिछले महीने करवाया था। इस बीमारी का कवर तो 1 साल बाद शुरू होगा।
ये तो ऐसा हुआ कि फोन लिया ये साल और इनकमिंग और आउटगोइंग चालू अगले साल, रेडियो लिया ये साल, गाना बजेगा अगले साल।
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस में ऐसा ही होता है।
काश इसे किसी ने बताया होता कि हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की दुनिया बदल गई है। Introducing ACO Health Insurance with zero waiting period.
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की सुबह हो गई है मामू।
इधर बाथरूम बनाएंगे, बाटअप बिटअप मस्त। हाँ, ये दीवार को फंसा के ना बाजू का रूम अंदर ले ले।
ये क्या कर रहे?
भाई कमरा बहुत छोटा है, बड़ा कर रहा हूँ।
अरे काय को?
अरे भाई कमरा बड़ा लिया ना तो डॉक्टर का विजिट, ऑपरेशन, टेस्टिंग बिस्टिंग सबका खर्चा ना डबल टिबल हो जाता है।
अपने पास ACO हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस है, कोई भी रूम लो 100% बिल कवर्ड।
Enjoy no limit on hospital room rent with ACO Health Insurance.
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की सुबह हो गई मामू।
Sister, what is the procedure to change the insurance?
So as you can imagine, we really had fun with it. But one more lesson for young marketers. If you have 100 rupees and you want to spend 90 on media and 10 on production, that's not the right way to go about it. You do justice with the production, you'll have to spend less on media, because the recall is so high that you don't have to spend that much money on media. The budget given to me for the health insurance launch was 2 crores. Now, as you can imagine, this exceeded the budget at least 5 to 6 times. We got Raju sir to direct it. But we had a strong internal belief that, once you get the content right, I will not have to air it so many times. You can make a bad ad and show it 100 times, it will not work. You spend a little more, fight with your CFO, get a little more funding, and then you'll always get it. So the story behind this is, we were brainstorming and we had the idea, let's look at Munna Circuit to do this. Simply because Munna and Circuit have a outside view from the society. कि patient को patient क्यों बोलते हैं? तो they always question things in the society. So we said, and our product, I'm sorry for a plug, 0 waiting period, 100% bill payment. I was surprised that it's not offered in the health insurance industry. So then we discussed, and the agency said, we have the scripts, but I don't know if Raju sir will agree because he has the right. And so we flew down and we met Raju sir, and I am pacing up and down because I am very nervous because I really want him to say yes about this. And we go to his office, and he says, "Which one of you has come from Bangalore?" So the agency points her client. Says, "Okay, come." And then the next 15 minutes, I passionately talk about ACO and what we're trying to do and this and that. And he's just sitting there looking at it. And then he says, "आप समोसे खाएंगे?" तो मैं कहा, "सर आप इस समय कुछ भी खिलाओ मैं खा लूँगा." So we had samosa, and I'm sweating because I really want him to say yes, that I will do it. Till now he has not said, and I have completely broken into sweat. Then he gets up and says, "चलिए आशीष जी करते हैं." That was it. I was like, I know how big this is going to be for us. I did not expect it to be a grand FE, but yeah, that's the...
Great. You know, the way and how beautifully you explain the product and the things, I'm surprised I don't have ACO insurance yet.
I'm more than happy. You should try it out.
One, since we saw these beautiful ads, a filmy way to end this session is, if there was one film or two films you had to pick up to explain ACO's journey, what would those be?
If you ask Varun this question, Varun bolega Bazigar. If you ask me, I will say Khatro Ka Khiladi. Because I think we attempt too many bold things. You know, I'm getting old. We should stop doing. I can't have so many anxiety attacks.
That, according to me, sums it up as Dar ke aage jeet hai. So, thank you so much for this amazing session.
Thank you guys.
Ashish.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And you know, we must say the way they've revolutionized insurance ads and marketing. I think let's give them a bigger round of applause for their iconic vision. And of course, if I may request Deepti Mishra, Head of Marketing Digitop, to please join us. Of course, Digitop being our gifting partners, let's warmly welcome Deepti on the same and help us with the token of appreciation to our leaders. Of course, starting with Deepti and Ashish in one frame, let's get them together. And of course, if you'd like to pose for a photograph together, let's get them in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, we're right now at the 8th edition of India Brand Conclave. And with that, Deepti, if I may request you to please give a token of appreciation to the moderator as well, Ms. Tasmai Laharoy. Tasmai, if you can join us in the center. Let's bring our ladies in one photograph together. And with that, if I could have the three of you please together. It's always a protocol to get the entire team at the end. And can we give them a bigger round of applause? What a fantastic conversation it was. Of course, a spotlight session which gave us insights as to what ACO is doing right now, also showed us the advertisements, the marketing, what they've been doing, and their vision forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for joining us in that, and thank you, Tasmai, for curating that conversation for us. Also, it is time for us, if we can announce, and if I may request Deepti, if you can just join us back. So Deepti, we've had a social media contest which has been running at Exchange for Media. One of the winners of the social media contest, we're just going to be announcing the names. If that person is here, we'd just like you to felicitate that person as well. So ladies and gentlemen, our first winner of the social media contest is Ankita Khetwani. Is Ankita in the room? Maybe she's still tweeting or is outside. All right, apologies, Deepti. In that case, you will have to step down. Allow us an opportunity to further give it to the next winner, hopefully. We have two winners for social media, so the next winner is going to be announced in the next few hours. With that being said, also, I'm sure a lot of you in the room would want to get the photos of this event, basically wherever you were captured. So on your registered email ID, we have sent you a link through which you can access and download all your photographs of this event. Of course, that app, that link with a QR code allows you to take a selfie of your face, basically a selfie, photograph of your face, and it will help you identify which are the photos which cover you. So it's an easier filtering process. So towards the end or during the course of the event, access your registered email and have a look at where you have been photographed in the event. Also, we'd like to acknowledge our partners, presenting partners, Air Media, India's #1 influencer marketing agency, powered by partners Star Sports and Disney Hotstar, the home of ICC Champions Trophy in India. Gold partner being Lemma, opening channel platform for emerging media, and of course our gifting partners being Digitop, Power to Evolve. Let's have a look at the partner presentations. Teams that you can take lightly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also before we move ahead to our next conversation, we thought that there's a time for all of you to get lucky as well today. So our team is having the fish bowl, and of course we've given the chits on your tables. We'd request you to kindly write your names, and once the team comes ahead with the fish bowl, just put those chits inside. Of course, towards the end of today, we're going to be declaring the winner of the lucky draw. So allow us an opportunity to do the same. Please do write the names, and we'll get the names collected from you shortly. With that being said, it is time for us to now go ahead to our next bit. We're talking about our forum, the Influencer Engagement Panel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of #NoFilter marketing, where once brands spoke to audiences and now they are connecting through influencers. But let's be honest, these creators are more than trendsetters. They are the lifeline of modern storytelling. But with millions of creators and even more opinions, how do brands cut through the clutter and truly influence the influencers? It's not just about the partnership, but it's about creating authentic, relatable, and ROI-driven strategies that resonate with the audience and that involve using the tools in emerging tech, AI, and data, and a lot more. Unpacking the formula to crack the creator code, presenting to you our panelists for today for the discussion about the role of data, technology, and AI in influencer marketing. Starting with, let's warmly call upon Anjali Krishnan, Director Consumer Experience and E-commerce South Asia, India, Bangladesh, and Nepal, Mondelez, India. Let's give her a warm round of applause as we welcome her. Also, we'd like to call upon Kinnari Dave, Deputy Vice President, Product and Innovation, Shimarumi. Ms. Dave, thank you so much for joining us. Let's give her a warm round of applause as we welcome her. Also, we'd like to invite K. Ganapati Subramanian, Chief Marketing Officer, LT Foods. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. And guiding this insightful conversation is our session chair, Atin Sharma, co-founder and CEO of Air Media. Let's give Atin a warm round of applause as we invite him. And Atin, it's going to be a humble task from your side to curate the conversation for our team. Over to you to take it forward. Also, Atin, before you start with the conversation, we just request anyone who is in the room, since we talked about getting lucky as well. So we'd just like to remind the audience, if you still haven't got anybody, hasn't got the chit, please raise your hand. The team will guide you. With that, over to you.
Thank you. Welcome, Anjali, Kinnari, and Ganpati. I'm so glad that we have such a lovely, exciting panel. I think the topic is very, very pertinent as influencer marketing gets more and more mainstream, as probably the fastest growing part of the digital marketing ecosystem today. All of you, and Anjali, we've worked together, so we know how much you use them across the board at different aspects. We've seen today influencers being used across the board, right? Whether it's, of course, an online campaign where a product is launching or even a store is opening, the events that we are doing today offline, you see a lot of all-pervasiveness of the influencer ecosystem. For your brand, let's start today with understanding and getting an appreciation how each of you are using influencers today as part of your marketing thinking.
Thank you for having me here, Atin. Let me start off by saying that we are still new to the journey in a lot of sense. And let me put a little perspective to where we were and where we are at now. So the word use influencers is pretty much the way we used to work previously with influencers, which is you take an influencer, give them a brand message, and then tell them to kind of, put it out to your audience. But increasingly, we've realized that this ecosystem is large, it's growing, and it's a very important part of your media mix. And so we've moved away from this whole bit of trying to use influencers to collaborating, co-creating with influencers, because we understand the power of this medium. So I would say that there are many different ways in which brands use influencers. The way that we would like to use them or collaborate with them is not just talk about, brand building or advocacy, but also take it a step further on how do you direct consumers to using the influencers to get more knowledge about your brands and products, specific features you want to talk about, everything that you can't put out in a 30-second, 20-second message on media is something that an influencer can help bring to the table. Definitely looking at influencers to drive sales, looking at influencers to build reputation for your brands, talk about some of the more salient aspects of your brands. So that's the space that we are now kind of operating in. And we have lots of campaigns through the year where we look at influencers to not just add back value to the message that we are doing, but to also kind of engage more with consumers and bring to light things that we probably can't just say in a campaign communication.
Thank you. Kinnari, you have probably a unique perspective to this. The OTT world is a new age world. We've seen that as far as the digital ecosystem goes, some of the most forefront in using the influencers has been the OTT players. So please share your perspective on how differently you've been using the influencer ecosystem.
Hi. So for us as a media company, or this is relevant for anybody in this industry, because we are in the business of making content, our first line of influencers are the people who've been casted in that particular piece of content. So influencer as a proposition existed for us even before social media came in, right? We had an Amitabh Bachchan talk about his or her content in newspapers, on forums, etc. Now what we are seeing is this same wave of influencers have started moving towards digital, right? In digital as well, the early influencers were the star cast of the movie. And what's generally happened is, I think it's more to do with consumers, where his attention span and his belief in storytelling has moved a little towards, those macro and micro influencers, where they think that probably it is vetted again. So, for example, if we are releasing a television show or we are, releasing a piece of content, yes, the actor and the actresses, influencers by themselves, will talk about that piece of content, but there is some extra validation that is needed, right? There's a larger chatter around the piece of content that we want to create. Having said that, yes, OTTs have been digital first. We've used, I wouldn't say used, I think the right word is we worked together with a lot of influencers to make sure that the message that we want to drive beyond a 15 to 30 second commercial is driven out there, right? So I think the journey is about going and talking to where the consumer is.
That's very interesting, and I think the word that is standing out from both of you is we don't use them, we collaborate with them, and that's really nice to hear. Because today, and the other aspect that, Kinnari, I see you talk about is not just using those that are acting in the show,
right,
but moving broader probably to get the more authentic message, more relatable message out there, not just those that are vested in that project, but those who may want to watch it.
Right.
So it's very, very interesting to hear. Ganpati, would love to sort of hear your views on our topic today as well, and then we'll dive in deep on the data and technology and what she touched upon, the efficiency piece of our conversation.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good afternoon, happy to be here. I'm sure the people who have been taken down by the lunch, but I'll try and make myself more audible and relevant. Interesting, why I mentioned lunch is because I sell rice as a business, okay? And it's strange, and a lot of people would walk up to me, what are we talking about? Everybody's eating rice practically. More than 60% of India would have had it for lunch today. So what's there to influence about it, isn't it? The fundamental difference is it's not about selling a commodity, it's about selling a brand. And what, today we call it influencers and we collaborate with them. The idea here is we always had people whom we were looking up to who made very good food. The idea was not to stick with the product, but to make a difference to what I do to your life. And today influencers help us extend that to your lives without actually making a unidirectional piece of content which I can put across to you. I don't need to shout out and say I'm the longest grain, I'm the whitest grain, I'm the most aromatic grain. I don't need to do that. We've ceased to do that. We've ceased from telling people to do that. But we've moved into getting you to experience recipes, getting you to experience food in a far more engaging and enjoyable way. Because we are not a product which get discussed on the table. We've had, but we don't get discussed. So how do you get excitement? We've worked with influencers, we've collaborated with them to build that excitement on a product like Dawat in a category like rice. And that's what we believe that today's day and age with influencers there, we've managed to do it far better. And I think without them, it would have been a very challenging world to kind of create that. That's my take on this thought.
And that's very unique. It shows that not only are the influencers a gateway for us to disseminate information, but another way to deeply engage with the consumer in a super exciting and creative way, probably an access that we did not have in the past, especially with maybe just television advertising where it was cookie cutter, repeated frequency. Today the creativity is a lot more. That's really good perspective, Ganpati. Thank you for that. I think the one thing that we all recognize is that influencers are here to stay. They are definitely giving us this access as part of our marketing mix, which goes beyond the toolkit that we had in the past. So as we scale the use of influencers, and coming to today's meat of the topic, data and tech, and we'll talk about data and tech first. I think AI we'll park aside because that's now a $5 million question, as we know from the recent news. But tell us, Anjali, Mondelez has always been at the forefront of not just making these marketing investments, but having a lot of thought behind them, a lot of thinking behind them, a lot of analysis behind them. Everything is purposeful, but at the same time, it is appropriately rationalized. So please tell us what role has data and technology played as you have started scaling the use of influencers?
So then I would say there are various different ways in which you can use data, and I won't speak about all of them. I'll just talk about the most relevant ones. I think data definitely helps in bringing authenticity. So first of all, not just of the influencers, but also the audience that they connect with. So using data and tools, there are enough tools in the market today that help you realize which is the right influencer to go to, and if that influencer is relevant to your messaging, to your brand, to the persona you want to create, to the message you want to put out there. So there's a lot of data and tech use over there. Identification of the right influencers, making sure they're authentic on brand for you, and also making sure that their audience is authentic. The other space that I see the use of data in is definitely driving ROI. So making sure that you're optimizing. There's a couple of things you can optimize, either your budget on when you're investing, or the optimization of performance. So largely around understanding whether the influencer is driving your KPIs that you put out at the beginning of your campaign, if they're meeting those goals and objectives for you. There's an important role for data to play over there and tech to play. And I think the third bit, which is now becoming increasingly important, you said we'll park AI for later, is the content itself, right? So there are enough tools today that help you make sure that the content that is being served to the right audience in the moment in time, and also making sure that your creative that is being put out there for the consumer is the right messaging. So tools that can enable you to create crisper, tighter, more relevant content for consumers using AI tools and technology. So that's really the space that I see. I mean, there is of course lots of other things that you can use data for.
So the three things, just to summarize for our audience today, is that curation seems to be the starting point, efficiency, so measurement.
Efficiency and effectiveness.
Effectiveness. And the third piece being the messaging and the qualitative aspect of the content itself. No, that's very, very helpful. And I think curation is an interesting one for Kinnari, for us to deep dive with you, since you already have a set pool of influencers, as part of your projects, the shows that you're doing, but you end up going beyond them. How do you go about using, qualitative or quantitative factors with a focus on quantitative here a little bit, as data is playing a key role, and figuring that, no, this is the right set of influencers that I need to reach out to beyond what I already have as part of the project?
Sure. I think I'll step back from a statement that you started, that influencers are here to stay. I think it's not influencers, it's the platforms that are here to stay, okay? If there were no platforms, you wouldn't have influencers in the first place, right? So now coming back to data, having spent like 2 decades in the digital industry, right from seeing the vast days of ringtone and Java games and brew apps to the influencers of today, my personal POV is I don't think we've reached the holy grail of influencer marketing as yet. We've just taken initial baby steps on this piece, right? Today, performance marketing that we do on digital space, it is so cut across, right? You want last touch, you want multi-touch. Can you optimize? What is your input? Are you buying overlapping audiences? How is the message being driven? Can I reach him in the night? Can I reach him in the morning? Can I reach him on his device? Can I reach him on his TV? So it's there, right? But when it comes to influencer marketing, I think we have a very, very long way to go from here. Firstly, even if you ask me, even if, somebody up there asks me like, do you think we need 10 or 8? So I can't answer that because I don't know whether the audience are overlapping, right, geographically. What is the cut on, like if you ask me an influencer has X followers, and if you tell me I want to reach the top tier, can I do it with this influencers or that? I think I don't have the answer, right? What we are just doing is we are doing some sort of social listening, and we are making sure that yes, the message is computed, but can we quantify? No, we can't quantify. I haven't seen anybody quantify or any tool quantify, right? So coming back to my initial statement is there are platforms, right? Now each of these platforms that we work with have been able to quantify and give us a layer of saying this is what you do and this is what you measure. Influencer marketing, I think the platforms itself didn't anticipate the growth as much as they would want to, and I think they also need to figure it around. Right? So today, for example, if you want to advertise on Meta, Google, any of the other platforms, you know that you can reach out to the platform, and that's where the data and the layers of data will come in. But influencer marketing, no. There are external ones, but still I think a lot of the platforms have a lot of wall guards for the data to pass through. So I think it needs a larger collaborative effort amongst the industry, platform, buyer and seller to answer the data question. But today it's like, yes, we are spending, we are happy, we can measure social listening. Can we measure attribution? No. Clear attribution, unless there's a coupon code and those are the schematics of a particular campaign. Can we measure ROI or incremental ROI, saying if I do 8, 10, if I don't do, if I do. So no, I think there is a long, long way to go.
So data is important. The demographic data, or maybe even some of the data that we have on performance, you're saying is not adequate yet. You feel that there is a lot more needed. So data in the future would play a critical role for us to determine how we invest more and have more sort of faith in influencer marketing is what I'm hearing from you.
There is faith. I don't deny the faith, but can I quantify that faith? Still, I think we are not there.
We're not there yet. And how, Ganpati, how do you look at the same? It's two interesting, different perspectives from Anjali and Kinnari there. And yours is, your use case is a lot more exciting, a lot more creative, right? So matching creativity with data, right? Because both have to work for that brand message to go out and give you the bang for the buck. So how do you match that creativity and how do you use data tech to make the quantitative and the qualitative worlds meet?
So to be fair, I think very, very well articulated by both Anjali and Kinnari on the need for it and the challenges which currently we face. Okay. Can we set data aside? No, we can't set data aside. But today, what is the certainty of what data we have and what do we use it for? You really cannot. When you start looking at a set of influences to work, you certainly look at what is the scale of influence this person can do, what's the reach, what's the numbers. Those numbers are the starting points, certainly. But are they the only truth? I don't think so that's the case. Because there are many a times, especially in a category like mine, where you go beyond it. Because there is a certain level of affinity which comes into play. And it's just not numbers. Because you might get numbers, and for brands, whose purpose is not just awareness, you would certainly need to invest in what sort of relationship are you building with the consumer through this approach of influencer marketing or through the influencer. That's important, and I don't think so. We have data which can help us do that. Do we need it? Yes, we need it. We need to develop that mechanics amongst us. And why would we do? Because today, we've reached a threshold beyond which, and it's already for us, and I'm sure for many organizations, it's still in the process there, where you are starting to make a choice of mediums, and influencer marketing has ceased to be something which is fashionable to invest in. It's not something which you need to tick the box for as part of a campaign. It's something which you're seeking ROI for. And in the absence of data which tells you what's the level of engagement, what's the level of brand building you're able to influence in your consumers, it's going to be difficult for this to scale up. Will it go away? No, I don't think so it'll go away. But what it is pushing us, it's in the direction to kind of build those frameworks, build a process where we can actually justify. Because at the end of the day, it's not collaborating with influencers for the sake of influencers. It's about building brands. This is a process of building brands, and the process of building brands is hardwired on returns. And that's important. So from that lens, data tells you, fine, pick up these guys, but then don't stop at that. Today we are not in a position where we can put a finger and say this is mathematically going to solve your problem. You will have to put your heart and soul into finding your best suited set to meet your objectives. That's how I would.
I think if I can just add something,
Please.
and I agree with what Kinnari and Ganpati about this. See, there's no standard way in which anybody looks at the data or measures the data. But when you get into something like influencer marketing, you never look at influencer marketing and its attribution in isolation, right? It's always supposed to add that extra level of magic to your marketing campaign. And if you were to look at it from that perspective, if you were to compare yourself when you did not do influencer marketing versus what value it brought to the table, either by way of impact, by way of volume sales that you got, by way of engagement metrics that you got, there is relevance of data and measurement in that space. However, is there a standard metric or is there a standard way in which you start evaluating all of this? I guess not. And there shouldn't be also, because every advertiser will have a different need for which they, collaborate with influencers and influencers bring different things to the table. So you can't really ignore their presence or need in your marketing mix. I think it's just about perspective of how do you start looking at it. Do you look at influencers to drive the last mile for you? Is it influencer building reputation, brand building, equity, whatever it is that your end goal is. And I think those end goals are measurable over a period of time, and we should look at it more from that perspective than actually narrowing it down to saying, I put influencers and I saw this inflection, suddenly happen. It's a long way off.
And the custom sort of use case for each one is definitely something that we've also seen, resonate with our clients. And one of the things, and I think this is a question for you, Anjali, is that as one of the pioneers in sort of leading this over the last few years, while data is restrictive for us, when we look at sort of the public data available around, how you measure this. But now we are also seeming to maturing as an ecosystem, right? So having used them for a few years, working with them for the last few years, there is this unique proprietary data that all of us are getting. Having this proprietary data gives you a layer of, okay, what did it do for me versus what can happen with an influencer, which is a very big shift. I think we are going after a decade of influencer marketing. And this sort of the efficiency, the effectiveness, the efficacy that we have seen in our own respective work and campaigns, how has that helped and how is that evolving while we start evaluating our strategies for what's coming, let's say in 2025 for you?
Oh, that's a tough one. Because like I told you, we are new on this journey, right? And we're still evolving what is the best way to start looking at it. But to put things in perspective, we are, as an organization, very, very driven by data outcomes, right? And that being the premise on which we work. I don't think we are going to step into influencer marketing and put all our money over there or bet a very large sum of money over there without really knowing what it does for our brands and for our business. So we are definitely going to look at measurability at some point in time. Having worked with this stream of work in influencer marketing, what I can tell you is from the few campaigns that we have run with influencers, we have seen dramatic impact on chatter that happens on social media. We do have social listening tools, like a lot of advertisers do, and we definitely see that when you do have an influencer or you have influencer marketing added to your mix, that you're going to see a lot more engagement, a lot more participation, a lot more communication and conversations around your brand take place.
Very helpful. I think we'll move the conversation from data to tech a little bit. I differentiate the two in the perspective that influencer marketing also happens to be a very operational heavy business. Whatever we are looking at now and with micro influencers becoming, the trend starting in 2024, leading to 2025, it seems to be a big trend across the globe. Now, to work with so many influencers, collaborate with them, giving you sort of the regional reach that you're looking, the dissemination into smaller parts of the country, and moving out of just urban India. How do you see technology play a role in optimizing this? And how is your view of micro-influencer marketing, and how do you see it as a trend in 2025? But it's for all of you. Anybody can go first.
Okay, so because it's tech platform, I think I'll attempt this. See, anything that we are doing, because I'm currently answering from the right brain, it's input, process, and output, right? When it comes to input to any campaign or say influencer campaign, what do you want to do? You just want to identify the right influencer, bring some amount of predictability of saying how, where, what, why. Because it's still predictability, I don't have clear mathematics onto you. So if I'm looking at the input part of side, we've actually, gone ahead and seen a lot of AI tools which have kind of crawled and, telling me, okay, this influencer has these many followers, probably these are originals, these are overlapping a lot, these look fake or bot driven, etc. These are his top comments, his average. So every kind of data. I think of all the tools that I have personally seen, I think there's a new one on the block called Insight IQ, right? It just gives some of the fantastic insights onto picking those influencers to the extent that, okay, what are the top cities that his followers are from? What is the geographic contribution? I think to an extent, there are tools like that which has got us the input right, but can that input answer questions like what is the overlapping between influencer A and B? No. We're a little far off but I'm sure if we've got this far, cracking the overlap is one of the easiest next steps. So the input is sorted, right? Now coming back to the process, right? Can I scale it if I think it's working? No, I cannot scale it, right? So it's like scaling budgets on a performance marketing campaign. No, I can't scale it because there is this whole factor of content creation that comes into play, right? And at the same time, in the process, you are looking at quick data points coming to you, saying, etc., is it working, not working? Those data points also don't come in at a real time because, of course, if he or she is putting out a piece of content, that content, because the way algorithms work, will take X amount to reach from 0 to X. In one influencer versus another, it will reach 0 to X on a different time frame. So can I get real-time signals? No. Can I scale campaigns if I want? No. I think the process bit is still something to solve. And the output, I think we've spoken enough on data, right? So the input is getting sorted, but I think the process and the output mechanics on technology are still in early stage building blocks, or maybe it's a surprise like the DeepSeek or Kim suddenly comes out from the market saying, oh wow, we solved it. So I think that's where we are.
Any Ganpati, Anjali, would Ganpati please?
We also need to appreciate that while you've got hardwired things for which you need tech, which tech can solve, it's also a function of creativity. There is content which the influencer is creating in the ecosystem of your brand. Now, I don't know, I haven't come across any tech which is predicting what sort of content can help you get your brand be more mobile with a certain piece of, this collaborative ecosystem of content. So you have a brand promise, you have a set of differentiators which you create for your brands, and you have a content which the influencer is bringing to the table. What sort of tech can you put to make this more exciting and define the way? For example, and while this might sound a little bit vague, because earlier, the days of 30-seconders and televisions and everything, you had everything from link to, I don't know, what all mechanisms, where you say, look, this is the way my branded memorability works. In the age of influencers, or in the age we foresee forward, this entire brand building exercise is collaborative. Tech, which can not only solve, one part of tech is going to solve scalability, ROI issues. The other part of tech I would love to see is tech which can help me solve for that. Currently, it's just people solving for it.
I think I'll just put out a leaf on the creative aspect because I'm closer to content and tech. Most of us believe that Netflix makes movie based on, some story, etc. But trust me, the amount of data that Netflix looks at and the amount of input on that data that goes to making the next speed of content is so high, including the colors, the genres, the personas, the backgrounds, each and everything. So I think there are people, there are companies, there are pockets of the world that is putting in lots and lots of data as an input to creativity, but yes, creativity is still something that tech might not solve for a time, but yes, your inputs are getting finer and finer, right? So whether you should make this versus that, use this color versus that, can this music resonate more with my TG or that? So that's getting, that's the way I think science went around just making logos, a long, long time back. To now, we've seen companies like Netflix and the likes putting a lot of science to even creating content.
Oh, thank you. And, I'd just like to add on the micro marketing and micro influencers, because it's a unique opportunity, I feel. And influencer marketing traditionally, right, has had two key constraints: budgets and time. I mean, a product launch, for example, right? A product launch is happening at a certain date in time. So I have finite budget for it, right? Or I have finite time to activate a certain set of influencers. Now, whether I'm able to do 50, 500 influencers or 5,000 influencers, time plays a critical role in what I can do. And I think technology can come in there and help us solve for the time constraint to a very large extent. So while curation is one aspect where data has helped, I think the time constraint is a very unique problem to solve, which I think tech can help us with. And micro-influencers in particular in 2025, I see them playing a very important role, is because the established influencers today, this is their business, right? And as we make this a profession or a business, the entire parameters of influencer marketing is relatability and authenticity. And sort of that, and that authenticity meter starts going down a little bit, right, as you start making a business out of it. But the micro-influencers have just started that journey. They are as authentic as it gets. So if you're looking to actually spread that message, or do the creativity with maybe 1,000 homemakers instead of the 4 chefs that are doing it for every pressure cooker brand and also a rice brand. I think it's a very unique opportunity which technology can maybe help us scale influencer marketing with and still drive home that authentic and relatable content. I just wanted to add my perspective on that one. But as time is up, we will wrap up with any closing remarks that you have. The most exciting thing that you see as far as either AI is concerned, and we park that aside for a second. So maybe the most exciting thing that you see that you would want to use or dream to use while you do influencer marketing as far as tech, AI, or data is concerned.
I think there are a couple of things that AI can help you do. One of which is definitely help you with content. The whole space of Gen AI is now working towards what is the right content that needs to go out to consumers. The other is optimization of how you are building your campaigns. So these are the two specific areas that I think AI has a very, very significant role to play, and you'll start seeing that. The other space I think which might come up is how do you start looking at all the data that you have to be able to do some bit of predictive analysis for you when you're deploying influencer-led marketing campaigns.
Predictive analytics. Kinnari?
I think the closing remark on influencer forum is I'm extremely happy that the whole influencer bit democratized the social platforms, right? Otherwise, we were kind of mercy of those platforms of doing X, Y, Z. Influencer marketing democratized it, but democracy gave, birth to another problem, which I think some of us in this room will end up solving, and that's where there'll be some method to madness.
Democratization. It's a big vision. Empathy?
No, I have a smaller vision. I would, while influencer marketing is certainly a community of thought processes, I would love to see greater level of personalization. I come from food, and food is a very personal choice. As many people, as many days. That's largely where it is. So greater level of personalization, greater level of people wanting to explore the unknown, content which pushes boundaries and being unconventional. And all of this at some levels, with what AI can do, makes it more exciting. And hence, I think, AI, while we haven't spoken much on that, is maybe a key to kind of exploring these unknowns or stretching ourselves into spaces, which I don't think so come very naturally. Or we've been born in an age of constraints where we don't see that this could be a possibility. I think that's what I would see this year, looking at experimenting, getting more avenues to just go about personalizing, reaching out people the way they want, instead of community groups and sort of segmenting them into various buckets and putting them in silos. I think I would love technology to help me do that. And I'm sure AI should put that in place.
Just to summarize today, I think we've heard some amazing perspectives from our panelists, from the fact that we need to democratize the use of influencers to creativity playing as important, excitement and engagement playing as important a role as maybe data efficiency and effectiveness is going to play. Influencer marketing is sort of bringing those two together. There is no necessarily a tangible line there, but a custom, like Anjali mentioned, a custom solution for your own self, on your own objectives is what is important to determine. So as you take this path, you're able to figure that out and evolve as part of your own journey. But we all agree that the influencers and the collaborative world of the influencer marketing are here to stay. So thank you so much for your insightful comments, and it was a pleasure to have this conversation with all of you.
Thank you, Atin.
Thank you so much, Atin, for curating this conversation. Of course, a big thank you to all our panelists. May we request you to please join us in the center as I now invite Siddharth Dabade, who is the Chief Business Officer of Lemma, to please join us and help us in the token of appreciation for all our panelists. Let's give Siddharth a warmer round of applause as we welcome his leadership on stage. And of course, Siddharth, if we could request you, starting with Anjali and you in one frame, if you can give them a token of appreciation. Thank you so much, Anjali, for joining us. Thank you so much, Kinnari. Thank you for your valuable time. Thank you, Mr. Subramanian. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Atin. Thank you for joining and helping us in curating this conversation. Of course, towards the end, we'd request all five of you to come together. Siddharth, if you could just be a part of the photograph as well. We'd request you all, ladies and gentlemen, the hashtag India Brand Conclave moment right here at the 8th edition, wherein we've just spoken about the role of data, technology, and AI in influencer marketing. And on the other side, we're going to be having yet another exciting conversation, and we request you all to stay tuned. But before that, allow me in a moment to acknowledge our partner, presented by Air Media, India's #1 influencer marketing agency. Well, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to redefine customer journeys? Because it's time to leave the traditional maps behind and embark on a bold new adventure, Customer Journey 3.0. In this era, engagement isn't just about the touch points, it's about delivering experience that go above and beyond, creating moments that make customer go, wow, that's my brand. And on this note, we're going to be shortly inviting our panelists, but just allow us a minute as the stage is getting set. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, to discuss Customer Journey 3.0, innovating engagement beyond touch points. Before we start this, we'd just like to remind you that if you've written your names on the chits, please do raise your hand, or if rather somebody who hasn't yet got the chit, because our team's going to be coming ahead and collecting it in the fishbowl right away. So I hope everyone has the same. Also, the social media contests winners are going to be announced in the next session. So stay tuned, be in the room so that when we announce your name, you can come and collect your worthy gift hamper. Well, as the stage is now set, allow me a moment to now invite our eminent panelists, starting with Mr. Ashish Kotekar, Head Sales and Partnership, Neural Garage, on stage. We'd also like to invite Priya Ranjan Mane, Head of Marketing, Pepe Jeans, London. Do we have Priya with Ranjan? Yes, Priya Ranjan, thank you so much for joining us. Also, we'd now like to request Rakesh Setia, President, Sales, Marketing, CRM and Business Strategy, Rustamji Group. Rakesh, thank you so much. If we could invite Rupesh R, Director, Sales and Marketing, Pro Manage. Thank you, Rupesh, for joining us. If you could now request Yatnesh Pandey, Vice President, Marketing, Greenply. And ladies and gentlemen, for the moderator of this conversation, let's invite the Senior Editor, Exchange for Media once again, Kanchan Srivastava. Kanchan, allow us an opportunity to just add one more chair so that you do not have to stand from the podium and talk, but allow us an opportunity to welcome you on the same. With that, Kanchan, over to you to curate yet another fantastic discussion. This time we're talking about customer engagement, and of course, we've got such a fantastic lineup of speakers with great brands. I'm sure you'll do a wonderful job.
Yes. Good afternoon and very warm welcome to all of you. And I would like to start with the quiz. I mean, do you know how many active internet users India has? Any guesses? Active internet users? So according to the latest Kantar report, 886 million, 88.6 crore. That's a huge number. So let's begin with the serious conversation now. So I will start with Ashish, right? So Ashish, everyone talks about, integrating physical and digital channels to create frictionless experiences. What is the secret? What is the strategy? How to do it?
Thank you so much. Very nice question. I think it's a very simple answer to that. Data, technology, and human interaction. Connecting these seamlessly is essentially where the brand journey is headed. And that's something that needs to kind of be defined by brands to ensure that the connect that people have in the digital space, whether it's on the website, whether it's on the app, whether it's on social media, that same experience translates seamlessly when they are interacting in person at the point of purchase or in retail and in-person interaction. The same journey has to continue, and that's essentially what would create a frictionless omni-channel experience for customers.
Yeah, so now coming to Priyaranjan. Priyaranjan, how do you ensure, that your customer engagement is at the best at your stores? And can you also share any, recent examples where you feel that the customer journey from entry to purchase to feedback has been a standout?
Okay, so for us, trial is a very big part of our business. Customers walking into our store trying a pair of denims is of utmost importance, and it's extremely difficult nowadays to get somebody to walk into a mall, park their car and come to this store. So there are two ways that we look at it, right? So one is we are building our models to understand what a consumer is looking at, what kind of purchase decisions or tick boxes he or she is doing before coming and purchasing the product. But we're also very closely looking at what else they're doing in their life. So quick commerce is a very big thing for us. Partners like Zomato are very big for us. So as a fashion brand, we've also found a niche in people who love to enjoy experiences. I'm sure all of us have heard about what has happened after COVID in terms of consumption, in terms of spending monies on more experiences than product. And we've been parallelly working with these guys who are already established or who are doing a lot of insightful consumer journey experience developments on their apps. So if we have a campaign, and this is a real example, we had a campaign called Take Me Somewhere. This was last summer.
And Take Me Somewhere, what we did was we just extended it across all the apps. So Make My Trip, Book My Show, Zomato, and we created experiences for people. So when you went on Zomato, you actually had a Pepe Jeans Take Me Somewhere tab, which opened up into multiple tabs which said, take me for a coffee, take me for a dinner, take me for a quick snack. And then, of course, it was already integrated with your PIN code location. So you would see the same set of restaurants even if you had not clicked on that tab. But here, Pepe just came into the picture as, you know, something different in terms of engagement with the audience. And to our delight, we did about 450 orders through that page. For our offline stores, now what we're actually doing, and I hope this experiment comes through, we're working with a bunch of IITians, you know, to experiment with this concept called try and buy at your home. And a lot of people, you know, have issues in terms of parking. They don't have the time, you know, they don't want to experience, you know, mall culture anymore as it was before. So what we've done is, anybody who's browsing through our website and we know a store is nearby, through Facebook geotagged ads, we push them an ad saying try at home in the next 2 hours. So somebody can book 10 garments. 10 garments are sent from the store to the consumer's house. He or she buys whatever they want and returns the rest. So we have started doing that. Bangalore is the city that we have started doing this. And we intend to do it in, you know, bigger cities, but Bangalore has been the most receptive. I would not want to share the actual numbers right now because they're not that big, but we've been growing from 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 orders. Now we're in a good double-digit space, trying to push it to 100 orders plus in a day. What this is also doing is it is telling us which customers, you know, want to try and are not only e-commerce driven. They want the product right then. And that is also pushing us to tie up with partners like Zepto, like Blinkit, Flipkart Minutes, and the rest of it. So it's an interesting, you know, plan of action for us because it's very important that we differentiate ourselves, one with product, and I think a lot of brands are pushing premium product now. But then how do you change the experience of buying and consumption for them and giving them an additional reason to buy apart from price, brand heritage, and product quality? So those are the things that we are doing in terms of touch points and, you know, and innovating in terms of reaching them when they least expect you to reach out.
Yeah, quite interesting, I guess. Rakesh, so I think Ashish talked about, you know, blending digital and physical experiences. But for your sector, I think marketing usually sells the dream, but people buy home just once or twice in their lifetime. How do you work towards, you know, enhancing your customers' experience, and what are the lessons learned over the last few years, post-COVID, basically?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So as rightly said, real estate, you know, yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes,
what I was
sorry.
saying, no problems.
Sorry.
Yeah, so sorry for this interruption. So as I was saying, housing is actually one of the most involved product category. And as you rightly said, about 95% of the people buy home only once in their lifetime. And when they buy home, it is actually not one person's decision. The entire family gets involved in that. And also the person would like to take references from the friends and family, the near and dear ones. And then people would like to go through, you know, a cycle of being, let's say, maybe a passive intender to becoming an intender, and then, you know, trying to make a short listing of the projects, and then trying to reach out to the projects, and then considering evaluation and all that. But for us, as a real estate builder, the journey of the customer does not just end at when the customer decides to make the purchase. It has to go on beyond that. You know, the entire life cycle, because the projects are delivered over 3 to 5 years, the lifetime of the project, you know, when you deliver the project. So during that process, the demands have to go to the customer has to be kept updated on the construction milestones and the progresses. And also, once in a while, we would like to bring the customers to the site and do certain programs for them in order to continue to have their positive intent and also to have the positive rub-off on the brand. We roughly get, as a brand, Rustomji is in a space where we get about 20 to 25% of our sales from referral, loyalty and referral customers. So our existing customers buy more, or they refer to their friends and family to buy from us. Now, because of all these high involvement activities, actions, problem statements from the customer side, this technology has actually given us huge amount of opportunity to personalize and customize our experience with the customers. So when the customers are shortlisting the property, we can show the property to them, the apartments, we can show them various apartments, what can suit their requirement. We can show them, depending upon the family's requirement, a highly personalized pitch can be made. Suppose somebody wants a pet-friendly project, you can show that. Somebody has got young children and they want to have focus on the educational institutions, or how do you study, or maybe building the community, what kind of social network you can provide to people. So the technology has provided us, one, to help us reach our target audience, make them interested in our projects, facilitate their site visits, then after that, showcasing the product to them, showcase to them in the ways which will appeal to the target audience, and then, the purchase experience, showing them, the views from a particular location or site, and then the purchase experience, sharing the updates with them. And then after that, the entire possession experience, because when we hand over the project, hand over the apartment to the customer, the one unit has to go through more than 110 checks. And then all those checks happen, the snagging, de-snagging happens, and everything is done. So the technology has actually made it easier for us to manage all these things. What I have not yet spoken in between, which is also beyond the sales and marketing domain, is the entire construction management process. So there, before the projects are launched, we are able to, make the plans, understand, what kind of requirements of material, use that for the indenting purposes, costing purposes. So the digitization and availability of technology is really helping us a great deal, especially in the last 3 to 4 years after the COVID period. What we've also seen is that the evaluation time, the purchase cycles have gone down. We would see that for a 5 crore ticket size, customers would take about 4 to 6 months time to conclude on a property. Now that has come to about 1 week or, maybe a few weeks time, less than a month time. So that is the kind of, the TAT that we are experiencing. So in a nutshell, I would say, real estate industry, while I think till a few years back, could have been a bit of a laggard in terms of using technology, but in the last 3 to 4 years, real estate industry has really come up in a big way in terms of personalization, creating content, creating video, developing different kind of content basis the customer's requirements, and also, the hyper localization, because 50% of our audience comes from the same micro market, within the 5 kilometers people want to buy the project, so we are able to more sharply reach out to those customers. I can go on and on, but I think, I just wanted to give a glimpse of how technology is helping us.
A very interesting insight indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, you said that purchase time has come down from 4 to 5 months to a couple of weeks. That is really interesting. You're talking about Mumbai or maybe in general, India market?
No, I'm talking about Mumbai, and I'm talking about India market also. And, just a couple of more points, we can, so we've got CRM. So when the customers come and visit us, we obviously, you would like to understand as much as possible about your customer, the family size, office location, home location, the automobile that the customer use, or the locations where the customer goes, the holidays, etc., etc. So all this information actually helps us to personalize and customize our sales pitch with the family, and we can use that to create even the marketing collaterals also. The properties which are high ticket size, about 20, 30 crores, 10 crores, There, people want the flexible spaces, they don't necessarily want, a 5-bedroom house. They may still want a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom house in a 5,000 square feet home, but they want a lot of flexible areas which can be converted to their requirement. So I think this line is very, very interesting, and it is using technology in a great manner. So thanks to the people from the technology industry who are really enabling us.
Yeah, thank you. Rakesh, actually, he shared a lot on, customer experience and kind of empowering customers with the insights and all. So now coming to you, Rupesh, I would like to know, how do brands empower their customers for a greater experience through their journey? I mean, we already heard Rakesh, but I would like to know about, most of the categories. You can, basically broaden your answer. How brands empower their customers for a seamless journey? And is there a hack?
Yeah.
Is there a hack, whereby, feedback, praise, and everything comes, in real time?
All right. Okay, fantastic. So brands, when they think about empowering customer journeys, I think the focus has to be long-term relationships and delivering value, because it is that makes sure that customer sticks with them in the first place, right? Demonstrated experience, of course, comes a long way. So one thing that brands need to understand is that the customer journeys have not linear anymore, right? They are dynamic. So they move to a holistic approach towards how they want to, activate or engage with customers as part of this customer journey. And the second thing is, they also are trying to break the information silos that are internal, making sure it is consistent when it's communicated to an external user or a customer, right? And the third thing is, of course, there is a lot of areas where we can capture feedback from customer, right? And doing it in real time, of course, is mammoth of a task right now, because it is followed by analyzing the data, right? There are tools in terms of chats or surveys that you can publish. In an ideal scenario, we would like to know what is the customer's mindset is at every juncture of his journey, right? But as you understand, with more data comes a lot of issues with respect to bias, etc. And I think that is where AI as a technology is today helping us in terms of analyzing volumes of data and reducing the processing time. And that way we go through a lot of information, be it emails, chats, or other conversations that happen in a quick time, right? And making sure we get the necessary intel to keep the conversation moving. And that's my add to it. And a lot of work is going in AI. I mean, there's a lot of adoption with respect to text, with respect to analyzing text, with respect to automating responses, etc. There are also a lot of growing areas where some of the leaders in the industry have already adopted to even understanding emotional cues, products that are there that helps you understand emotional cues in conversations. So these are some of the constructive aspects that we can look into when you want to evaluate or you want to empower a customer's journey. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting perspective indeed. And now coming to you, Yatnesh, well, we have discussed, B2C perspective. We would like to understand from you, what are the key aspects of engaging B2B customers?
Okay, good evening, everyone. I will take a cue from what Rupesh has mentioned. The purchase journey are not linear anymore, whether it's the B2C or whether it's the B2B. If the customer is going to buy the jeans, or customer is going to buy the flat or house, or B2B customer is going to buy the product from us, they all going through the exploration and evaluation. The only thing is there are degree changes. When the B2C, you have the exploration evaluation is the lesser level than the B2B, because the stakes and the value and volumes both are different. Now, we have both the categories B2C and B2B. We have the larger business in B2C than the B2B. But B2B, the customers like the big furniture brands, which you guys hear, most of them, they buy product from us as a material. In the B2B, what you have to do, you have to create a content and material which is more for the conversion of your sales page. And that is not just the stimuli like the customer where they have to take the immediate decision, because he will go more deeper on this thing in terms of the product specs, in terms of the product uses, or in terms of the further services of the product. So we create lot of those kind of the tools for them. We have some of the digital tools where we work onto the loop. We call it the lead to the discovery, and then orchestrating their conversation, and then organizing, optimizing their purchase, and then further giving them to reason to re-engage. But the only thing is change from B2C and B2B is the degree. The level changes from this thing. But I think the overall process remains the same, whether it's the B2C or B2B.
Okay, yeah, it's very nice here. So now coming to you again, Ashish, what are the biggest challenges in customer segment as of now, emerging challenges?
Well, I would say that the disjointed experience that customers have when you talk about multiple channels, like whether it's physical, whether it's digital, at the end of the day, how do you ensure that that consumer, that customer, your end user is having the same experience across all these? So just to give you an example, this recent project that we carried out for one of the biggest brands in the country, HUL, ensured that the last mile, which is the retailer that interacts with the customer, has the seamless experience that, that they want to give through their commercials, through their messaging, by making the retailer the hero. Now, how that was done is by using generative AI, by only getting the retailer to upload one single selfie onto their site and getting that entire thing coming back to the retailer in a WhatsApp message with the brand imaging, with the product that's being pushed out, and making the retailer the hero in the entire process. Now, this is something which ensures that the entire journey for the customer, from seeing the commercial to interacting with his retailer and getting their hands on the product, has been seamless. And that's how we've used generative AI in multiple such scenarios. That's one. There are multiple other such scenarios where the end user gets to have that frictionless experience that the brand is trying to give out, and that's where somewhere generative AI has played a major role, and that's what we are basically pushing. And the same thing has been discussed by my co-panelists as well, in terms of how technology is enabling the smoother relationship that they're building with the end consumer.
Yeah, thank you, Ashish, for sharing such a nice case study of HUL. Everyone would like to know about it, right? And now coming back to you, Priranjan, you would like to know, how do we prepare for the future, as AI comes into every sector?
I mean, look, there are two ways of looking at it. One who have adopted it and who are moving ahead with it, and the others who say, I mean, this is not going to change much, and human, involvement is always going to be key. The way we are looking at it is, we'll follow where our consumer goes, right? If our consumer base changes and wants more AI-driven messaging, more AI-driven segmentation, and so on, we will quickly move that way. But for us in the fashion industry, I think one very big use case is actually allowing people to see how the garments look on them without moving an inch from where they are, right? So there are some very, very native tools which allow you to try on garments on a very microscopic level. I mean, the level of sophistication and accuracy is very poor on them right now. But we also understand that there's a lot of technology which has now started emerging. You can actually see how the t-shirt will look when you walk, how it will look when you turn around, how your denim will stretch, and what kind of creases you'll get on the garment. So we have all these kind of freelancing agencies, I must call them now, who have started getting into these smaller aspects of, imagery, which is very important for us. And for anybody who purchases garments, I mean, they want to know how it looks, how it'll look on their body type, how it'll look when they're standing, when they're walking, when they're running, and so on. So for us, I think it's definitely going to be a big point of investment. But from a single focus of ensuring first in terms of product imagery and how consumers can get a predictive image of how they would look in it without really making much effort. Post that, SEM is a big one where we're also trying to look at, especially our last mile orders for e-commerce, where our return rates are, the players like Myntra and Amazon, are hitting almost say 40-45% at a total level. Fashion of course is around say 25-30%, but that hits our P&L very badly, so we need to start looking, and that's another focus area where AI will come into place. Yes, so for us right now, these are the two major focus assets. But yes, I think we'll move when and how the consumer wants us to move. AI will be there; it'll keep getting better, but there won't be 100% use of all the AI that you have. Of course, you'll have to break it across different industries and see which use case works better. But we'll be very nimble on this. We were very aware and focused on what's happening in the industry, and we'll adapt immediately to it.
Yeah, I think AI is working for, most of the categories of brands. But what about the real sector? What is your biggest challenge at present, even though we have AI?
Sorry.
The biggest challenge
Yeah.
in customer engagement at present?
Okay. Yeah. So I think so there are certain challenges, where technology can help us, where let's say, what we are saying, artificial intelligence, that could help us. So it is basically time to market. So when we acquire a project and then when we launch a project, during the entire, so it takes considerable amount of time to actually launch a project. So that's about 1.5, 2 years, depending upon the kind of project that you acquire. So this is one part where technology could really help us. See, the process of acquiring land or a redevelopment project and then launching that for the consumers. During that process, there are various stages. And at times, multiple people, multiple agencies are working on those stages. And at times, most of the agencies work in isolation of each other. So one hand doesn't know what's happening to the other hand. And when that interface happens, at times, there can be conflicting situation or impractical situations which cannot be done. And then again, it goes for redrawing, and then, you have to again redo the entire thing. So that's one point where it is happening. Second point, again, is with respect to the micro segmentation and also hyper personalization of the customers. See how many units of more than 5 crores would sell in Mumbai, barely a few thousands. And such customers, and when we look at, more than 10 CR, more than 20 CR, the numbers can actually come to only about hundreds odd kind of numbers, and those are very, very precious transactions. So how do you personalize how you talk to those customers? So while at times we are using the solutions which are particularly in domain of presenting the property to them, but there may be some technology can actually help us to create more and more personalized communication on the basis of segment of the customer. So these are the two things where I look forward to the technology helping us and helping us to take this forward.
Yeah. So Rupesh, when challenges are there, I think where there are challenges, innovations come in, right? So we would like to know from you, about your innovation, path breaking or something which you did really big, in customer engagement.
Okay, so just a quick background. So we are a company that manages brands' digital assets for anyone with a retail location. So the biggest challenge for us was mapping revenue generation from the top of the funnel channels that we manage, right? Because it gets lost over a period of time. It falls through the cracks, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for brands to understand whether or not they should invest in a certain channel. I think that is something that we were able to crack it through process, through technology aspects, where we were able to track an engagement which was primarily an inquiry which ends up being a sale probably 1 year down the lane. I think that's has created a difference for us in the market as ProManage.
Very interesting. Now coming to you, Yatnesh. How frequently you need to innovate, to retain or maybe to gain your customers in B2C and B2B both?
How frequently? I think on the daily basis, because consumer needs are never consistent. They changes. No one wants my house everyone wants my house should look better than my neighbor's house and my house should look unique. So now as a brand, we always have a challenge. How can we fulfill these inspirations? Now the innovation happens into the many side. Innovation happen onto the product side. Now the trends keep changing. You see the earlier tables were more square. Now most of the tables are into a round shape. So we have to come out with the product which can be the easily bendable product. Now the customers were earlier looking only for the design. Now they're looking for some kind of the science behind the design, some kind of sometime they come out with their own ideas. Recently we put in the content onto the Vastu Shastra, and the consumption was more than what we had estimated, because consumers are exploring whether it's a science or it's a myth, whether they should use it for their home interior or not. So these kind of the innovation we have to keep doing it, especially for the B2B sector. They wanted the product which their new automated machines can be able to use it. So recently one of the leading interior brand, they have the manufacturing facility in Bombay. They had bought the new German machines. Now they wanted the new product which can be get properly fitted into those machines. So we have to innovate as per the customers, what are the new technologies which they are going to use it. So innovation happen both the sides, and I think so on to the daily basis, some other new thing which we keep innovating it in the content side, in the consumption side, in the product side, in terms of the delivery side also. So today morning, one of my logistic team member, they inform us how the Odisha delivery we are changing it, because the Odisha has a very vast geography and the state is progressing, and then the new thrust is there from the government side. So they need a faster delivery. We have a plant in the West Bengal. So this new innovation from the logistic delivery. So service side, the innovation is happening. So that's the way the innovation keep happening into all these spaces.
So innovations have to be done on daily basis, Yatnesh says. So now coming back to you, Ashish, would you like to share your best engagement innovation so far?
So multiple engagements have utilized our innovative technology, generative AI. So in the space of, say, visual lip sync, in the space of hyper-personalization, in the space of voice cloning, there have been innumerable case studies that we've actually delivered to clients and brands which can be seen. Among the primary ones that I would like to talk about is something that we did when Dream11 wanted to carry out a campaign before IPL last year, and they had all the cricketers, sending out a message, but obviously they wanted to take it out to regional markets as well. Now, obviously you cannot get these cricketers to speak in regional languages, and they used our technology to have that seamless connect with the audiences. That number one. In the other case scenario, with a brand like Britannia, we were able to basically use celebrities like Pankaj Tripathi in media dark areas in UP, get his voice cloned and reach out to audiences with a character called Papa Tripathi, who gives out parenting advice. In addition to that, we also did a campaign with 50/50, again for Britannia, where we cloned Ravi Shastri's voice and got him to speak in multiple languages. Now, in addition to that, like what Rakesh, my dear friend Rakesh here was mentioning, in terms of hyper-personalization, that's also tech that uses generative AI that's proprietary to us and it's developed in-house, which allows your brand ambassador, which allows your MD even for that matter, to have personalized connect with your end users. And that somewhere leads you to a journey where it is a memorable one, where you are utilizing tech to create that relationship with your end consumer, which stays in their mind for a long time. It's not just about having seen a commercial and having forgotten about this in the mix of a plethora of commercials that they might have seen. But this is something that goes a step ahead in creating that bridge between the digital interactions that they have and the physical interactions that they have, whether it is about getting a message on their phone or whether it is about interacting with a brand at the point of purchase. So that's essentially, those are some of the things that besides the HOL case study that I mentioned earlier, is something that I would like to highlight.
Yeah, very interesting. I think next time when I speak to you over video call or maybe Zoom, I would wonder whether it is you or it is just your picture lip syncing AI and all, right?
I would just like to say that it would be very wrong to villainize AI. It is in the interest of brands and businesses to accept it with open arms and see how it can be used for their advantage, and where it can bridge gaps which exist at this point of time. Like in the case of Priyaranjan, in terms of being able to, have an avatar which wears their clothes and is able to tell the customer in terms of how it would look and not have to, repent after buying it and go through the entire purchase, the cycle of having to return it back and probably, get something else in return. That turnaround time is something which is extremely valuable, which technology can help cut down.
Yeah, very interesting. So coming to you, Priyaranjan, I would also like to know from you what is the best engagement innovation you have done so far with creators, social media, anything.
Okay, so he's actually stolen an idea which we are going to execute. So we have Kriti Sanan, who's our global brand ambassador, and we've just shot some content with her a couple of weeks back. So CRM for us also is very big. We also get a lot of repeat purchases through CRM, loyalty programs and the rest. So what we are trying to experiment is a personalized Kriti video where she takes the name of the customer and then says that, hey, I know you love denims from Pepe, why don't you try our latest range? And that's something that should get rolled out soon. So I'm sure that would be the most innovative idea that we execute with a brand ambassador, personalized messaging through WhatsApp or other mediums. But yes, that's still on its way. Before that, I think the Zomato one and many of these. So we worked even with Make My Trip because summer is usually about travel. And when you travel, you also purchase a lot of clothes. So we worked with Make My Trip, Redbus, Go Ibibo and the rest. Yes, so I think the best one is yet to launch, which comes in the next couple of months.
Very interesting. I look forward to that. Rakesh, I think same question I would like to ask you as well because
sure, very interesting. So see, real estate is all about customization, especially in the premium category. So we had this one particular unit which was about 15,000 square feet. Now in that 15,000 square feet, the customers were not able to, 15,000 would have a ticket size of about 100 odd crore, more than that, maybe 120 odd crores. And then, how do you, there were people who had that kind of money, but then they were not able to figure out what do they do with their 15,000 square feet home. And then, we had to create, and the spaces were flexible. And then, we had to show to the customer that these are the spaces that you can create in your 15,000 square feet apartment or in your apartment, which would actually require maybe a 25,000 square feet area. But you are getting all these possibilities by buying just 15,000 square feet in about 120 crores. So you show to the customer, what kind of requirements. So you think about that customer, who will have probably a net worth of 2,000, 3,000 odd crores. Then you think about the lifestyle, family, they won't require huge rooms. Maybe, for a family of 4 people, they would have 10 staff or 20 staff. They would have probably a few pets. They would also need to have a recreation room, maybe a party lounge, or maybe a room to enjoy or have some kind of recreation. So we had to create the collateral which could actually show maybe a few intenders. And some of us actually, we didn't know, how the lifestyle of a person with 5,000 crore net worth would be. So it is about, getting into the psyche of that customer, thinking about that, researching, trying to find out, get some foreign examples and all that. So that's the height. I thought maybe, I can just talk about from the maximum level, the height of personalization or engagement.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yatnesh, you would also like to share?
Okay, so couple of innovation, but one which is close to my heart, let me tell on that. So we, as a product company, we consume the timber, and but we consume the agroforestry timber, and we are the surplus. So we plant more trees than the number of the trees we consume for the production. So we were thinking, and then we have the very ambitious plan to reach to the 50 million that we reached it into the last December. So we thought, how can we engage to the some of our influencer, those who are into the chain of recommendation. And we went to the some of the architects and interior designer. We created a program called Green Rise, where we started planting trees and then give them the photos, and then they can monitor the growth of those trees, and then it can come. So as an architect, I know the kind of the product which I am recommending, how much is the carbon footprint is making and all. And then we created an app so that they can track on their journey. It got loved by many architects, and I think now there is no discussion on any New Year gifting or any Christmas celebration. It's more on the how many tree I had planted and then how many tree I had consumed it. So that's changed the needle, honestly.
Very interesting, yeah. So now I think coming back to you. Would you like to answer the same question or should I tweak it?
You can tweak it.
Acha, okay. So most of the consumers, they do not like to see ads. Most of the people are using ad blockers. What kind of solutions you can offer to them, to the brands? You know,
Okay,
how can we engage them? How can we kind of, reach out to them?
There's a lot of ad fatigue right now, right? People are tired, as you mentioned. Personalization would go a long way when these ads are a lot more conveying to stakeholders and their buyer personas. I think that's where the difference in terms of engagement and conversion would happen. And of course, the reduction of ad blocker tools in their browsers, etc. Apart from that, while we talk about personalization, when you're handling a large set of customers, I think you should be able to do it at scale, which is again where AI would play a typical role. And it is important that they feel that something is communicated to them than the large masses. I think that and the time at which they want to see the channel, which they want to see, is something that we need to define. A combination of segmentation and targeting would work if we land that right. That's when I think you'd hit the ads conversion.
Yeah. I think, any question from the audience? Yes, please. Can we please pass on the mic?
Can we get a microphone passed? Sir, if you can just raise your hand.
I can give mine.
That's very sweet of her to do that. Just your name and whom would you like to address
My
it
name
to?
is Reem. I want to address this to Rakesh.
Yeah.
Who was that 2,000 crore net worth guy, and did he buy that flat?
Yeah, of course, we've sold that inventory.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, how did you convince that was a fun question, but the serious question is the trial and error you have to do using AI or whatever, it's like infinite. So how did you decide this is the line I'm going to draw?
Yeah. Okay. So, which is what I was saying towards the end of, that you have to understand the psychology of this customer. And then one will also need to kind of understand what kind of family size, what kind of requirements, what kind of uses for home that this person would have. Would he like to go out and party there, or would he like to invite the customers, or invite the friends and family at home and then do the party? Would he like to use the project's amenities, or would that person like to create the amenities for oneself? So one has to, we did have to do a lot of research in this field. We took help from certain agencies who provided us some insights. And then we created a lot of options of areas. We created, let's say, a wine cellar, a party hall, maybe a library, or maybe some room for family recreation, a separate...
Did you use AI to generate the insights, like a persona of this rich man? Did you use any GPT or any...
No, more than that, I think, it was to understand more about the consumer. So, while we researched it a bit from the net, but it was not through the AI only, so I think generating the content can be through the AI, which is what we've started doing now, but for this particular case that I am saying, which was about 1 year back, we didn't have to use the AI. Yeah.
Thank you Rakesh for your insight. Any further question? We can entertain one more. If not,
Any other, please?
All right, Kanchan, towards the end.
Yes.
Kanchan, there's one more. Can the promoter quickly pass the mic? 1 second, Kanchan, you can sit on the stage. We'll get someone to pass the mic. Sir, just your name and a quick question, because we're exceeded time, but we'd like to appreciate your input as well. Ladies and gentlemen, one final question from the audience. Over to you. Can we please turn on the microphone? Kanchan, it's okay. Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Sanjeev. My question to Yatnesh. I've been, actually I visited Long Island, it's in Andaman. I've seen a lot of trees over there, and there's a Supreme Court decision like not to cut trees, which is action all over India. But I've seen there like trees are falling down or nobody's. I mean, there is a kit play industry is there in the Long Island, which has been, not working currently. So, do you have any plan to recover those? To set up a factory like yours, and they can reproduce for the benefit of your money.
Are you talking about sustainability, sir?
I'm talking about production of plywood industries.
So,
Okay.
so far we don't have the plan for the Andaman Nicobar. We have the plant in the 6 locations. But beside the plant, for the tree plantation, what we find, the many farmers, those who have a land which is a barren land or which the land which is not a fertile during the one crop between the another crop. So we started engaging more and more farmer. And in the Gujarat belt, there is so many belts were there where you cannot make the crop. So we had engaged those farmers. So now more farmers unions are getting involved, and they understand the benefit of the agroforestry. In the agroforestry, for your information, in the 4 years period, the farmer can earn 10,000 rupees from a tree. And this is agroforestry tree. You cut a tree, and another 3 years this tree will again come in. And you have to cut it within the 3 years because it cannot go beyond on this thing. So those regions are getting used to it, and farmers are making money. And as a company, we are trying to educate more and more things on this thing. But for the plant thing, that's Andaman is not there. Maybe soon we will expand to that region and then try to help the eco-environment for that area.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. With that, Kanchan, with your kind permission, can we wrap up the panel?
But just I would like to thank everyone for wonderful discussion and such an engaging audience here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as we have our eminent panelists on stage, we just allow you to please stay back for a minute or two. We'd request Mr. Udit Verma, co-founder and CMO of Trackyear, to please join us and help us with the felicitation and the token of appreciation for all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warmer round of applause to appreciate their knowledge sharing on stage. Of course, starting with Mr. Ashish. Ashish, thank you so much. Of course, certain handshakes going on, and Udit, if we can request you to start with Mr. Ashish and you in one frame. Let's get them together. Mr. Manay, thank you so much. Mr. Setia, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you, Rupesh. Thank you for giving us your valuable time. Thank you, Mr. Pandey. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Kanchan. Thank you for joining us. Though, of course, Kanchan's already been felicitated. So, Kanchan, you can just take it on behalf of the team. It's rude if we do not give you as well in this. All right. Let's get them all in one frame, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag India Brand Conclave. Let's bring in a little more energy and give them a bigger round of applause. What a fantastic discussion it was. Learning from the brands like Pepe Jeans, we had Neural Garage, we had Rustamji Group, Pro Manage, Greenply, all adding their key insights. And we're extremely thankful to all of them. Also, it's time for me to acknowledge all our partners who've supported us on the same, presented by Air Media, India's #1 influencer marketing agency, powered by Star Sports and Disney Hotstar, the home of ICC Champions Trophy in India, gold partner Lemma Technologies, omni-channel platform for emerging media, gifting partner Digitop, power to evolve. Let's have a look at the partner presentations. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly be seated. It's time for our next conversation. Remember, on the other side of this, we're going to be announcing the lucky draw winners as well as the social media contest winners who were not in the room. We have a few more names coming up, so stay tuned as we have a lot in store for you. Now, if I may say that welcome to the age of multi-screens, where everyone's juggling between the phones, tablets, laptops, and even smart fridges, which are the new ones. In this world of constant scrolling, swiping, and streaming, how do brands cut through that chaos to shape the perception? Now, the answer, of course, lies in captivating content, dynamic strategies, and a deep understanding of the always-on customer. And today, we are extremely elated that we have a stellar lineup of experts who are joining us on this front to discuss about brand perception in a multi-screen world, engaging the always-on customer or consumer through the content. Starting with, it's indeed an honor to call upon our panelists. First up, Amit Bhojani, General Manager Marketing, Oberoi Realty. Let's give Amit a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Also, we'd like to call upon Esha Nagar, the founder and CEO of the PEG board. Let's give Esha a warmer round of applause. Gaurav Ramdev, Chief Growth and Marketing Officer, Protein eGov Technologies. Let's give Gaurav a warmer round of applause as we welcome him on board. Pallavi Burman, Chief Strategic Advisor, HRX. Pallavi, thank you for joining us. Pooja Sharma Doshi, the co-founder of Air Media. Thank you, Pooja, for joining us. And steering this discussion forward, we have our session chair, Aditi Gupta, Assistant Editor, Exchange for Media. Let's give Aditi a warm round of applause as we welcome her on board. So, Aditi, when you have the great advisors, the content specialists on the stage, of course, she has this humble task of curating this conversation. Aditi, I leave it in your able hands to take forward with all your panelists. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. I'm audible.
Check.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. We've had a day full of conversations, and we've come up to our last panel now. I wouldn't waste any more time in introducing you as your brands speak for themselves. I'll dive straight into our discussion. My first question is, of course, we're talking about multi-screen age. So as the consumer choices are always evolving, I'd like to ask how multi-screen behavior is influencing brand perception and decision-making. So I'll start with Amit.
Hi, guys. What we are observing in real estate is very simple. Oberoi Realty is very focused on luxury marketing, and we are digital first company right now. Our focus has been very clear, go digital first and go offline a bit later. But yes, we focus on 360 marketing campaigns. When we talk about multi-screen behavior, we are more focused on our social media ads. We are now doing a bit of extended performance marketing as well. We are not into more of, your influencer marketing and all that. So whatever content you see by Oberoi Realty is by their website, by the Instagram handles, by the social media pages and all that. Our strategy is very simple. We keep it very clean. We keep the visual heavy. Visual is the king over there. Everybody who's looking out there for buying a product or a real estate or an apartment, they're going to look for very strategic locations. They're going to look for very strategic things. We keep very neat, clean, clutter-free, and visually heavy, creative. That catches the eyeballs for us. And whatever we do in one part of the social media campaign or our online performance campaign, that has been reflected everywhere for us. And that is really working for us. We don't do too much of push marketing. Very simple messaging and clutter-free design. And it's working perfectly fine for us.
Great. Esha, I would like you to.
Thanks, Aditi, for the opening question. I think that multi-screen has been there for a while. Like, it's not new, I would say. We have been, the moment we talk about multi-screens, we also just immediately talk about the reducing or the shorter attention span. I feel that today, if you have more screens, you have more options to reach out to the consumer in different ways. You really have to understand the language and the vibe of each. So it doesn't that it's a problem that's actually good for you, because the engagement matrix and the pathways that have opened up is like, your options are better. But the problem that it brings in is that product then sort of becomes like a strong marketer in itself. So you really can't just depend upon the platforms that you have. And be it the incubator brands that we work with at Pegboard, or be it the content creators that we work with, we are a strategy firm. So we deal with this all the while, which is I want to create an IP, I want to be viral and all of that. But what we advise is that the attention today can be earned on multiple platforms because you have multiple choices, but resonance cannot be just bought, because that is something that you will have to create. What you stand for, what you believe in as a brand, what you really talk about, whether you're really just, walking the talk, that is something which is like very important if you are a D2C brand, any category, be it service industry or like the consumer side. So in multi-channel era or omni-channel era, I feel the product just becomes more important and it just works for everyone's advantage. Yeah.
Absolutely. Gaurav, we would love to hear from you.
Cool, thanks. First of all, I think thanks for a multi-screen era. Marketers have stopped chasing one program, one channel, one screen, right? And thank God that we are living in this era and dealing with the question of how to solve for multiple screens. I think the way marketers could navigate decision making through multiple screen, I think I'll keep it very simple and just talking about two things. I've always recognized marketing as like movie making, right? Equivalent of movie making. Your main tentpole story is like a Sanjay Leela Bhansali film. You have 5 stories running within one story, and how you utilize different screens out of this tentpole stuff that you have made is what is the other screens are for. So while you have a main story like say a Hira Mandi running, but you have 5 different stories of a Sonakshi and a Aditi Rao Hydari and so many other leading women going out in different screens. So that's one thing. So one is utilization of different screens for different stories. Second is consistency, which is if you have a message for the giant screen, which is the television, then you have the similar message or the same message on the smaller screens as well, which is very important because since gone are the days where we used to only make one piece of content and roll it out everywhere, right? We are making 20, 30 different content pieces, rolling out in different channels based on the channel requirements. Therefore, consistency becomes one of the very important context to look into. A Raj and Simran in Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge will look like the same on television and will look like the same in your mobile phone in your hand. And the last piece is about, I think, context. An Instagram or a WhatsApp is 2 different contexts. A television is a different context, a family context. Perhaps Instagram is your break in your very, very dull and boring day. A WhatsApp is community and socializing this thing. So therefore the messaging has to be extremely contextual, right? The same messaging which was done in, like how it was done in the past, which was trying to be coming in the way of your use of these apps. It has changed to now how you can be one of the message that, which appears in all of these contexts. So I think this is how we navigate today with multiple screens as marketers. Thanks so much.
Very well explained, Gaurav. I'd like Pallavi to throw some light.
Hi, Aditi. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Everyone's been extremely positive about the existence of the multi-screen phenomena. I'll speak like a true blue marketer and I'll probably share the con of it, saying it doesn't make our lives any easier. It has actually made it much more difficult because I feel we as marketers started in an era where storytelling was very important, right? So there were layers and layers and layers. And now with the multi-screen phenomena, the thing that I'm observing, particularly from the fitness industry perspective, is the brand authenticity part. I mean, you have to stay real to your core, to your story. And you can't layer up, you cannot put frills. You cannot sort of go into trajectories which you cannot be accountable for, or you cannot support with arguments, right? Because people see through you. So authenticity, which I think Aisha also touched upon, it's become quintessential, and which kind of drills down to simplicity. I think the key rider for us now is to keep our communication as simple as possible, to the point. If there is a problem, there is also a solution sort of a situation, and that is what is working. Adding to Gaurav's point, it is like movie making, but अगर box office पे success नहीं हुई तो satellite पे भी नहीं बिकता है, OTT पे भी नहीं बिकता है. मतलब audience relates to the authenticity, to the richness of your story, and they can see through it. So the slicing and dicing part of the content that Gaurav was talking about, as marketers, you are seeing fatigue setting in very fast. Now you have to keep refreshing your content. You have to sometimes maybe even carpet bomb. Like, the same 30 seconds edit, you cut multiple edits, you slice, dice, you see 12-second worked better, or 10-second worked better, and then you kind of carpet bomb with all sorts of ammunition to see which one really resonated and which one should you put your money on. So it's literally become like battlefield. Perception, I feel, is too overrated. Dhanda aa raha hai ki nahi, that at the end of the day matters, because the amount of money that we have to put in now in digital marketing, it's insanity. In a way, now annual operational planning has become a multiplier of the money that you're putting in digital marketing. So to cater to these multiple screens that are now available, the AOP works on how much money versus how much multiplier. It's almost become like a mathematical problem to solve. And while we have the positives of multiple screens saying different audience type, different engagement metrics, different things to learn, we also have this aspect of marketing. Sorry for being the devil's advocate, but that's what it is.
Thank you for reflecting back.
Great, that's amazing. Pooja, we'd like to hear from you.
I think everyone has had some really strong points already said, so I don't have much to add, except, in agreement with everybody that multi-screen is both a boon and a bane. It's also fragmented budgets for brands across the board, so it becomes very, very important as to what to choose as in terms of priority, because every screen has a different story to tell, quite frankly, and the user behavior for every screen is different. So instead of trying to be everywhere, the suggestion is always choose your main screen and then plan according to the balanced screens that you would like to be present on. So largely that's really where I'm coming from, because all the rest of my fellow panelists have very, very clearly communicated.
Great. Thanks, Pooja. And my next question, I would like to start from you. So basically, we've all touched upon the content part of it. I would also like to ask you, how do you create content that grabs attention and works well across different screens when there is so much of distraction?
If I had that answer, I think that would be such a... I think, again, when it comes to multi-screen and wanting to be, capture attention across the screens, we've clearly identified that there is no one-size-fits-all anymore. Each screen has its own benefits and its own user behavior. So it really comes down to today that it's the consumer who's driving how we create content. It's no longer the brand who decides what goes on the screen. And that's really critical. Therefore, the brands have to, the same storytelling that we've been talking about is essentially taken marketing into more of communication across these different screens, and how are you going to make it relatable, authentic to the end consumer. So you start with the grandeur of TV, but when it comes down to the mobile phone, it's all about authenticity and, as real as you can be, because the consumer can see through all the bullshit. So marketing has to really connect at the end of the day. And that's what would help with more engaging content.
Absolutely. Aisha, would you like to add to that?
I thought you were going like an order. But I think I can build up on that. It's a tricky one. But I feel that when it comes to content, first of all, if you are a brand, you should create for depth. Of course, you need all of your assets and that consistent push. Once you have chosen your devices, I think one thing that we always advise lot of people is please build for depth, do your homework. Don't try to be everywhere and try and see where you are talking what. If you're an agency, please advise your clients for virality will not get you the sales. I think Pallavi spoke about it. I'll take an example. If I take this event as a case study, okay? Let's talk about brand perception, how it's going to get live tomorrow across the internet. I'm going to post on Instagram. I will definitely mention my trousers and the brand that I purchased from. The brand is going to like it because Instagram really wants to know what am I breathing, what am I wearing. It doesn't matter to Instagram what am I speaking. Like, that's the algorithm. That's how it's going to work. That's one channel. On LinkedIn, LinkedIn really wants to know what did I talk, who was I with, how did the panel look like, what did e4m really do here. YouTube is going to be the AV quality and the whole package because it goes further into the funnel in terms of brand perception formation. But did you see perception formation is easy. They wouldn't know the strength of the event, etc., etc. But the exchange which is happening over here, which is the panelists, what they are saying, the attendees, what they are listening, that will determine the strength of this event next year, which is the sales. So if you see, when it comes to content, what we are speaking, that still becomes a real hero. It's the resonance that we are striking, it's the quality, it's the depth. So it's totally not about the shorter attention span, I think it's about shorter interest span. Because if it was shrinking, we wouldn't have 2 hours of WTF by Nikhil Kamath still working, right? Because if we are going towards short form, we do see long form IPs also doing well. So I think it's about choosing the right kind of depth and doing deep work and not just vibing on virality and IPs because they are cool words when it comes to creating content. Go a little bit further and see whether you are creating content for impact.
Great, amazing. Amit, I would like to ask you, what is the one thing that sets your marketing strategy stand out?
So I'll clearly say when it comes to real estate, it's become very transactional. Like a customer is visiting our experience center or, they are seeing things online. It's just about what's the price, what's the location, what's the, floor layouts and all that. What different today we need to do is have a good storytelling happening over there. When you have a good product over there, you need to communicate across with a very good story. That concept has to come out in a very different way. And through our digital platforms, we are doing that. Our social media reach and everything has gone so high. I couldn't imagine this 5 years back, just before COVID. We became digital first and it helped us a lot. And today what we are seeing, the tractions we are getting from social media, I mean, I'll be happy to say that it results in conversions. So storytelling is really working for us and it helps our product as well.
Okay, Gaurav, would you like to?
Sure. I think keeping it simple has really worked for us. And by that, I mean, I think the age-old philosophy in marketing. Number one, I think, listen to your consumers. When I say listen to your consumers, while it is a very evolved thought and I'm summarizing it in a very simple sentence, but I think all your creatives that go out, no matter which brand you work for in the world, have to be insightful, which means that there is a consumer problem that you're trying to solve for and not sell your product. So that's number one. Number two, I think like how Pallavi said and Esha said, I think authenticity. Now with, I was reading a report, I think we get bombarded with more than, I think 3,000 messages a day almost, right? If that number is to be believed or any of the ballpark, within those 3,000 messages in a day, I think you need to stand out. And authenticity is one of the probable metrics or one of the probable variables which can help you with a higher chance of success. So authenticity is one. We've also seen in 2024, if you recall some of the best, most viral ads, you will see shockvertising also as one of the routes that people have taken. It may not be an insight-driven marketing approach, but shockvertising, brands like Swiggy, brands like Zomato, they trend on the like how I used to put it, Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara advertising, right? Which is for the moment and moment marketing, moment advertising. So that's the second part. So authenticity has a slightly better chance of success than shockvertising. And last, since we are extremely data driven in our marketing approaches and we handle a lot of data like pan-India data, we are slowly moving towards data and creativity and trying to manage both of it together. And by that I mean, again, I'm simplifying a very complicated way of doing things. But data and creativity come together when n is equal to 1, which is how we marketers love to call hyper personalization, right? If any of, like if somebody is doing it already, I heard Adit Palicha's Zepto's interview, and he said Zepto operates at n is equal to 1, which means their CRM and their creativity is operating at the level of just Gaurav Ramdev, which means that's the basket I have, this is the need I have in the morning, and that's the advertising that I'll get served. I think that's the highest level a brand can really achieve. So from Protean perspective, I think we are trying to be that Zepto, where we can operate at n is equal to 1. And I think that will be the ultimate mecca of hyper personalization or ads being served to exact needs of the consumer. Today we are not. So I think these three things, data and creativity, authenticity, a little better than shortcutizing, and listen to your consumers 24/7.
Absolutely. Pooja, what about HRX?
Marketing strategy. I loved how Aisha broke it down. I think she nailed it, the whole academic approach of how different platforms work. But just to add to that, nowadays what I see happening around is working backwards, starting with trends and feeding into the brand. So much so that I've even seen brands trying to package their products depending on the trending colors and Instagrammable, the concept of Instagrammable pictures on the shelves and things like that, how it would look in a consumer's hand, how would it look when they kind of unbox it and things like that. I think we're very old school that way, and what has worked for us is the fact that we have not disregarded until now our brand guidelines and we stay true to it. We always start with the positioning. So even when my team kind of goes all over the place saying, hey, this is trending, let's do this, like, calm down, let's go back to the person we're talking to, because he's not Usain Bolt. I'm talking to an everyday athlete. Everyday athlete has trouble waking up and getting out of bed. So let's stay true to what we want to communicate and what do we want to solve for. So I guess that's the first step, which is staying true to your brand ethos and not kind of getting diluted in the frenzy of what social media is conveying or where it's taking you, or generally digital marketing, guides you to. And I think several other simple steps which we follow in our marketing is keeping the distance between the consumer and the brand shorter. That means I never want to send my consumer on a wild goose chase through a QR code. Bhai, tum QR code karo, phir ye download karo, then go ahead and do this, then accumulate points and then come back to me. None of that. Because none of that has classically resulted in conversion for us, at least in my category, and in fact has kind of seen the worst metrics, worst results in terms of output. So we just try to keep it very, very short, very simple call to action, very simple CTAs. The messaging is clean, as organic as possible, and something that's relatable, because somewhere recently I was reading the kind of influencers which are beginning to do better are the ones who comfort you, because there's a lot of chaos and there is a lot of frenzy and overwhelming things that go on. I mean, literally if you zoom out, you will realize that the kind of emotions that they trigger at a very psychological level overwhelms a consumer. Like Gaurav said, sensationalism, use this, you won't need Botox, do this, you won't need that. So all of this is kind of very, very overwhelming in messaging, and it's all sensationalism. So when you kind of step back, if you're actually genuinely trying to help people by being relatable, kind of solving a problem for them, saying, hey, you are normal, I'm normal, this is how I deal with my day, it's okay to cry, it's okay to, it's okay to have sort of numerous problems, mental health issues are okay, and then provide a solve for all of that. It's comforting, it's more consumable, it's more kind of real and relatable, and yields positive behavior from a consumer. So broadly, I think if I have to summarize these few things.
Thanks, Pallavi. Thanks a lot. Pooja, I would like to start with you, and we were having a chat backstage about this. This is about, we're living in the AI era now, everything is AI. So how are you using the new trends like AI or immersive technology to improve brand engagement across platforms?
AI is definitely the question of the future and exciting everyone in the content space today. We, in our space where we work a lot with influencers and brands, we're seeing AI come in through different, modes. Internationally, China has really led this space with AI influencers, something that is giving brands a little bit more control in the space of influencer marketing because they can own that AI influencer versus communication with other regular content creators. Also, the manner in which AI has developed for digital content, where the persona looks so real that sometimes you cannot tell the difference between real and AI, is definitely one to look at in the future to see how brands can convey their messaging, but now in a far more real and authentic manner. We've seen brands, interestingly, in the luxury space abroad. Burberry, for example, which was facing a lot of negative business impact due to fake Chinese goods, Chinese recreation of their, very popular design. To counter this, they went and created an AI influencer who completely rebranded the brand for them, and with the kind of new designs and a very new reflective brand perception that they created, they were one of the few brands that showed that intelligent use of AI with the right communication approach can also change business. So I think a lot of the stuff we do today in social media, whether it is through AI or through all these inputs coming in, need to really define the output. So otherwise it's just too much chatter, everybody wants to do everything, but at the end of the day, it's about really identifying what is it that's going to, trigger that purchase. And as marketeers, instead of getting excited about all the, tools available, it's also about identifying which one can deliver that, magic trigger to sale.
Absolutely. Pallavi, would you like to add?
I'm back to AI so soon. Like a couple of years back, this whole chatter was about big data, and I used to feel like an academic failure saying, what is this big data, like IBM, this, that. As a marketer, how will I educate myself? And then someone sat me down and said, okay, this is all chatter, but do you even know how it's used, or what is going to be the potential outcome, or how many people will end up using it? I said, no. And then he explained, broke it down to me saying, well, there is use, but the use cases, which will work, which will not work. And everything is not meant for everyone. So you hold your horses and see what happens. And today I see the utilization at a very macro level. It's not like it's become every marketeer's problem or it's a solve for every marketing sort of a dilemma today. I think the same thing is happening to AI. I am pro AI. Of course, I love the use of ChatGPT because I think it's a fab. And the way my team uses it for writing everything, starting with resumes to resignations, it's fab. And you can tell that it's a ChatGPT product. You can obviously see through it. All of it. I admire the use of it because I think it takes the productivity up. So the personal view on ChatGPT and AI tools is the fact that it enhances productivity, and that's what it should do. As long as you are hiring intelligent enough people to ask intelligent enough questions so that your output is productive and useful and not trashy and cookie cutter. So that's one aspect of things in terms of copywriting, in terms of fast productivity related tools and all of that. The other beautiful use case that I see and currently being used in our stream of work is obviously churning out content. What comes out some of the times is horrid. You spend money but you get good output. But that's definitely kind of taking the whole content game up. Influencer, I don't think we are ready for it, and we're going to tread that trajectory. But a very interesting use case which I would personally deploy for HRX and would be the future is at the back end, let's say the CRM management and the call centers and things like that, where you replace the IVR approach with AI, and suddenly you have an agent, AI agent, actually aiding you take up your ASP, take up your basket size, take up your bill value, because now what AI can do is tell you, hey XYZ, you just bought these running shoes yesterday but you forgot those socks. Let me tell you, people who bought this also bought this, and it takes your running speed up by 2x. And also, by the way, winter is setting in. Would you need a jacket because the temperature in your city is going to drop to so-and-so? Now, those are meaningful conversations which I would like the AI agent to drive and add to my business at the same time. So I think this is one use case which I'm definitely eyeing and would end up deploying, which is almost like a virtual assistant of sorts who assists you in your shopping needs and ends up clarifying to you what you need and what you don't need and why do you need that. So yeah, AI would be, for a couple of years, limited to this for us, I believe.
Okay. Gaurav, would you like to? Sure.
Yeah, I think with AI, we have started dabbling with AI tools and where it can help. I think there are two vectors we are trying to explore it. One is the efficiency part of what Pallavi just said, which is how to make human intelligence superhuman, which is better copywriting, better creativity, better, faster turnaround times, so on and so forth. And the other bit that we've tried to implement AI tools is more to do with efficiency, with less people but much more work or much more output. So on the efficiency part, I think we've been fairly successful. It's been an experiment for the last 4 months, but like how Pallavi was mentioning, we've already gone down the part of ORM, social listening, and almost 60-70% of our responses, which are to do with mostly about consumer tracking of good delivery of goods and so on and so forth, have been automated, which is where I see further scaling. So almost at a daily count of almost 3,000 queries is what we get, and therefore automating 80%, 90% of it will really show efficiency gains across. So that's on the efficiency part. We are exploring whether this efficiency can be now, instead of reactive, we can get into the proactive zone of efficiency, where we can reach out through emails, through our CRM system, or AI plugged into the CRM system, instead of a reactive measure on social media, which makes for sentiment scores also to go down. But proactively, if we can push out messaging through email so that we don't get such queries there. So that's the path of efficiency that we have taken. On the path of creating new stuff, I think we are taking baby steps. One giant leap that happened for us this year is we created an annual report. We are a publicly listed organization, so we created an annual report with AIs, all of the AI use cases on creating the front cover, the back cover, the images inside all the infographics that we have with relating to the organization. All of that came through. And what was why it was a resounding success, because we also won a few awards. There is an annual report award called LSCP, Global LSCP Rewards. We were the 22nd organization in the entire world to win that award, and perhaps the third Indian organization only in that list. So that gave us a lot of, I think, that builds a lot of confidence in how we can use if works well. But that's still not at the place where we are eliminating agencies or eliminating cost of doing business or eliminating any of those. I think we are still using AI as an incremental spends of money over what we are doing presently. So really, it's not really efficient yet, where we can, like our social media team can completely rely on AI tools. It's not there yet, but I think we'll get there. I think this year, I hope to see from DeepSeek, Arwen, we've all seen what's happened in the last 3 days with models like this coming up. I hope visual and video imagery really takes a leap and bound, while copy and textual delivery have really scaled up really high. So that's my point. Thanks.
Isha, we'd like to hear from you as well. How important is AI?
I think it's super important. I love AI. I think it started with a little bit of hatred towards it, because I've been in the industry in consumer science side where oh my God, it's going to replace data. It will make things so automatic. But now when I am running a strategy firm where data and creativity, like Gaurav spoke about, I'm so happy that we talked about both the words together. That comes into play. I love it. However, you have to create boundaries, just like any love-hate relationship. So we have this saying that we say that, hey, I want to use ChatGPT so that ChatGPT can do the chores and wash clothes so that I can make art. Not that ChatGPT should make art and I should get freed up, to do all the chores. I think that sort of explains. So does for my content planning team loves AI, and we really, we really sort of like advocate that you use technology wherever it's needed. But if we are in a brainstorming room, we have to ideate and create thoughts that don't exist. That I think is where we condemn AI. So thoughts to things journey is definitely where we absolutely love AI, and I think we're just getting started. We've delivered use cases where transcripts have been faster. Like, when research used to get like outputs of a focus group discussions in like weeks. Someone is sitting under the tree, like they say, is coding it, but today you get it like in an hour. OCR, we've used a lot of image to text conversion, so much for some of our clients. You want to add something?
No, I just remembered how my team sends me MOM. There's like auto AI. And I'm zapped. It's like, what is this? This is the MOM for the meeting. Basically, I can hear myself talk. There is no MOM. There are no action points. There's nothing. Now, that part of AI, I don't think it's using.
And you know what? It has been also like a surprising journey. The moment, oh my God, how has the team become so efficient? So those surprises, of course, have like come in on the way. So first part, of course, use it where planning and structuring is needed. Use it all for gray matter and wherever ideation doesn't come. And I think second, we also propagate a law that use ChatGPT and technology to just learn. Like sometimes when you are in a meeting and you want to discuss content strategy, that is not content planning, that is not social media. Sometimes people think that content is performance marketing. So it's like when you get into such rooms, then you feel that when we have so much of technology, rather use it to learn. Let's get our basics of marketing and branding in order before we jump into asking ChatGPT, hey, can you create like a calendar for me? So we're using it for optimization where needed and education so that the true principles of marketing and branding still stay intact, and it's incremental like Gaurav mentioned.
I'll share one anecdote, the perils of brainstorming in the AI era. I was sitting with the team saying, how do we minimize our problem? Because the kernel is a superstar. Availability is a bit of a problem. Yeah. And somebody belonging to the Gen Z era comes up saying, hey, why don't we create this sentient AI clone of Ritik who can solve for the availability problem? Saying the peril of brainstorming in this era is also these kind of discussions that you combat and all these kind of ideas that people come up with.
Was to save the time cost for Ritik, like a clone.
No, it's to save the effort on our part so that you don't have to mess around with calendars.
Amit, we'd like to hear from you as well. How's real estate using AI now?
So it's quite a risky thing to use AI when it comes to, because we handle a lot of customer data out there. There is one thing we are using it for is to have customer feedback forms, and it tells us about the consumer behavior and why he has bought that apartment, what is he looking out there, and when he buys an apartment with us. It also helps us in generating a lot of reports very quickly. I'll just cite one example. Recently we had a demo session with Microsoft team, and they had the autopilot team come over here. And I had, as Pallavi mentioned, it's quite essential and a good tool at the CRM, at the backend, at the call center people. And I had the call center head come to me, Amit, I'm using the demo. I was like doing 12 clicks and working on my Excel, downloading things from Salesforce, and then getting into the whole thing. Here with this autopilot, I'm just doing it in 2 clicks. I understand where the consumer is coming from. Is he an investor? Is he a real buyer? And all the data that my team needs, I'm like getting it done in 5 minutes. So at the back end, it's really helping us. We are moving towards AI, not completely pro AI right now. When it comes to handling customer data, it's quite confidential stuff, but yes, we are getting there. When it comes to creative, generating a little bit of generic content, yes, it's helping us. Email marketing is the very important tool when it comes to luxury marketing. We are not using AI right now. We tend to get on with our content writers to write good pieces for us, because we truly believe in personalized touch points where the customer is going to read, and we don't want to sound very robotic over there, because these days customers are very smart and they really come to know this is an AI generated email, the copy is written from somewhere else, or is it like, having your own product touch and feel or not. So yes, there are 50% usage, yes, at the back end, but at the front end, we are not much AI right now.
Great. Thank you. And now I'll just ask my fun question, which you guys know about. I hope you guys have thought something about it. If you have to, is there any song, if I ask you, that resonates with your brand, with your journey? Please, let's start with Amit.
I don't have any song or something, and when I entered the whole meeting room at the back, and I told her like I can't relate to anything because I used to be there with Godrej, and Godrej was very much more of a mass marketing because the category of the products was very different, and right now I'm with Oberoi, which is a very luxury and uber luxury segment. And there is only one movie I could say, it's not connected to my brand or anything, but that's only Devil Wears Prada. That's the only high-end movie I could think about right now.
Super. Esha.
I think that if I was to ask my editing team, they would say it should be 4 baj gaye, lekin party abhi baki hai. But then I think sales and brand perception value, I think tech board holistically, we all would somewhere agree. Like as a team, we would be, kiska hai ye tumko intezar mein hona. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Amazing. Gaurav.
So where Protean is in its journey, I think I don't know about a song, but a movie that comes to my mind is Swades. Protean is at the forefront of citizen services, especially e-gov services or government services to citizen. And therefore Swades comes to my mind. So Protean is equivalent of the Shah Rukh Khan who left a NASA job, came back to India to build high technology for the last mile. So that's the equivalent analogy I have.
That's wonderful, and that goes really well with your brand, definitely. Pallavi.
I mean, you're talking about brand perception. I have to do this. Please brace yourself. Kaho na pyar. Can't get better than this.
Pooja, would you like to?
I think for us it would be Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. I think the movie is amazing in terms of living life to its fullest and diving in and making the most of what you have.
Amazing. Thank you so much for taking out the time for us. That brings us to the end of our discussion. And thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Over to you, Bhavna.
Thank you so much, Aditi, for curating this fantastic discussion. May we request our panel to please step forward. May I request Ashish Kotikar, Head Sales and Partnership of Neural Garage, to please join us and help us with a token of appreciation of our eminent panelists. I believe Mr. Ashish Kotikar isn't in the room. For the time being, if I could request Aditi to please help us in the felicitation of all our eminent panelists. Starting with Amit. Aditi, if you can please join us together. Let's get Aditi and Amit in one frame. Thank you so much, Amit, for joining us. Amit, of course, coming from Oberoi Realty. Esha Nagar, thank you so much for joining us. Esha owning her company, the Pegboard. We have Gaurav Ramdev. Gaurav, if we can request you to please step forward from Protean eGov Technologies. Thank you, Gaurav, for joining us. Pallavi, thank you for giving us your key insights. Pallavi, of course, representing HRX. And Pooja, thank you so much for your valuable time in joining us. May we request all of you to please come together for one group photograph. Let's get them all in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all our eminent panelists for joining us. Remember, on the other side, we're going to be announcing the social media contest winners and the lucky draw. So do not go anywhere, as a lot is in store for you. Thank you so much. With that, it is now time for us to go ahead with the social media winners. For that, if I could request Ms. Priyanka Bhaduria, Associate Director, Events and Marketing of Exchange for Media. Firstly, let's give our lady a warmer round of applause as we welcome her. Of course, this IP has been run and led by Ms. Bhaduria. So, Ms. Bhaduria, I think it'll be better to have you on the stage in the final moment. And let's now declare the winners of the social media contest first, and then we go for the lucky draw. So guys, do not go anywhere, as we're going to be announcing the winners right away. First up, the first winner was Ankita Khetwani. I don't know if Ankita has joined us in the room still. If not, we're going to be going to the next one. Sagar Panda. Do we have Sagar in the room? Okay, Sagar is also not around. Vishal Mangokar. Vishal is also not there. So the social media contest winners, I guess, are online who are commenting, Priyanka. So we'll have to go with the lucky draw. Can we have more in lucky draw? Maybe give a few there. All right, so Priyanka, if you can do us the honor, can we get a mic also passed to Priyanka to say the names out? Can we get a microphone passed to Ms. Priyanka? Yes. So the first lucky draw winner, we're going to be requesting Ms. Bhaduria to take it forward.
It's Mr. Nabarun Chaudhary. Is he here?
All
Big
right.
round of applause for him, please.
So we're truly getting lucky this evening. Why don't you join us? We're going to be giving you an amazing gift voucher. It's around 5,000 to my knowledge, and of course a lot more is in happy goodies for you. So yeah, let's give him a big round of applause as we get him lucky with this. And since none of our social media winners were there, Ms. Bhaduria, what the team has suggested is to give one more lucky draw and we'll give the gift hamper to them, yeah? So can we get the fishbowl? So Ms. Bhaduria, we request you now to announce the second lucky draw winner. Let's see who's in the room.
Is she here?
Ankita Sakarlekar? Yes, that's you? All right. Show some energy, Ankita. Come on. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ankita. Any of the social media winners in the room, we thought instead of one lucky winner, let's make it two. With that, a big thank you to Ms. Bhaduria for joining us. Thank you for your valuable time. Let's give her once again a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, the excitement doesn't end here as we replenish ourselves with refreshing beverages and snacks, and we reconvene for the highly anticipated Indian Marketing Awards 2024, where we're going to be unveiling the remarkable winners who are revolutionizing the marketing landscape. Also, we request you all, when you are heading out, to please take your belongings with you, re-register yourself for the same and join us back. I would also like to take a moment to thank our partners presented by Air Media, India's #1 influencer marketing agency, powered by Star Sports and Disney Hotstar, the home of ICC Champions Trophy in India, gold partner Lemma Technologies, omni-channel platform for emerging media, gifting partner Digitap, power to evolve. Let's leave you with some partner presentations. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for today.